Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your boy Danks and Real Bayes. What's up, Bayes?
What is going on? What a week.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for your favorite Saturday night They Think You're Stupid podcast, of course, with Danks and Bayes. We are going to have a great show this evening. We do have a special guest coming on in about 15 minutes or so.
Is that what we're going with the official name, the They Think You're Stupid podcast? I know you like that one.
I mean, I've been rolling with it. Nobody said anything. It's official. I like it. You know, I put it on every thumbnail. You haven't said anything, bro. What's up?
I thought you were just recycling the thumbnail. I know you're a busy guy.
No, man. Come on, man. You know we've talked about this, bro. Don't play with me. So yeah, it's been an interesting week for sure. You know, I don't know what else to say but that for sure. What do you think?
I think I fucked up.
Why?
I think I fucked up because it was, you know, I Wednesday, as you know, I was out of town. I didn't do my show, and I wanted to work really hard on this, series that I'm working on with, going over Epstein and Shapiro and Harvard and all that. And then, you called me up and you said, "Yo, Candace had Blake yesterday covering it. I got him on the stream. Let's go." And I'm like, bro. I don't got time. I'm working on this, and you called it, and then you were asking me to send you clips. I didn't do it.
Well, yeah, you said you didn't want to come on, so I just was like, all right, well, it turned out better to do it on my own, anyways. It's actually much better.
Yeah, I'm sure you think so. No, it was. I even said it too. I'm like, if I'd have been on there, it would not have been the same interview. It wouldn't have been the same energy, So I'm very happy that it gave you a nice boost here, and it was a great interview. You did fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't an easy one for sure. I wasn't expecting the turnout. I guess I should have been more pragmatic about thinking about how it was going to be taken by everyone. I thought it was going to be a lot worse for me, but I just wanted to hear this.
I think it worked out pretty well.
Well, I didn't expect that, is what I'm trying to say.
I could see it as chancy.
Yeah, I mean, there was and I don't want to spend the whole show talking about it. I'm sure people have seen a lot of it, and Blake has been on the airwaves. But I don't mind talking a little bit about it. You know, it was definitely not necessarily talking about it, but just I was looking at today in the members only live stream. By the way, if you join for 99 cents, you can come to our members only every weekend. I might move it to Saturday. Actually, Saturday was great. I had a much better turnout than Friday. So I think I might be moving our members only to Saturday for the Danksters. But I was just playing like some of the end of the clip, just a little bit, and man, it was painful, bro. It was painful to watch back a little bit.
You know what was really painful for me yesterday?
What?
The most painful part of my week
What
was
happened?
how hard I was laughing with the chat in my members only live when we were trolling the spaces that you did with Blake and Kelly and Jordan Henshaw.
Yeah, I didn't
Jordan,
do a space with
Jordan
them.
told,
I just showed up.
you were a guest. Yeah,
I
you
saw
showed
them
up.
I saw them talking in the space. There was only like 30 people in there. So I was like, well, let's go see what they're talking about. So at first I joined incognito on X space to make sure like nobody was in there. I didn't like Blake wasn't in. I didn't want to like stir up any shit. So I just wanted to go in there and just chat, you know, and hang out for a minute and see what they were up to. And then they were talking or whatever. And so then Blake, I didn't notice was in there at all. So I did hear that he was in there and that he left. So that's when I went in after I heard he left.
Yo, it was so funny. It was so funny. At one point, he's yelling, he's cursing, and
well, hold on. Let me get to how he even ended up. So I didn't like he wasn't in there, first of all. Okay, so let me get that straight. So I go in, they're talking about UVU footage. They are discussing the Blake situation. So then I come out and then I go back in with my logo and my account or whatever showing. And so they bring me on stage. Jordan invited me on stage, and then they asked me about the Blake interview, and I decided to speak on it. You know, they asked me to, and then out of nowhere, fucking Callie pulls Blake out on speakerphone on the mic, and I'm like, what is this? What is this? It was so crazy. And I was like, oh, they were like, Danks, do you mind if Blake says a word? I'm like, where? What do you mean? Where is he? Oh, he's on speakerphone. I'm like, oh my God. And so, yeah. So then I had to listen to it. Like he was yelling, and then it was so funny because like I guess Kelly muted her mic and then unmuted it, and he was still yelling. And
that's that I was laughing so hard. And then the best part was when Jordan Henshaw goes, Kelly, control your child.
That was epic. Yeah. Have you seen the clip of him, Jordan Henshaw, the one he made of Blake, where he's it's like a commercial, like a cleaning commercial, and you saw? Oh man, I've got to find that clip now. Hold on. I gotta find it. What happened to your mic? Oh, or your camera? You good?
I was muting to cough.
Let me see if I can see.
Yeah, I was egging on the chat. I was like, Mad World, get up there. Now's your time to shine. Ask to speak. She's like, what? No, leave me alone. I'm like, come on, Mad World.
She never will. She never will.
She'll speak. She a little camera shy.
Let me see if I can find.
I thought that was going to be her moment. Let it rip. There she is laughing in the chat.
I gotta find that now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, to be honest. It was a minute ago, but it was pretty hilarious because it literally was like a regular commercial of, you know, like the moms that are like it's like a cleaning commercial and the kid is like being all annoying in the background, but he pasted a picture of Blake. He pictured a photo of Blake's face on the kid. And I really wish I could find it right now. I thought maybe I've sent it to you, but
dude, it's so crazy that he is like this wrapped up with this case and with Candace and everything, because the guy is entertaining as hell. You know, love him, hate him, whatever. He is comedy gold.
Oh, here it is. I found it. I can't believe I found it. Yeah, we're gonna watch this right here. This is absolutely hilarious.
Mom.
I hope the audio is okay.
I didn't see this.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna love this. The audience is gonna love this. Put let me know in the chat. Have you guys and gals, danksters and dankettes, people, basters, everybody in the chat, basters. He hates it when I call you guys basters. Have you been following the drama on X? Like, do you use X? Do you see it? Like, you know, I'm just curious. You know, I don't want to. But this is definitely hilarious. So I'm going to share this. Just put an X in the chat. Put an X in the chat if you are active on X. And let me go ahead and get this right here, and we're gonna go ahead and play this. You guys are gonna love it, I promise. I wouldn't do it otherwise. I wouldn't do this to you otherwise. This is epic right here. All right, here, let me zoom all the way in. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man, this is so good. Ready?
Mom, can I have a popsicle?
No.
Oh, I have seen this.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Hey, parents, tired of those out-of-control kids throwing embarrassing tantrums wherever they go? At the grocery store, on the playground, even at the dinner table. You've had it with parenting, but wait, there is a solution. Introducing Nap Time, the latest, most effective tool for child tantrum prevention.
It says block Blake.
Nap time.
Simple. Just douse a rag with our patented Sleepy Time formula, place it over your child's cry,
Oh my god.
and hold gently for 8 to 12 seconds, and presto, no more tantrum.
I was beginning to think adoption was the only way out. Then a friend of mine introduced me to Nap Time. It's never been so
Oh shit, bro. Crowdsource the truth, Blake. Black line brave. Oh, he put
Who's
Allie
that?
on
quiet
there.
around here.
It's Allie. Audio frequencies. I don't know who this is. I mean, that's hilarious, bro, though. In the beginning right here is so hilarious.
Popsicle?
No.
It's like out of a South Park episode.
Can I have a popsicle?
No, honey, you'll spoil
Shut
it.
the fuck up, dude.
Dude, hey, you know what I was thinking about? Like when you actually like interact with him behind the scenes on the phone, and because like a lot of people, they'll be a little different on camera than behind the scenes. And then, some people will be like more turned up behind the scenes than you know what I mean? But like
Yeah.
for all of Blake's craziness and shenanigans on X and whatnot, when you get him hyped up on the phone off camera, it's even more turned up than what people have seen on X.
He goes hard, that's for sure. I was a lot of people, they didn't make it to the end, and I think like I want to show how like just a little bit, and then we're going to talk about a lot of interesting things. We do have Kevin from the WEBB and BUYr app. I think he's also business partners or an associate of business with Ian Carroll. He runs marketing at WEBB. He's an owner of, I believe, a co-owner of BUYr. So we're really looking forward to having him on. He'll be on with us shortly. We're going to talk about other topics as well. Might talk some about Candace and other things, but also more about the UFO like releases of the documentation. So whatever they're saying they put out, which Valhalla did a pretty great live stream. If you didn't catch it, I recommend it. We might show a little bit of that as well, but definitely some more discussions tonight than anything. Let me pull up the end of this here because, well, never mind. Actually, I don't even want to do it anymore. I've heard enough about Blake myself personally. Let me know in the chat. I don't know if you guys. I don't think I want to do it. Actually, I was going to, but I decided I'm like looking at it. I was like, there's so much other shit to talk about.
I made a post today, or quote posted something today, and he commented saying that it's been too long. He wants to do another Saturday.
Yeah, didn't he DM us or something?
Well, yeah, that was before, but this, I mean, today.
What does this one say? This one says, but didn't Blake prove he sent CO the file? Danks was agreeing with Blake, I thought. I mean, I agreed that he brought receipts, and that I didn't agree with Blake. That's definitely not true. All I said was that if this was what he said it was, then it looks like he brought the receipts. But I do not agree with his rhetoric and all of the assassination stuff and all of that.
Well, I thought you did a great job because you gave him a chance to tell his side of the story without like attacking him. But then after a while, you started bringing up character flaws, we'll call them, that, you've experienced, I've experienced, and you held him accountable for that.
Yeah.
At the same time.
I definitely did. I think actually that might be a good. Okay, you got me. I think I might have to pull this part up because I was going to play that part. You mentioned the character flaws, and I think like it's it's valid to ask because a lot of people are like, oh, he's a Fed and this and that. And I just straight up asked him, you know what I mean? Like, and he didn't like it actually. He didn't, but he sat through it.
Did he say I was deployed? I'm like,
yeah, he definitely was not having it. Like, he wasn't happy. Let me.
And also, I just want to say one thing while you're pulling that up, because, you know, after your interview, I posted a video, but just so there's no confusion, you know, because I posted that video because I hadn't really been posting content in a couple of days, and it was pertinent to what was going on, and I didn't want to take the time away from the work that I was doing to, you know, cover the Blake stuff, especially because I figured that we were going to talk about it a little bit tonight anyway. But that video that I put out where I'm telling, you know, the story basically about why we stopped doing the Saturdays with Blake a while back, like that was recorded in March. That was part of one of my members only lives that I just like clipped up and put out there. So there were a couple people that were like, you know, they were a little confused because they didn't understand the context that it was an older video, you know, talking about past stuff. So I just wanted to set that straight.
I mean, there's a little influencer drama behind the scenes and stuff. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna talk a little bit more. We're gonna play a couple clips from my live stream with Blake. If you want to do any questions or super chats or anything like that, whatever we do have, memberships, any of that, I'll read them before we bring on the guests, and then we'll do the rest of the super chats if there are any at the end. So feel free if you have any questions for either one of us, or if you want to make a comment to have us bring it on stage. We are self-dependent. We don't do any ads or anything like that. So we appreciate all the love if you decide to put it out there. All right. So let me bring this up here. I was going to leave the comments on stage, but they always get in the way. Unless I have an idea, actually. Let me see.
Isn't there a way that we could set up like a new like
this
template?
I have a whole bunch of templates here. I just made a new one. That's kind of better, I guess, if people care that much about the chat. Wide. It's kind of like a chat. Fills the chat. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. So this part right here was kind of interesting. Prove any of that. Like I can't. I mean, ours is chat. Please. All right, here we go. I'm out. I gotta find out where I'm at. Jesus. Please debunk agreement with John Bray on lapel microphone theory. Thank you for the look at Blake, bro. He's stewing, bro. He's stewing so hard right here. He's just looking at the screen.
You got the "what am I doing" look on your face.
Like, why am I reading? The super chats were rough, bro. They were rough. It was. Like
I know you even refused to read a couple because you were tired of just bashing them,
bro. Yeah, I actually skipped around just to find. There was almost no questions. It was all this, you know, and I ended up just clicking on it. Anyways, I was like, fuck it, you know. For chat, he gave Danks Gmail access. Talk Blake Bednarz is, yeah, that's just bullshit. I mean, I just can't stand, like, I can't, when people say this, you know, the reason why I was getting frustrated is because a lot of people were saying it. And it's like, I can't prove it, and he's not going to say he is, right? So that's why I'm like, this is bullshit. Like, I have to sit here, and people are paying money to call him a Fed on my chat. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? This is bullshit. Like, you know, but I think it's funny that he was wearing a shirt that said op on it.
I think it's funny. It looks like you're wearing the same shirt you wore that day.
Bro, I know. It's because I have a yellow
your lucky shirt.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever worn this shirt on stream. Let me change the color of my. God, it's making it worse. There we go. Is that better? All right, here. I can't prove any of that. Like, why would you say? I don't know, man. How can you tell people so that they can? Do you? I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. Are you?
Do you feel the? No, I'm not.
Are you an asset?
I'm not an asset.
Okay.
He's definitely an ass.
All right. That's it. I'm just asking. I don't know. I've never really felt that way about you, but I have had seen people say that, and I'll just ask just for the audience, and they can see your answer right to your.
Thanks. Do you understand how? I want you to imagine being told this like day in and day out for the last months, like months and months, where you're literally being not only Are you?
And I do feel kind of bad. Like he is basically the new Erika Kirk. I think he's like right there. He's right there. He's like pushing up, like Erika Kirk. Nobody's talking about Erika right now. It's all about Blake. So I made a joke earlier today that they actually deployed Blake to get attention off Erika. I don't know.
Did we have it backwards? Was Blake the real psyop in all this?
I don't know. Maybe he's turning out to be, but I don't know. I mean, let's just watch his response.
Find out what happened and investigate what happened to Charlie. You're having to defend yourself against an army of quacks like this, and people want to question why Blake might have a little bit of a temper or Blake might be a little bit short fused.
Yeah.
You people have no clue.
That's why I said.
And yesterday, absolutely put it on the fast track from what Candace Owens just did to me.
Yeah. It's going to get only worse from here, I'm sure. And that sucks. What happened when Candace went on? I didn't even realize I said that, bro. To be honest, that's all I got to get with. I was right.
You know what Blake was right about when he said that the people don't even know. You know what I don't think most people know? That when we were talking to Blake, like when I was talking to him on the phone and everything, and he told me that he had like these recordings on Candace and other people, he told me that and his initial story was that he was on the phone with Candace in his backyard and his security cameras recorded it and he didn't realize it till after and he saved it, which obviously I knew was bullshit. But like to see, it looks like he had a tripod set up in his living room to get the FaceTime. So it's like, he could say whatever he wants about Candace and other people, but like when that's your foundation for your whole argument, you don't really have one.
Nope. I mean, look, why do you think he's so hated? We'll talk a little bit more about this. We're almost
I don't hate him at all. I think he is freaking, I commented on him today. I said, stay gold, pony boy, from the Outsiders.
Yeah.
I wish him nothing but the best. I think he really just needs to unplug. And the problem is he loves attention too much, but he needs to unplug, get away from all this stuff, and just find himself and find Jesus and just recalibrate, because this is not going to go in a good place for him.
It's already gotten pretty rough, bro, and he's definitely. He's definitely crossing the he's frustrated. And I think anybody would be frustrated, but this is the thing. And I think what people need to understand, people might be asking, why is there's so much drama around this guy? And why is he, I think it's because you have your own platform, you have your own show. And yet you're demanding everybody else, not demanding, but with Candace, obviously he is saying, you need to play my thing and you need my video and you need to basically say that Brian Harpole did this and I'm right and nobody else is right. I'm never wrong. You know what I mean? It's nobody else is right. Yeah, I said it correct. And so I think that's the rub, is like when I'm going to just take these off stage because it's bothering me. The rub is that when you are constantly trying to get people to take your side and prove something that basically doesn't prove, like, what do you think about the footage? I don't think it proves that Brian Harpole assassinated Charlie Kirk without a shadow of a doubt, or even at all.
Dude, you already know that after, it wasn't until I started talking to Blake and like one-on-one and hearing his theories that I started thinking like, oh my God, this guy might not even be dead. Like that was like Blake, ironically enough, and I told him this too, and then he like went nuts. He got all mad. He's like, "What are you talking about?" But like, because that's how like kind of incoherent he was at times, and like these arguments that he was making, it just like it kind of felt like I was talking to a Fed. I'm not gonna lie. That was like, dude, how quick? And think about it too. Think about it too. When we were gonna do the Saturday show initially with you, me, Blake, and Kelly. I only had 2,000 or 3,000 subs. Like I mean, I'm still a nobody, but I was like really a nobody. And it
Oh,
only
you're
took
somebody.
but it only took 2 episodes with him where I was like putting my foot down. I'm like, I'm not working with this guy. I'd rather just do the show by myself. And even, even you said it. You're like, dude, like you're kind of like low man on the totem pole. Like I feel you. I'm not saying you're wrong, but like, and I'm like, no, I don't care because this guy is something's gonna happen. It's gonna be a huge PR nightmare, and I want nothing to do with it. And that was part of the reason why I put out that video the other day, because I wanted my position in the whole thing to be where it was before to be clear, because that video that I put out the other day was from March. I did 2 shows with the guy. And then, first I mean, come on, we can talk about this now. Who gives a shit? He's going to Danks saying, do you really trust Bayes? You can't trust Kelly. He's going to me, who Kelly introduced me to him. And then a couple days later, he's like, I don't trust Kelly. Are you sure you could trust Danks? And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I talked to him for an hour one-on-one, and the entire conversation, he just sat there trashing everybody that he ever worked with. And I'm like, yo, like maybe Blake's not the guy, and you were more sympathetic. You wanted to give him a chance, but after week 2 with that other weirdo shit that happened, I'm like, nah, I'm done. And you remember too in the group chat when he was acting weird too, and I said it. I put it, I'll air that. Nah, actually, I don't want to. I'm not into this sharing text messages, but you know what I'm talking about. When I just said it right there in the group chat with the 4 of us, and then that was pretty much it.
Yeah, there's. And the issue also is that the decisions he makes after he was warned, like, the guy Black Lion Brief that he went to go work with. You know what I showed you, right? Like, I'm not going to show it right now because I don't know if I can. But I will tell you, like...
Oh, he's a bigger snake than Blake?
He's
at least Blake is like mentally, he's got something going on. He's got like trust issues. But this other schmuck, like he's just like really trying to, and whatever, you go.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much I should say before I,
say whatever you want, buddy.
I don't know.
Let it rip. We got Kevin waiting, so if you're gonna say it now.
I'll wait. I mean, the thing is, I know. I'm just saying the guy is a snake. Let's just put it that way. I encourage all creators to reach out to me if you're considering on working with Black Line Brief, and I'll tell you what's up. Other than that, somebody are going
DM me that he was talking about us again on the show tonight.
Good. If he he can talk all he wants. But the thing is, I have the
Bro, you don't even need what he sent to other people. You got everything you need from what he sent to you.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. All right, we're gonna go through these members and supers. Thank you for joining. What's up, Dale, the homie? So I had Dale on not too long ago, this week, Monday, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and we did. He's great, dude. He's an old schooler. Spiritual guy, really good dude. We were talking about all kinds of religious stuff, and he's a Methodist, and it's very interesting. We had a very interesting time. If you go on my shows and my live streams, you can go this week and see Dale on the thumbnail. Thank you for joining, Dale. Welcome, Becca. Members only streams are going to be now moved to Saturdays, so join us for just 99 cents. Welcome. Hold, please. Sounds like we got a Baron fan in here. Good to see. Dishing the scoop. Welcome, Amber A. Pal Day. Welcome, Christy, to the best chat ever. Love you, mods. We love you too. Thank you, Christy. Thank you for the $10, Christy. We appreciate that. Mad World, 1984. $5 banger. This channel is 100 creator and supporter funded. Your super chats and memberships mean so much. Please get those likes up to support Bayes. Hey, where's Danks? What the heck? Just support Bayes? That's it.
I think she's saying that because all the things were going your way already.
Oh, come on. It's okay. I'm just messing around. Thank you, Mad. Good to see you. Hurt Locker, welcome. Lee, welcome. Cindy Yates gifting 5 memberships for your boy. Say thanks if you got a membership from the homie Cindy. Cindy, I think I got your... Yeah, I was texting with you earlier. Didn't you? Yeah, you were the one that DM'd me, right? Good to see you. Thanks. Blue-Eyed Hillbilly, $4.99. Excellent show with Baron. Joining now. Hey, Bayes. Love you both. Go Max. Crisis King. Crisis King indeed. Yes, please join. Oh, look at that. You a person of their word. Gotta love it. Person of their word. Blue-Eyed Billy. Blue-Eyed Hilly Billy. KH, welcome. KH upgrading, welcome. Oh no, different membership. Oh, they signed up on your side. OMG, the new EK. What's up, Anne Marie? I think I'm going to stop here. I don't want to go too long, and then we will continue. Let's bring on our guest of the show, Kevin. You ready to roll, bro? Thumbs up. Let's run it, bro. What's up, big dog?
What's up, guys?
What is good?
Good to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So this is Kevin. I'll let him do his own introduction so I don't stumble on that like I did with Jimmy Dore the other day.
No worries.
The other day I introduced Jimmy Dore and he did not like my introduction. He was so mad. He was like, he wasn't mad, but he was like, I didn't come up on Jimmy Kimmel. I was like, oh shit. Blake was like, what are you mentioning Jimmy Kimmel right now, bro?
That's so funny. Yeah, so I'm Kevin. I am co-owner of both the WEBB and BUYr, partners with Ian Carroll on both of those projects. And yeah, I've been around for quite a bit, but just started up these new channels and started putting out this type of content. And I talk about corruption, stuff like that, but also like weird shit like aliens and, you know, fucking mystic shit and all sorts of weird. So I allowed to curse on here, by the way.
Yeah, bro.
All
right, cool. I'm from Boston. I curse like a motherfucker. I'm so sorry about that, guys.
You're good. We're gonna have some people complain sometimes, but we just tell them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So sorry.
I'm a dictator. This is my chat. All right.
Yeah, I see a bunch of the Team Human guys and gals in the chat. So what's up, everyone? But yeah, man, super stoked to be here. You know, we can talk about whatever. I don't really have much to offer on the Charlie Kirk case. I think it's all fugazi, but
well, that's why we thought it was better to bring you on after, because everyone was asking about the Blake stuff. We had to talk. We're not trying to rope you into the drama. You know what I mean? So
of course, it's the nature of the game.
I like to hear that you said corruption. So what kind of corruption are you? And I'm sorry if I was too loud, and I'm not trying to be rude. I was just messing with everybody. Like they know how I am. So, but yeah, tell me, do you look into corruption and stuff like that? Have you seen any of the work I've done on the Farad corruption stuff, or
not that particularly, but I've been you know, perusing through your stuff. As you know, I think you guys were like some of the first people to get on to WEBB when we were beta testing, and that's how I kind of found both you guys really. And
yeah, I was shocked when I got that DM, and I was like so grateful too.
Yeah, no, we were super stoked to have you guys. You guys were in there using it, and that's what we needed. So
that was how me and Danks met too. I mean, I know you know, but I don't know if
it's amazing.
If everyone in the chat knows that when you guys launched WEBB, and you know, Ian did the thing on Discord where you like brought you know, people that were creators that were doing the beta testing on the stage, and then you guys had a technical issue because somebody hacked it, right?
Yeah.
It was like someone was saying hello. They were trying to say hello. Yeah, it wasn't like a real hack, but everyone left the stage and it was just me and Danks, and it was just like, what up? And then that was it. We just hit it off, and we've been working together ever since.
I love that. Yeah,
he was the one that convinced me to start going live.
That's what's up.
He's like, dude, go live. I'm like, I'm not ready. He's like, dude, just do it.
I mean, listen, there's all different media types, and for people who don't know, I'm a marketing guy. I work with other creators and stuff and help them sort of, you know, look at different ways that they can do their content and things. So yeah, I mean, there's many different avenues of content, and you know, find the ones that fit for you. And like I'm finding that live streaming is really good for me because I can go here, there, and everywhere, talk to people, bullshit, tell a life story, and then go back to the story. And I love live streaming, and you know, but it's not for everybody. But you guys are both doing it, and so yeah, I'm super stoked. Super stoked to do this with you. And like you were asking, Danks, like corruption type stuff. I mean, you know, I don't just do like fun conspiracies and stuff. Like I do like real world shit. And so, you know, obviously politics over the last, I'd say, decade, chock full of corruption. I mean, it's all corruption. So it's how much of it can you pay attention to? How much of it can you kind of look at and complain about? But now I'm complaining to people about it on social media and making fun of it. And a lot of people seem to like that. So
what do you think about the, in my eyes, I feel like the corruption right now, like there's corruption in the release of the UFO files. It
Oh,
just
yeah.
feels like corruption, as if they're trying to corrupt our brains with bullshit. What do you think
Yeah.
about what's going on?
I don't think that it's really even captivating people nearly as much as they had thought. On my live stream last night, I was talking about how they've just psyoped us so much over the last 10 years. Like, psyops are kind of like, and I made this analogy, it's like driving a car. You can't just put the pedal to the metal, right? You have to accelerate, you have to coast, you have to brake, right? It's ebbs and flows. If you're just doing it and you're just hitting that gas pedal, you're going to end up wrapping your car around something. And that's what's happened with psyops. They have just kept the fucking pedal to the metal, and literally they broke us. So much so that the psyops aren't even working. Now the knee-jerk reaction is that, what is this distracting us from? How is Israel involved? Like, this is like normal people, like my mother, like normie, super normie, is just like, how's Israel involved in this now? I'm like, damn, bro, the psyops are not working anymore. And so
no, but I think that they are, though. And let me explain. Yeah, I do. I think that they are, because I think that once people woke up to Epstein and what was going on and just how corrupt the system is, they couldn't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So all they could do is just flood everything with even more information, even more corruption, even more evil and dark stuff, and just confuse everybody and get everybody like, which way do we go type? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I would actually, that's flooding the zone, and I would actually categorize that separately from psyops, right? And most things like the alien disclosure, UFO disclosure, is both flooding the zone and like a psyop, distraction, trying to mess with people's minds. But like flooding the zone, meaning just like taking on too many things, like way more than you could ever actually like decipher, right? That is like a completely different tactic. That is one of the main tactics of this current administration, and has been since their first administration. It's a total flood the zone tactic. And I think that going back to this, alleged disclosure, it's both flooding the zone. I think what it is, at the end of the day, it's like the bread and circus isn't working anymore. The psyops aren't working anymore. I mean, half or more of all these people that used to call themselves MAGA are like anti-Trump now. So like he can't just like say something and then a quarter of the country listens. Like that, those days are over for him.
It's funny you say that, because the people that are MAGA now were anti-Trump 10 years ago when he was talking about doing the right things.
Yeah, and that is a whole other psychological thing to look into, just like the Bernie to Trump pipeline as well, which is another fascinating thing to look at. But yeah, I think that what we're looking at here is you have a guy who came out here, and I'm not here to like rip on Trump. I mean, I don't fucking like the guy. If you guys do, or anybody else in the chat, I mean, I don't hate you for it. I'm not one of those people, but man, it's these people have, this guy literally ran on affordability, releasing the Epstein files, and no new wars, right? Those were like the three biggest pillars. Those are like basically the structure of his entire campaign.
Now, I do want to say one thing real quick. He never actually said he was going to release the Epstein files.
I think
alluding to it strongly.
I always wanted.
Yeah,
he definitely alluded to it, but and
I would argue strongly.
And that's the problem. And it's very interesting to me that he actually, when he was actually directly addressing it, he was like, everything else, JFK, Martin Luther King, blah, blah,
and then he was like, sure, right?
Yeah, no, he was like, maybe the Epstein file. I think I would, but a lot of people would get hurt.
Maybe more than others, I think, is one of the things he said. But he still was strongly alluding to it during the campaign trail. And you got to also think too that not all of his rallies were televised, and there was things that he said in rallies that maybe didn't match up with what he was saying publicly. But either way, the people who voted for him strongly believe that he was either alluding to or directly saying that they were going to release the Epstein files. So let's call that.
Then they did. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you said that, actually, because when he's running or whenever he was addressing it himself, but then it became so prevalent in
of course,
I guess in the media architecture, that they had to do something, and they thought they could fool us, Pam Bondi and all that, right?
Well, look at what everybody around him and running with him was saying. You know, like Dan Bongino literally built up his platform on it. You know, Kash Patel was hitting the circuit doing interviews about why it should be and whose fault it is, and if he had the job, he would do it. J.D. Vance had said multiple times, although, you know, like he's just a complete political prostitute.
He also said that he was a never Trumper, so you know, you can't fucking take a Peter Thiel backed person who flip flops what he says with any fucking like credibility at all. But all is that to say that if those are, you know, some of the pillars of what he ran on, and here we are in an affordability crisis, like we're like knocking on the door of the next big depression. We're in a war with Iran, which is fucking stupid, and we all knew it for decades. That's why no other president has gone to war with them, because it would have been fucking suicide. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And it's only exasperating the affordability crisis. And then the Epstein files was so fucking stepped on, worse than the King James Bible. It's astounding. And so, sure, like they keep making it seem like they're being transparent, but they're not. And we all know it. We see through it. And then when all of this is failing, what are you going to do? You're going to go and do what we who pay attention to UFO stuff. I'm no ufologist, by the way, but I've been paying attention for many years. These people have been saying forever that, you know, things are really fucked in this country when they start talking about the aliens. And that's exactly what's happening.
Well, I've been saying for months that Project Bluebeam was like the only conspiracy theory that's left to check off the list.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, I know I saw people asking in the chat. Kevin is a human on all socials, I believe. That's what I've seen. He's got a YouTube he's just fired up and started going, I believe, as well as a Twitch. We were watching it last night. Thanks for all the danksters that showed up for Kevin and all the
thank you guys,
Bayes fans. It was great to watch and see you do your thing. I love your setup. I love the vibe.
Thank you.
And so you definitely want to go follow him on X if you have a Twitch account or a Twitch Prime account. If you want to give him your sub for the month, that'd be great on Twitch. And follow him on YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. It was great stuff, man. I enjoyed watching you. So
thank you. So you know, when it comes to this stuff, it is very clearly a distraction. And then when you really kind of look into it, I mean, the AARO website has way more in it, you know? And so like you go in and you start looking at this stuff and it's really thin. And it's, if you have been following anything UFO or UAP, there's nothing new in there. There's certainly no talk about aliens or anything like that. And we've known forever that they're gonna go hard on the craft. But it's just like, it's all just like a nothing burger at the end of the day. But even still, we put all of those files and the AARO files into WEBB because a ton of people asked for it anyway. And we want to give you the opportunity because this administration has absolutely bungled everything that they've ever done, including the Epstein files. I mean, they released all these files and then they unreleased 47,000 files, re-redacted them, and then posted them, right? By the way, on WEBB, we have the original redactions, not the re-redactions. And so these people, they can't manage anything. And so you never know what sort of truths have slipped through the cracks. And I think somebody on web is going to find
Well, it's not even
some
just
truths.
that. It's not even just that. You see, when I do my research,
Mhm.
I actually spend more time going through transcripts of people that I know are full of shit than I do the people that are honest. Because, like, especially,
Yeah.
you know, like being big on like pattern recognition and trying to implement it with AI, when you know how to look for certain things, like the lies and the misinformation could be just as valuable, sometimes even more valuable than
Yeah.
the real stuff, which I know might sound weird to some people, but like when you're going down these rabbit holes as deep as like we all go and spend all the hours and everything, like there's no bad information.
Well, sometimes what it does is it informs you, right? It gives you an indication of something to look out for that may tell you that you're going down the wrong path so that you can readjust your trajectory, right, into your research. And so, yeah, sometimes I do the same thing. I just love conflicting opinions. I think echo chambers are one of the major problems of this country. Social media has created echo chambers for everybody, and I think that discourse, talking to people who think differently than you, and even spending a minuscule amount of time to try and understand why they may think that way or how they arrive to that. I think that's a lost art, and I think our country needs more of that. So I agree. Like, go look at people who you think are full of shit too,
Well,
because you can get a lot from that as well.
Not just that, even if you go into this knowing that it's probably bullshit,
Yeah.
and when you do the work and then you understand the bullshit, you're going to have a better understanding, I should say, of who is who in like the content creator space when you see the people that are trying to push the bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you see certain creators that start like shoveling this and acting like it's big and grifting off it. Like you're going to be like, okay, either this guy's an idiot or he's pushing an agenda for somebody. Like he's somebody I got to watch out for.
For sure. And I think also on the flip side, a broken clock is right twice a day as well. So sometimes just because you think somebody's completely and utterly full of shit or they have an agenda, they still might tell the truth because it serves some other thing that you don't care about, right? So take it all in, take everything in, take everything with a grain of salt. I'm so much about that, you know?
Yeah, well, you can't just go by what somebody says on one particular topic anyway. You gotta, that's why pattern recognition. Again, you go over, a long period of time in different topics. It's like, COVID, for instance, someone might have been wrong on COVID and right on everything else, and then you might have somebody that's right on everything else, and all of a sudden they're wrong on COVID. And
yeah, we just live in a society that's just so quick to throw people in the trash can. Oh, you got fucking vaccinated, you fucking liberal. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, I have been called everything from a MAGA Nazi to a liberal blue hair. And it all really just depends on who's president at the time. And if I'm, talking shit about that president and what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it's a weird world.
Why do I feel like they tell us there's over 300 million people in this country?
Yeah.
And the last fucking 2 decades have been complete garbage for presidents. You're telling me that you can't find us anybody better to represent the people of the free world than these psychopaths?
The better people don't want the job.
Yeah. Well, I think that's true. I think, I think Reagan sort of created a situation, and this also coincides with like what happened in the 80s, which is reporting around candidacies, right? It became a thing called the BEYr test. And this is an actual thing that is how they kind of rank a potential candidate, right? And it really comes down to this. Would you have a beer with this person? Meaning, politics is now a popularity contest. And that's directly because of Ronald Reagan, who most people who are younger don't realize he was an actor. He was a very famous actor. He was not a career politician, right? And he was probably one of the most impactful presidents in our country of the last 100 years, right? Like he really set the stage for everything that we see today with the Trump administration.
Yeah,
Trump,
but he got wrapped up with the deep state as soon as he was running for president, if not earlier.
and so did Trump. And everybody wants to sit there and act like Trump. Well, I mean, he's an outsider. He's not a politician. That's why he's been on the inside since the get, bro. Since before he ever came in.
Have you ever gone down the rabbit hole with the hostages in Iran?
No.
Okay, so basically, there were American hostages in Iran, and legend has it that the CIA, who George Sr. was high up in, that they allegedly may or may not have cut a deal to withhold the releasing of the hostages until after the election, and that they actually did it like so that Reagan could run on it. And then the hostages were released like the same day of the inauguration. When
of course. I mean, that's like that, right?
That's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, that might have been a deep fucking sort of, conspiracy back then, 45 years ago. But now that's like par for the course. You expect that, like from all sides, from every side, from every politician you like. Well,
it's like, wait, they still got saved? They just got saved a couple months later? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I just think that at the end of the day, the problem that he had ushered in was this popularity contest. And then also all of our media surrounds around, and it's always been this way since then, right? At least in our lifetime, every candidate, it's like about a likability. And I actually don't want a president that I like, actually. I want a president who gets shit fucking done. Honestly, like that's what I would want, right? I don't need somebody that I would theoretically want to have a beer with. I'm never going to get close to that person ever. So this is the problem with Donald Trump. Donald Trump came in and he went in on a popularity contest and then also dividing through ideology and really ushered in what I call the age of ideology. That is 2015, 2016 till today. And hopefully I can say until 2026, because this is what's destroying this country from the inside out. Outside of Israel, this is like the means. This is the ideological subversion. If you're into the whole Yuri Bezmenov stuff, and if you guys ever heard of Yuri Bezmenov or who that is or any of that?
I've heard and I've done research. I just can't remember where from.
He was this high level KGB guy who what he would do.
You broke up there for a second. I don't know if it was everybody.
Can you hear me?
If it was just me. Yeah. You said high level what?
KGB.
Okay.
They would do ideological subversion, which is basically the slow just demoralization and destruction of a country, right? And then some would argue that that's what Israel has been doing, largely because Netanyahu literally said this in an interview, when you can watch it, where he's literally said that they're breaking America down, and so, I mean, these are some of the problems that we have in our country. But
he referred to America as the golden calf, and
as the golden calf, yes,
we're going to get bled and we can handle it
because we're all goy, and that's what goy means, cattle.
Well, it reminds me of, there's two things I want to say. First, I want to say it reminds me of how, even though it's done a little bit differently from this person, George Soros, they use his tactics financially to overwhelm in a desperation type of way financially and in the whole economy. But I want to backtrack real quick because when you're saying, and I tend to agree, I think that it's important to have, it's almost like having a really good boss. You sometimes, like, you might start a job and you're like, oh my gosh, this boss is an asshole. But then you realize, wow, he's really good at their job. Or, like, for example, if you zoom in just a little bit, it might help with the blur. Maybe it helps remind you.
No, I got this new lens, and it's like I have to do a firmware update, and I was trying to do it before this. So sorry if I kind of blur out a little bit, guys, but
you're good
after this.
I want to. What do you think about this? And it's. Yeah. I've also thought it, so I'm glad that you mentioned it do you think that that is actually a crack in the democratic election type of political environment that we have? Like, for example, if we have to basically, in order to get all these votes, we kind of have to like the person. You're not going to vote for someone you don't like, especially the only, like, people are not smart. I hate to say it, but unfortunately, the masses are not going to be smart enough to pick between a charming, not savvy business person. You have to be a savvy business person. So Trump does have that. I wish that he had all of the other things to actually be smart. Maybe he isn't savvy. Maybe he's not. You know, maybe we were just all fooled and somehow he made all of this money, you know. But do you think that there's a crack in the system where it's like we can actually never have that because we have to vote as a collective a 50%, 51% higher?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I think voting is largely a farce simply because
I
of
do
the
too.
electoral college. I think one vote should mean one
Super
vote.
delegates.
But yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I think 2016 was the biggest year in American politics in the last, you know, I'd say 50 years. And largely it's because what it exposed, right? Because you know who was actually more popular than Donald Trump?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders was.
And he actually won the primary.
Oh, he won everything.
he won the primary.
He won absolutely
and then
everything.
they just said, yeah, well, we're not gonna let you run anyway. And then they
it's far more insidious than that. Because he was far more liked than Hillary Clinton was. But the person who was running the DNC at the time was Hillary Clinton's old campaign manager, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Bernie was a big threat, and he was popular. He was probably the most popular candidate since Barack Obama, for sure. But maybe one of the most popular candidates this country has ever seen. He would have destroyed everybody. But he was a threat. So you have to be likable, but you also have to be on the team, right? That's why you're probably going to see Gavin Newsom be because if you don't live in California, you can look at Gavin Newsom and be like, oh, he's pretty likable. You know, he's a good looking guy. He talks really well. I live in California. I know, Danks, you do too. So, you know, it's a fucking shit show with that guy at the helm, but he's likable. He looks the part, and he'll probably get there. But I think that all that does is show you that, like, popularity is one part of it. You have to have the popularity, and they're going to manufacture as much popularity as they can, like putting Hillary Clinton on like shows on Comedy Central and shit, right? Like that kind of stuff. And I think Kamala Harris, like, she totally shot herself in the foot. She had the opportunity to go on to Joe Rogan, and then the Democratic Party want to sit there and bitch about, we need a Joe Rogan for the left. It's like, you guys had Joe Rogan for
you
15
had Joe
fucking
Rogan.
years. You literally had the Joe Rogan, and you fucking acted like he
And then they tried to lie about it too. They tried to lie about the story, and he called them right out. He's like, what are you guys talking about?
I mean, you know, think about how we actually pick leaders. We don't really vote on policy. We vote on vibes, right? And that's one thing where I was leading back to, like, is there really a crack? There could be a crack that is in the system. Who looks good on camera, right? It's like, who tells a better story? Who shakes the hand the right way? Who does whatever things right in the public eye, right? And that, you know, I was talking to my wife today, and we were laughing because I was talking to her, and we were shooting the shit, and I said, you know, somebody could get their dick sucked in the Oval Office and get their asses canned, but Trump doing all of this wild shit is still in there, you know? And it's like,
because the people who control him control the right people, meaning they control basically everybody at this point.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's so wild that type of scandal. Oh, he like, that's the leverage that I guess Israel had this blackmail on Bill Clinton.
Of course,
and they went to him with it, right? I
Yeah.
recently just learned that I didn't know that back then, and I recently learned about that. And so
the Bill Clinton part.
yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, that was the whole reason why I
because of
wanted
Israel.
Trump to win in 2016.
So
yeah, and then you find out that he
the Clinton Epstein stuff that was
but
that
then
was how I found out.
Then you
about
find
Epstein.
out that fucking he was blowing Bubba.
Yeah, I still laugh every time I hear that. That's
But
crazy.
it's, I mean, I guess
you know,
it's
when
better than getting loomered like Trump does.
yeah, I mean, well, I mean, it's better than Bill, but
This got dark.
So
got
anyway, all I'm trying to say though is that the popularity contest, it's tough, right? Because now the talks are about like, you know, Tucker Carlson could credibly become the next president. Now he is hated by Israel, so that probably won't happen. But enough people are waking up now that I do think that in the next election, the number one thing, I think most people are going to vote not on policy, not on issues, not even by their political party, because most people are feeling in some way or another politically homeless. I think the number one defining thing is, do you take AIPAC and people need to understand there's far more than just AIPAC. There are so many
money.
Or any Jewish lobby or Israel lobby, because again, I don't ever want to disparage Jews. I love Jews. There are Jewish people I would fucking take a bullet for in my life. But the Zionists, right? The Israel state. Yeah, I think the number one thing is do you take their money or not? And if you don't, I think you're going to see a massive, massive change unless you live in a district with predominantly old people. Like that's what Massey is facing right now. It's not the $9 million that AIPAC paid his competitor to run ads and all that stuff. It's going to be around voter turnout, right? And so part of it too is part of the reason why Trump won last time was because he called elections basically rigged. And so he disaffected through, like, I would say organizations like TPUSA, and really made them think that like there was nothing, there's no reason to vote, because if there's a low voter turnout for young people, the elections tend to go Republican. So I think that those are like some of the games, but yeah, it's going to be, you know, and then I do think about it like this, and I kind of understand why people voted for Trump 3 times, because if it's down to like a popular person who jabberjaws for a fucking living, or a career politician who's probably pretty corrupt, who do you fucking choose? Like, I don't know. And then, you know, we have money in politics, and that's a major problem. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, and even then, like with Clinton and, you know, even then, see, what's interesting is like, they start all of this drama, right? But they don't do anything about it. And that's another thing that really bothers me, is that when we see somebody like Clinton, I don't even think that was that big of a deal, but he became like hated by everybody, including his own people. Yeah. You know, obviously it's not great, and I don't endorse that type of activity, especially being married, especially being the president, all this and that. But it's like he got way more shit for that. Mm-hmm. And he was still able to finish his term. But Trump, he's got all these people defending him when it's very clearly not the right thing. Do you see the imbalance here that I'm trying to
of course
scale?
I mean,
you know
Trump,
what I mean? And it's like
Trump can quite literally run a pump and dump crypto scheme the day he comes into office and nothing happens.
Yeah,
a pump and dump crypto scheme that brought in like $6 billion that he got, I think, like $2 billion out of. He can have his son out there putting $5 million into insider trading and making $190 million. Nobody's going to say shit.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty. You know what's crazy is
Blatant corruption.
I was very much in crypto. I had my own crypto channel and stuff like that back when
me
he
too.
released Bitcoin. Oh, you were? Okay, cool.
I had an NFT platform that I was building specifically for the cannabis industry in the Cosmos ecosystem. And we had a token and everything. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Totally
Yeah,
not
I
a rug
was-
pull though.
Yeah.
It,
I mean,
it just failed when fucking Tether collapsed.
yeah, that's what we all
It was
say,
all
it's not
built
a
on
rug pull,
Cosmos.
believe me. It's never a rug pull, guys. I promise. Yeah, I mean, it's never intentionally, but it always turns out just to somehow go to the
Yeah.
shitter, and then nobody wants to lose money, so you got to sell your bags, and but it's definitely never a rug pull. I mean, I'm not chastising you. I'm just saying it's just the way it is. Like when it comes to crypto, you put when everything is built on other people's money and a small ass liquidity pool. I mean, what do you expect? So
Yeah.
that's a whole conversation. I don't know.
I'm sure you and I could probably go on and on and on about that. But I will say where it kind of intersects into a corrupt world that we're entering into is there's like CBDCs are still very much on the table. And that is a very scary proposition, right? You couple that with Palantir and Oracle and the obvious police state, the surveillance state.
Hold on, Kevin. I don't mean to I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm not sure if the majority of the followers understood. He's talking about central banking digital currency. Yeah, for us it's like
okay,
so
basically meaning a
they might be thinking CBD oils or something.
Yeah, so a central bank digital currency essentially means that they would unify like money under like a crypto asset, and then we would all have it, but then it can be controlled. So you
replacing the dollar,
completely replacing the dollar
around the world, like via all paper money, all digital, like
and
everything.
Then the next step is a digital ID that's linked to your central your digital currency that will be linked to a social credit score, and they will manage the things that you are allowed to purchase, when you're allowed to purchase them, and tax you on things such as social media posts.
Yeah, so you go and say you talk shit about somebody that you're not supposed to talk shit about, and next thing you know, you can't buy something. So literally all three of us here would be fucked.
And now they're talking about carbon scores as well. So they'll limit the amount of red meat that you can consume, the amount of gas that you're able to buy, how often you're allowed to travel and take planes, and all this other nonsense. Meanwhile, Bill Gates, who has the largest carbon footprint probably on the entire planet, has patents for this type of tech. And I covered this a couple weeks ago on a pop-up live. I've been covering Bill Gates a lot lately and all this type of stuff. But Bill Gates actually has a patent that is W02020-060606 for a digital currency.
I want to say one thing. There's a lot of people that get confused, right? Or not confused, that are just not they don't know about this. And I got basically just ghosted on YouTube once I started talking about this subject. And the Genius Act, that's right around a few months after the Genius Act, and I really exposed what they were doing, is when I went from 2,000 views like on every video, a few hundred live stream views. I had maybe 10,000 followers on my crypto account. But as soon as I exposed the Genius Act and all of the things that were happening, like the thing is, I figured out they don't need a CBDC or any type of centralized banking digital currency to deploy. All they need to, they already have it. We already have a CBDC. It's just about if they want to enact it.
We've had a pre-pandemic, actually.
We have USDC, we have USDT, but USDC made by Circle already has a blacklist function. It already has the stablecoin denial policy function. It already has the blacklist, the blocking and block listing function. It has a pause function. It has a mint and burn authority function. So what that means is they can literally do all of the things that we just said. They just haven't taken action yet, but they actually, if my knowledge serves me, XRP created the technology that goes into these types of security protocols that they're putting on top of the blockchain.
Yeah.
And USDC, if you notice, they're soft rolling it out. You know, people know about USDC. They put it on Apple Pay. They put it on iPhone. They put it on in people's wallets. You know,
you want to hear a fun little fact that most people missed?
Let's hear it.
So when the pandemic happened and they were going to do our first rounds of stimulus checks, the $1,200 checks, right? I wonder sometimes what happened here, but Forbes came out with an article about this, and Forbes had said that they have the technology and they were going to give every American their own wallet, and they were going to give the $1,200 stimulus as USDT, and that's how they were going to give us the $1,200, so that we could then link a card to it and then use that. But then that's part of the reason why I think it took so long to get those first stimuluses, because they realized that they couldn't roll that out. That's just a theory, but I read this article, and I have to find this article, but it was like right when they were first starting to talk about the stimulus check. So,
well, you know what's interesting about that? I didn't know about that. But what's interesting is that Justin Sun, the CEO of Tether, the owning company of the main founding company of USD Tether, which means basically they tether it, they tie it to
1-to-1.
What they say it's $1 for $1, but they've never been audited. Even to this day, they've never had an actual audit that I know of. And what's interesting is Justin Sun actually paid $76 million and bought himself ownership in Trump's World Liberty Financial. So he owns 30% of World Liberty Fi, and he is on a I forget what part of the policies that he's working with Trump on crypto, but they are all intertwined, and this comes back down to corruption. You know what I mean? It's like, recently I just saw in the news they've been doing this since 2014. All of these investors, they all happen to be from where. They've been doing this insider trading stuff. It's like everybody, they all know each other. They're all working together. They're all doing dealings. And they're all just making money off of us. You know what I mean? And then not even that, they don't even have to spend their own money to do all the things that they want to do. They end up just getting taxpayers' money, and they start spending that money as well. And they spend billions of that, of those hundreds of billions, trillions. You know what I mean? So,
and then we wonder why our roads are cracked, why everything is going to shit.
Yeah.
And then they expect us to pay taxes.
Yeah. Well, they don't expect, they demand. But let me know in the chat. Well, I don't know. I don't want to out it.
You don't want people to, I know where you're going to go.
I was going to say, let me know in the chat. Yeah, exactly. Like, let me know in the chat if you don't pay your taxes. Like, don't do that. I was curious. Just like, what do you think? Let me know in the chat. Like,
what do you think about taxes?
What do you think about taxes? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Plus, it's also just like we're like approaching $40 trillion in debt. Like we are beyond the past.
Oh, it's past that. I mean, that's the hard debt. But we have over $100 trillion in debt. If you really look at it.
Easily.
So
who's collecting the interest?
I think it's a little bit more complex than that. The thing that keeps as I understand it, because I'm certainly no economist, right? But to my understanding, what keeps that debt from crushing us is the fact that we are the world reserve's currency. But part of the reason why the Iran war is such a colossal failure is because they're going to allow the ships to go through Hormuz, and they're going to be trading with other countries without USD. And so we lose that. And then you couple that with BRICS. I mean, this is the BRICS wet dream. And you can't forget about the C in BRICS, which is China. So, and I'm certainly no geopolitical expert, but I do pay attention to a lot of like what's going on and what smarter people than I say about this. And that all makes sense to me. Like, and this is where the Trump calamity with regards to Iran really lies. It's not about, I mean, the affordability crisis is going to ebb and flow, and that's going to happen. It really doesn't matter who the president is, because it's not Trump's fault either, right? It was the same under Biden, and it's just this calamity of epic proportions. But I think that if we lose our reserve currency status, like with the world, and all these countries start trading in different denominations, I mean, that right there could absolutely crumble us, and then that debt actually becomes a problem. But until that becomes a problem, it's just another number that really
that's
doesn't
actually
mean much.
part of what makes the United States alliance with Israel so valuable. Same thing with the Saudis, because it's the Saudis, it's deals with the Saudis that kept the petrodollar going on since the 70s. And it's our alliance with Israel that gives us the intelligence and in the region. And basically our economy, our dollar is backed by two things. One was the petro deal, the petrodollar, the deal where oil would get sold with the US dollar. And the other is the US military. So when another country or another leader like a Saddam or Gaddafi would get too big and try to get organized, that we would just, spread some democracy and take care of them.
No, we still have the most dangerous army in the world, but just look at what Iran did to us overnight. They absolutely decimated our foothold on the Middle East by destroying literally all of our bases.
Pete Hegseth is the worst person for that job. Literally the worst person for that job. Even though he's more of a
because he's not a fucking.
I forgot what the name is of the old guy that's always following him around, that they say is like really the one calling the shots. But it's just not a good.
He was never in the military. He was a fucking Fox News host 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago, dude. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. I was a fucking podcaster.
Yeah,
like
that was a joke. I put a poll in the chat. Please vote. How much debt do you owe? It's completely anonymous. None, 10K or less, 10 to 25K or 50K plus. Now, I want to say something about the debt, because a lot of this is kind of my wheelhouse. I've been dealing in finance for 20 years in various different avenues, from foreign exchange currencies to futures, derivatives, recently options, investing, cryptocurrencies, whatever, understanding M2 global money supply. But we're sitting right now. I always say this, I say it all the time. And it actually led into my conversation with Barron yesterday about the New World Order and where I think it's actually heading. And I don't know if I'm going to take it there just yet, but I do want to explain why
I'm all ears.
Why I think that you want to. Yeah, we can get into it. I mean, it was very interesting.
It gets dark when you really start talking about that.
When I start talking about that, though, it makes sense. I think I figured it out. Barron told me that he thinks I'm right, and I was shocked to hear him say it. He's like, I think you're right. Like, he's a smart guy. Speechless. And he said, I'm speechless. And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. So I think I'm onto something here. So I need to do more research. But first, I do want to say we're at $39 trillion in national debt.
Yeah.
And it grows by over, I think it's $7 billion a day. Right. So $5 million every minute. And it's like 80 something, $100,000 every second. That's how much debt we are accruing. And
it's disgusting.
And while I just said that, the debt grew another few million. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's how crazy this is. So 10 million maybe we just earned in debt. So it's ridiculous. Now, the part that pisses me off is that they don't pay back the principal ever. It's almost as if you are paying the minimum on your credit card debt. You know what I mean? And you just keep accruing the same debt, recycle it over and over, and you're paying your interest. When a bond comes to be due, they don't write a check. They don't sell a brand new bond to somebody. They use that money to pay the old one. It's just recycled money. They borrow new money to cover old money, right? Forever. And Wall Street calls it rolling the debt. Actually, it's not. It's their operating model essentially. So the interest, $529 billion in just 6 months, 88 billion or like 90 billion a month, 22 billion a week. I think it's 22 billion. Maybe it's I think it's 20 billion.
Yeah.
So that is think about that. It's our entire defense budget plus the entire Department of Education combined, actually.
Yeah.
So just to pay rent on what we already have, you know what I mean? Just to kind of keep afloat. Now, that money is not going to roads or teachers or education or whatever. It's not even to one American, to be honest. It goes straight to the people who hold the paper to that debt. So the cherry on top, if you ask, is almost half of every new dollar that we borrow exists. It literally exists just to pay interest on old borrowed debt. Now we are literally borrowing money to pay interest on borrowed money. That's this is a Ponzi scheme. You know what I mean? Like that, it is a rug pull. It's like a real
definitionally. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So how does this end? Right? There's three options. There's probably more. I mean, I could see, but you pay it off, you go default, or you inflate it away. All right. That's it. Or you replace it, I guess. You know what I mean? So if you pay it off, like that's dead. You're not going to be able to pay it off. You're not paying off $100 trillion or $40 trillion or whatever it is. We're already 1 point something trillion in the hole this year already, right? So both parties spend like their lives depend on it, and then neither party pretends to even try to hide it anymore. And then a default will blow up the world. Essentially, every pension, every bankrupt, every bank, every foreign government holding treasuries, they all get nuked. You know, so you get to door number 3. They print, they inflate. They print, they inflate. They pay the holders back. They in dollars that are actually worth half of what they should be or used to be. That's why
probably a quarter, really, in reality.
Yeah, it's probably a quarter. You're right, or even 10%. Really, That's why our bills keep going up. That's why our mortgage is going up. Our rent. You know, we bought this house in what's the year? 20. So we bought this house in 2020, and our mortgage was $890 a month on a like 1,600 square foot 3-bedroom one single story house. It sits on like a quarter acre or whatever. It's a nice home. Yeah. And then we put money into it. And now our mortgage is $1,450. It's almost doubled in 6 years.
Yeah.
But what's funny about it is that we bought it for $250,000 and now it's worth like $800K. But is that even real money? You know, is that even
not.
Actual?
It's not.
Like, you're spending $100 at the gas tank right now. It's crazy
because it's
only going up.
Because it could go not to zero, but it could like go to zero like at any moment. Like look at 2008. You know, because they're doing the same thing again. They're bundling all these fucking loans again. It's about to happen again.
When you look into how that was all done, the way that they were able to take those bad loans and then bundle them together and then sell them like they weren't bad loans, and they just kept passing it around and just kept doing it and putting all this interest on the back end so that they, the mortgage brokers could all make a killing. And then all of a sudden it's like people saw it coming. And then once they started seeing it coming, then they shorted the market. And then it's like, well, can you do that? It's like, well, why can't I do that? You're doing this, and it was just a mess. And the only people that really suffered were the American citizens that lost their homes.
It's a banker's world, dude. We're just
10 million people. 10 million people lost their homes, and instead of the government bailing out the American citizens, the 10 million families that lost their homes, what did they do? They I think it was Barack Obama actually. He made it so that Blackstone was able to buy the houses in wholesale.
Yeah, and this is why I protested in 11 different cities for Occupy Wall Street. It's the very reason. And we're about to enter it again. But Danks, I would say that there's 2 other options. Okay. One, which I would love to see, is just fucking revolution. Right?
I've thought about it.
We the people reject this. We reject this. We didn't create this calamity. We reject it. The other, which if you want to put on your tinfoil, is a one world government. The unified one world government, new world order. We reset everything.
But that's what they want. That's what the plan is. That's what we don't want.
Exactly. The other two options,
we don't.
the other two options are the one that's fucking dystopia and one that's a potential utopia. Right.
Well, it's very interesting you say that, because they could very easily use that in their favor to get us to say, we're going to wipe all your debt. We're going to bring it all together. We're going to start fresh. We're going to all pull all of our gold, silver, oil, whatever the fuck. And we're going to start fresh. And that's one way that they can gain. There's going to be another event.
There's going to be at least one other event, and probably a staged alien invasion to help get us there.
Oh, Project Bluebeam. Yeah. Or, you know, to go real tinfoil, AI. And I think that the way that we've gone all in on AI, and I love where these conversations are going with you guys. This is awesome.
I knew this was going to be a good stream.
I think that what's sort of bubbling underneath is, so I said earlier that we live in a banker's world and we're all just living in it. And one of the strongest arms of the banking cartel, is the tech sector of not just the United States, but the tech industry as a whole. Tech industry is all in on AI. There are tons of people who are rejecting that, who even work in AI, who are leaving, like places like Palo Alto and San Francisco. They're leaving. Shout out to Liz, the developer on Instagram. If you guys should all follow her. She's like a legit fucking developer, understands AI, understands all of this stuff, and works in that world. And she's talking about what's going on over there. Very interesting dig. Highly suggest everybody follow her on Instagram. But these people are in a fucking cult, and their cult, and they're not saying it out loud, but behind closed doors, they think that AI is the next God. We're building our own God, right? And so,
they think that that basically what they're trying to say, if how I understand it, is that they believe that AI is basically not necessarily summoning demons. That's how they say it, but it's always been there. We've just built the architecture to actually let it talk, let it take form, let it take action. You know what I mean?
But see, that right there, like I like psychology and I like understanding things. And you look to like Joseph Campbell, right? This is the guy who basically not invented, but really structured what like a story structure is, right? Good versus evil, right? George Lucas was a massive fan of his, worked with him directly, if I understand correctly, to help create Star Wars, right? And that is all fiction, whatever, but I mean, reality is fiction too. And so, it's like we don't really understand AI because we don't program AI. And just to give people an understanding of that, like that's a very important concept to understand when you're thinking about AI and why we don't understand it. Because you would think, well, you program something, so because you programmed it, you should understand it. And Danks, you and I talked a little bit last night about like understanding some of this stuff, right? You understand the ins and outs of it because you built it. If it exists, it's because you knew how to construct it and you built it.
Yeah,
that's
but
not how AI works.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I understand the architecture. I built my own, models.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of digits that are making something work fantastically.
Not necessarily, because
it
actually all comes down to gradient descent. And what that really means is that we grow AI. Right. Yeah. And so I just read a book, and it's a fascinating book. Everybody should read it. It's pretty short. It's called If Anybody Builds It, Everybody Dies. And it is the doomer end of the AI thing.
I've
And
seen that around.
it's an incredible book. It's an
Yeah, I've seen
incredible
that.
book. And so but one of the key takeaways that I took from it is where you talk about like why we don't understand AI. Like the people who are building the AIs or growing the AIs rather don't understand it, is because we are growing them. And we are right on the precipice of using them to help us grow better thems.
But
And
now,
so-
hold on. Let me ask you.
this is why we don't understand it. And when we don't understand Real Bayes, just
Yeah,
one
sorry.
second here, let me finish this train of thought here. When we don't understand something, which is most things, we ascribe some higher power to it. And that's why you hear the demons talk and the angels talks and the gods talks, right? Because all of these are constructs to wrap up the things we don't understand into something that we can verbalize. And that's how I feel about AI.
Very interesting. Yeah, I like that train of thought. What were we gonna say, Base?
I was gonna say, so it's kind of a two-parter. So, we're saying this now about AI and how like we're getting to the point, right? But, growing up, I used to always hear that any type of technology that we have access to today, that DARPA is likely 10 to 15 years ahead of that already. And that, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there that they leak a lot of it out into the private sector for certain things so that they could get around transparency and basically get around the Constitution to use it on us. But if that is true, if any part of that is true, and the U.S. government's technology is 10 to 15 years ahead of what we have access to, what does that say about where they are already with AI?
I would honestly say, and I've thought about this a lot and I've researched this, I would say that every other technology of the last, say, 80 to 100 years, you were absolutely right about that. This is different. Meaning, look at Anthropic and the battle that they had with the Department of War, right? Anthropic built Mythos. Mythos is literally too dangerous to release to the world. It can literally hack everything. All digital everything, security, gone. Somebody hacked the Mexican government with Claude Opus 4.6. And they've never hacked anything before in their life. The government, DARPA, at one time had these large language models that we didn't have, for sure. If you've ever looked into the dead internet theory, that lends credibility to that. I think we're at a place right now where these companies are not releasing like bastardized versions of things they call it an AI arms race for a reason.
I was going to say, you think that has to do with that things got accelerated and they stopped holding back because of the Cold War that we're basically in with China, that people don't really, I feel like most people are too oblivious to realize this, that we're like literally in the Cold War. We're in a Cold War with China and we're losing very, very badly.
Yeah, we're definitely losing the AI. It's
not even just about AI, just in general. You look at what's happening with Iran.
Yeah, but why is China winning? Because China is like a click away from being a totalitarian fucking state, right? And America looks to them as the potential model for the future that they want this country
because they want to catch up.
They want social credit. They want all this shit, bro. They absolutely want it, right?
It's horrible.
It is.
What do you think about the so I did a live stream today talking about AI data centers, right? And it got to this part about China, and we were watching this video. I actually want to show something because I think it's very interesting. Everybody, let me know in the chat, have you heard about China being the reason why we need to build the most meticulous AI faster? than any other country. Like there's a 10-year untapped ability to just do whatever they want as far as the government's concerned with AI.
Are you talking
Let me
about in
know.
America, like projects
In America,
Stargate,
yeah, like
Stargate or whatever? Is that the one, Stargate?
They're in the big Stargate. Well,
Yeah.
in the bill, the big beautiful bill, they basically put a 10-year limit to say, hey, you've got 10 years. We're gonna build as much and like they don't want any regulation around the building of AI, essentially.
Yeah,
and they
exactly.
blamed it on China. They were saying we have to beat China and this and that, right?
But that I would actually argue that that's factual. That's the problem, right? And that's
why would you argue that's factual?
Because we have to keep up and we have to try to beat them, because if we don't, they will possess the most powerful technology this world has ever seen, and then it's game over for America. That's why it is an AI arms race at this point. And then literally AI is being used in weapons of war, and the breeding ground of that, or the training ground for that, is Israel using those types of things, taking funding from Spotify to create this company creates AI drones that fucking decimate entire villages, and they're using that in Gaza as we speak. I think it's called Helsing, and yeah, I mean that is the problem. So if we don't keep up, if we don't put resources into this, then yeah, we lose an existential crisis with China. But the problem is, it's kind of like Jurassic Park. Like, you were also worried if you could build it or not, or create it or not, but you didn't think whether or not you should. It's kind of like that.
Well,
like we actually may create a super intelligence that doesn't care about our fickle human bullshit.
Yeah, that was the best line in the movie, by the way. Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
Ian Malcolm's
and I
line.
butchered the line.
It's like they're so worried about if they could do it, they never thought if they should.
Well, this is the thing, and I want to show something, because I got curious, and in order to build and operate at a scale that is needed to run and some type of high grade military level super intelligent artificial intelligence, you would need data facilities. You would need lots of them. You would need lots of testing ground. You would need an unimaginable amount of cooling tower, like facilities, to take part in this. Correct?
Yes, but here's the caveat to that nobody talks about. What makes it work is quantum computing. The problem with quantum computing is that it can't be done at scale. IBM just invented the quantum chip that is scalable and will be affordable enough. That was like within the last year they invented that. So now getting the rest of the computers, the quantum computer setups scalable is the other thing. That's the bottleneck right now. But when quantum computing happens, that's when things really change. And I also think, because the problem is that we're gonna have to put a pause, or at least reduce the amount of it's like something like half of all of these data centers that were planned for the next year have all been canceled, because there's quite literally not enough resources. Like, it's not even about money, right? The government, I mean, we've committed to $500 billion to this, right? With that Project Stargate, $1 trillion, maybe close to it. It's not a money issue. It's quite literally a compute issue. We don't have the resources to do it. So I think there's going to be an intentional, or just like a de facto slowing down of things, which is what we definitely need before we reach super intelligence, which is when things can get really fucking nutty, because these AIs can start creating their own even better AIs, and they can start figuring out how to get around the loopholes, or around the issues that we're facing right now.
What we're dealing with right now is that they're building all of these data centers. Okay. And then we've had data centers. It's not a new thing, right?
I also want to preface that all of what I'm saying is just my opinion on things. I'm by no means an expert.
You're good. He's like, Danks is about to pull some shit up. I better back myself up. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
So the thing is this, and they even on news articles and stuff like that, they talk about this stuff, right? But here, I'm gonna show this, right? I'm trying to figure out okay, yeah, let's do this. So check this out. Okay, so this is called the data center map. All right, this has almost 12,000 current and historical currently operate. Everything is currently operating or being built and ready for operation on the world on the planet. And they've been saying, everybody knows, China is just, it's almost like Bibi Netanyahu saying that Iran is going to be 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, right? Like that's pretty much what we say about China and AI. China is like this close. We've got to like stay ahead of the game. Well, look at this. I mean, you can't even see. I mean, look at the EU, which
EU is littered. I didn't know this. That's crazy.
Look at this. Okay, look at this, and then look at China.
Yeah.
Does this not seem to be a problem? Look at China.
I think
and then Japan. Japan is separate, by the way. You know what I mean? So
I think the credibility around the China threat when it comes to AI is the fact that it is like everything is run by the state, and the state is very efficient.
China I was just gonna say China is doing their data centers much more efficiently. They were the ones that figured out that they should build them underwater so that they could use the ocean to cool them. In the United States, they were putting them all above ground, and they were having to have units like filter the water for cooling. That's part of the reason why these data centers in AI go through so much energy and water, is they use the water to cool it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Cool it. Well, there's an issue with that actually, because man, I had such a great members only live. I'm telling you, it was perfect, and I didn't
good. I didn't catch the whole thing, but it was very good.
My goodness, it was so good.
Get some clips out. Get some clips out.
I'm going to. I didn't want to put anything out today because of the live stream tonight, but I will definitely on X, IG, and here tomorrow. You'll see clips. My goodness, you guys, there's a bacteria. Why am I drawing a blank on the name of the bacteria right now? It's starts with an L.
I think I'm gonna order a pizza.
Damn it, bro. I was literally.
I'm having wine. I'm having pizza. I'm ready for a long night.
You having wine over there? I'm drinking water and seltzer and having fun.
I'm just warning you guys now. You guys shit the bed on me early tonight. I'm gonna keep going.
So it's called Legionella, which there's a shorter word for it. It's anyways, in New York, there's this bacteria because of water and the temperature at which these data centers are constantly cooling and then filtrating, and the humidity in the air, and then the particles themselves dispersing in the air. It's actually killed people, and there's been like many people killed over the last decade. Just last year in New York, 4 people were killed before in Harlem. Were killed from these cooling plants in Harlem in 5 different zip codes because they weren't treating the wastewater or however the stuff works. And it's not just that. There's frequencies, all right? There's pneumonia. There's asthma, okay? There's so many different things. I wouldn't mind kind of jumping into this a little bit deeper.
Let's go for it, man.
Yeah, there was this really, really great video that we covered today, and I wouldn't mind going back over it again today. Here, I'm going to pull this up real quick. I mean, it was devastating. I mean, the whole chat, like some people were saying I had to pause and come back because we were just devastated, you know. And when I'm going to play let me find. It was basically XAI. They built out in Shelby County, which is a suburban county of Memphis, Tennessee. All right. Now I'm going to speed it like 1 1/4. But
And you
this
know what?
whole thing,
I'm just gonna say too, I generally really don't like Elon Musk that much, but shout out to Elon, because I don't know if you saw this, because I know you use Claude Code like I do. All of our usage just went up because like we got more tokens because XAI or I'm sorry, SpaceX brokered a deal with Anthropic to basically
I didn't see that.
let them this was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Tether into their compute. So now they have so much more compute, so they can actually take on all these new people that are that because it's exploded.
Bro,
exploded
you know,
with
I'm
Anthropic.
so happy to hear that, because I'm telling you, I use the shit out of my Claude.
Me too.
I mean, I'm glad when they took. I've been paying $200 a month for Claude since they started offering it, and I still used to get stopped back then. And then they were able to figure out a way to let me go, and now this is great. Pay for
This
like
was-
an API key to run, like, or you know,
Yeah,
because you can
so-
actually run Claude Code with your account. But let me it's great because we get to contribute to unfortunate people's. I mean, it just sucks where it is. It's like somebody made a comment today.
But you still live in a society, right?
Yeah.
You still live in this world. And so like you still need to like this not even like right now, you and I, like those of us who are using these things, and like now it's not even just are you using LLMs, right, and chatting and like copy and pasting stuff. Are you building stuff? Like, are you automating systems? You doing that sort of stuff? If you're doing that, like you are super fucking ahead. But in a year, everybody's gonna have a fucking Claude Code equivalent. Like, and in 2 years, 3 years, like you don't have a job if you don't know this shit. And I'm really starting to feel that that's going to be the case. Because that's also the only way to make it make fiscal sense, because AI does not make fiscal sense. So
no, I mean, there's the stuff that's going on with Memphis. You know, I was raised in Shelby County. I had no idea how bad it was until I really started doing a deep dive. I mean, they actually built 35 like power plants in order to operate this stuff. And they're just blowing out diesel type of smokestacks out of 33 current operational, I think, at the time of being reviewed for how much is being used. But let me play this clip right here.
Yeah, shout out More Perfect Union. If you guys don't follow them, they are an incredible journalistic outfit, and they do really well produced videos. They're like kind of like the North Star, man, in shit. I fucking love them.
Yeah, I think that they're great, man. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. Shout out to More Perfect Union.
Equipment. That's a given. For a company to do this, it's treating the people who live there as if they don't count.
I like to open my windows early in the morning to breathe the fresh air, God's given air, not the air that man want to give us, but God.
Eastern Ox lives just over a mile from XAI.
I really wasn't getting the fresh air. I was getting that pollution that was mixed in with everything.
You know how you light your stove and that gas seeps with the little ticking noise? That's what it smelled like.
Alexis Humphreys grew up here, 1 street away from Eastern.
When I smelled it the first time, I was asleep. And it woke me up because I thought gas was seeping in the house, but come to find out, we come outside and all the neighbors was outside trying to figure out what's going on.
So think about that. You're asleep and this stuff wakes you up and it smells like gas. And these people, I mean, they're like, look at this. They're up here. They're really pushing back. I'll play the beginning of this clip.
Invisible to the naked eye.
What is happening here will swallow our world if we don't stop it right here, right now.
Looking back, there was an early clue that the world's richest man was up to something here.
It's just like, why is Elon Musk coming to Memphis?
The people of Memphis soon found out.
Now Elon Musk is coming to Memphis to build the world's largest supercomputer.
A year later,
we here because we mean business.
People here want answers.
It's a slap of the health department to protect our lungs, and not once have they went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
We went to Memphis and found an environmental crime scene. Musk's data center burning enough methane to power a small city with no permits and no pollution controls.
I have not seen anything like this. We believe
because it's not regulated. It's not regulated properly. Like if you regulate this so that they don't do this stuff and can't just fucking keep putting these things up, like,
I know, and then you got scumbag Bill Gates going around talking about cow farts and how we have to stop eating red meat, and now we got all this tick bullshit. Meanwhile, they're just doing all this.
Stop using straws.
Oh my god! Yo,
stop eating avocado toast.
Yo, they hate us. That's what it is. Like they don't care. Damn about us. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Michael Jackson song. They don't really care about us.
Exactly. But I do believe that the only way that it works is with quantum computing. The worry that I have is they're going to put too much resources and infrastructure into building all of this stuff out now. That, I mean, these are, 80 years, 30 years to 80 years for them to pay all this off and everything like that. So they need to make the investments work, or they need the government to subsidize it. And then they need to make it make sense. So even when quantum computing comes at scale in the next 5 years and kind of renders these things all useless, they're still gonna opt for this. In the same way that, to throw on my tinfoil, we never needed to live in a fossil fuel world because Tesla had figured out ways to do it and scale it. And they discredited him. He died broke, and then Donald Trump's uncle took all that shit. All of his work,
that's very interesting, isn't it?
All that stuff.
Well,
Anyway,
when you speak of regulation, and I'm with you 100% on that. And by the way, everyone, we haven't forgot your super chats and stuff. We are gonna probably read those in a little bit, but we're having a great conversation. I would like to continue for a bit, so stick around. If you want to stick around, just know that we're not gonna forget you on that. I'm gonna play this clip here. I'm gonna play most of it, about 2 minutes or so, and then we'll continue. The regulation is a big deal because if you treat everything properly, I think it wouldn't be as bad, except for like the sound, stuff like that. And also, like right now, it's just not efficient. Like if we had nuclear, I think that would be a lot better. There's lots of other ways that we could be more efficient, power wise, and then sound wise, and all that. But
as far as the health goes, real quick before you play this clip, because that whole thing with Elon Musk and them saying that the methane and what it's doing to the town, it reminds me of a video I saw probably about 10 years ago about what was happening in Carolina in the poor urban towns that were surrounding the areas where they had a lot of slaughterhouses, because they said that they would have thousands of pigs that they would raise up to slaughter, to sell pork, and they would, because they shit a lot. So what they would do is they would have these like sprinkler systems that would suck in all of the pig shit and spray it into the air.
Oh my God.
And then it would go into You heard about that?
I did.
Did you see that video that I'm talking about?
I watched it. Yeah,
and then the people in the minority poor towns that were in the surrounding areas, that they were getting much higher rates of asthma and cancer and all these other health issues. And they found out it was because they were literally having pig shit sprayed into their air from a
people
town
they got sick and all kinds of crazy shit.
Insane.
And I will say I'll put this up as well, because I was trying to remember what I put out a post of what Pam Bondi did, and this is here. I'm gonna put this up here. Bondi. People say, "Oh, she got fired." She didn't get fired necessarily in the way that we.
No,
think. She did.
They just moved her to a different position.
She was hired for a specific job, and she did the hell out of that job. I'll tell you.
That's what I said.
Era deregulation, with all this other shit that she did, and I remember this, and I'm glad I remembered that I posted that, because this was in it. So during her tenure, along with the dismantling of the FARA oversight, the FARA Malign Center, Pam Bondi consistently challenged Environmental Protection Agency impact on environmental oversight. As U.S. Attorney General, she initiated significant structural changes that reduced the Justice Department's focus on environmental protection, termination of environmental justice programs on her first day in office. On her first day, same thing with FAIR. All of these things happened day one. In 2025, Bondi ordered the termination of all environmental justice programs, offices, and jobs. That means no rolling into any type of lawsuit, no federal accountability for any of this for the environmental program, for the EPA. Workforce purges. She oversaw sweeping purges of the Justice Department's career workforce, which included reassigning or putting on leave staff within the Environment Division, rescinding enforcement guidance. She rescinded a Biden-era directive that prioritized enforcement of environmental laws in underserved, low-income, and minority communities. And there's legal challenges with that. Clean Power Plan, Waters of the United States. Bondi joined lawsuits against WOTUS regulations, which expanded federal protection for streams and wetlands. She argued these rules infringed on their state rights. Air quality. So it's like there's lots of criticism. Let me play this here. God, that Pam Bondi, bro.
Georgia, America's new hotspot for data production.
Okay, so I am going to pour this into the tank.
For Beverly Morris, this has become part of her daily routine.
The water won't come through the water lines to fill the toilet tank, so I have to fill it with a bucket of water. It's plugged with sediment.
She bought her home in Mansfield, Georgia in 2016, drawn by the peace, the trees, the seclusion. That changed when a massive Meta data center moved in next door. Now she buys all her drinking water.
No one should have to be afraid to drink their water. Not in this day, not in this age.
This is 9 months ago.
I'm going to fill it up with some water.
Since construction began, her well has turned murky. The sediment.
Look at this, dude. From her tap water. This is what's coming out of her freaking tap water.
I mean, I live in LA, bro. My shit's probably looking pretty close to that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I live in Long Island. We have some of the highest breast cancer rates in the country, and there's a lot of contamination in our tap water over here.
Mm-hmm.
It's
we
not,
don't have
it's
it
not,
like
it's
that.
Not, it's not discolored like that, but it's toxic as hell.
I mean, yeah, I can see a different. I can't see it necessarily in our water, but I can smell it. It doesn't smell like sulfur or anything. It just smells chemically, like they're cleaning the shit out of it. You know what I mean? But this is awful. You know what I mean? Let me.
Yeah, I used to go back and forth between staying in the city and staying on Long Island, and the difference in drinking the tap water, it was way more noticeable than you would probably be comfortable with if you experienced it.
Oh yeah.
That's from her taps, and she says it wasn't there before. We contacted Meta. Facebook's parent company told us being a good neighbor is a priority.
Being a good neighbor is a priority. So they're out here saying, oh, we're going to be a good neighbor. You got to be a good neighbor. That's like one of their slogans, you know?
But that this had nothing to do with them. They commissioned a study which found its data center operation did not adversely affect groundwater conditions in the area. Still, Beverly isn't reassured.
This was my perfect spot before, but it isn't anymore.
The rise of AI means more data and more data centers to handle it. These digital workhorses use huge amounts of power and water to stay cool and discharge wastewater in the process.
That's the issue. They're not taking care of the wastewater. And
yeah,
there's so much more to that. I'm going to put out some clips, but yeah, I mean, it's really frustrating. It was devastating, to be honest. And it's so much more than just that. People are literally getting sick and dying from the air, from the water, from environmental changes, from frequencies actually that these things are putting off. I mean,
I know all this tech, all this technology we have in the year 2026, and they still can't even make sure that we have clean water. Like at the very least, clean air and clean water. And just think about it for a second. We already know that chemtrails are real, right? We already know that they're spraying aluminum and God knows what else in the skies every day. We have no idea. Nobody's even talking about what they're putting in the water on purpose, aside from the fluoride, which I don't even know where we're at with that anymore. I can't keep track.
Oh yeah, we're still fluorided up for sure. I actually just bought some. I got a Berkey filter that I just set up today, and then I found that you can get fluoride filters, so I just ordered those for it too. But yeah, I'll say this though. One little piece of perspective. So that's really all I got in this world is my perspective. It's really all I got to offer. And people will give you shit for using AI. But let me tell you something. Less than 1% of the population of the world has ever even touched AI, right? Yeah. A very small fraction of them have done anything like you and I do, Danks, right? Or my team or any of that, right? In fact, it's not even working at scale for businesses. All the businesses that fired a bunch of people, leveraged AI, they're all hiring those people back, right? They'll give you shit about the resources that it takes and the types of stories that you're seeing here of these people and what they have to deal with because of the data centers that are up and around and all that. The reality is, you and I using this or not using this, if we all stopped using it,
doesn't matter.
It does not matter, because the reason for them doing all of this isn't to serve a need of people. We didn't ask for this. Danks, I'm pretty sure that you're just like me. It exists and I'll leverage it and use it because that's what we do. I never asked for this. You never asked for this.
But I had no idea it would be even, I had no idea. You know
Exactly.
what I mean? It came and I started using it. And this is the thing, and just real quick, and I'll let you go, is that we know when technology is benefiting us or not. And it happens to benefit me in the way that I use it. You know, and I encourage anybody else, because it's not going away. So don't be mad. Go and learn it yourself. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. And so I just think that, like I said earlier, one of the big problems in this country is that we're all just at each other's throats. So disapproving of everything that everybody else does.
Well, the whole thing with AI is whether or not we use it, it's being used against us.
Being used.
And it's going to get used against us in a lot stronger and more noticeable ways as time goes on.
The only thing that we're doing is we're offsetting the costs, right? Like, Danks, you and I, we're offsetting their costs. That's all we're actually doing. And it's only, fractions of what their costs.
I mean, they're
right?
still losing money.
From a purely economic model, it does not make sense at all. His Bay's going to get his pizza.
Is he? Did he order the pizza?
I think he said he was ordering pizza. So I think that it doesn't matter, right? And so if you were like, I would love to leverage this technology, but I don't want to like perpetuate this thing. They would be building this anyway, because what's coming requires this, right?
100%.
What's coming requires this. Like we sit and we get very concerned about Palantir and Oracle and the government and what they're doing. I mean, Palantir is a threat. Flock is a threat. All that stuff is a threat. But let's get serious about what Palantir does. Palantir, all it does is it unifies data sets. It takes all of the different super large data sets of the rest of like this and this and this and this, all from our government. And it's just putting it together into one mega data set that you can leverage. To my understanding, that's really all that their main product is. That's where we're still at, right? Like, Palantir is just doing a post 9/11, which really was a pre 9/11 idea called total information awareness. I don't know if you've ever heard about this, right? So total information awareness is essentially the idea of what Palantir is doing, right? Creating
It's compiling all of this data, but they specifically chose it for this data
so
set
that we can watch American citizens. You know, and obviously post 9/11, they were gonna, for the same reason that they initiated the Patriot Act, is they're gonna say, well, we need to make sure that terrorism doesn't happen in this country, right? And so it was all under the guise of terrorism. And even still, that was the total information awareness. Whitney Webb has done a ton of great reporting on this if you really want to learn about that. But essentially, just to paraphrase the situation, they tried passing that and our government said no. Right? But just because it didn't pass didn't mean it stopped, right? It just didn't work from the government level. There's always the private sector.
I want to address this. Girl Friday on Tuesday, good to see you. I understand. So she says, no. It causes a sound that makes the whole town sick, and I don't care. I don't care, sir, what it does for you. It's not worth hurting people. It makes people sick. We understand that, and we agree. I did a whole live stream today on the sickness specifically that it causes. But it's almost like what's a good analogy for this? It's almost like you could, so imagine like guns, for example, right? They could ban gun laws, but guns are still going to be around. It's not the best analogy, but
that's a great analogy.
You know, like people are still going to use it, even if all of the citizens, the government will use it. If the government doesn't use it, some drug arms dealer will be selling guns and use them. If they're not using it, then some dissident will be using it. So guns will always be around. You see what I'm saying? Now, not to defend the industry, I'm not at all trying to do that, because I am all for, I mean, if they took it away and it was completely gone, I'd be fine with it. You know, fuck it. I'll go back to my life and I'll figure out something else. You know
because
what I mean?
Nobody else will have it to be able to edge me out or us out or whatever, you know, for sure.
But it's foolish to think that, I'm just going to stop using it because I am not going to contribute to that cause. But
my $100 a month is not funding fucking anything.
Yeah.
If you actually look at the amount of people that actually pay for these things, right? This is a loss leader model.
I didn't know I was back.
Hey, yeah, we see you munching over there. But this is a loss leader model, right? So this is why now government money is coming in the billions of dollars. And this is why we're all paying for it, whether we want to or not. Just like it doesn't matter how much you oppose Israel's genocide of fucking Gaza and the Palestinians, your tax dollars, even if you're withholding your tax dollars, your contribution to this country, your contribution into this country are still feeding that machine. These machines are built that it's an illusion to think that your participation or non-participation moves it in any way. It's all an illusion. And so that's the perspective that I think we need to have. And and this isn't just like some copium that I'm smoking so that I could justify using AI so I can make my workout bot that's custom for me that like helps me fucking work out better, right? Like, or my assistant, or
it's different. We build companies that are helping other people. Like I've exposed a lot of government bullshit but I wouldn't have been able to do that at the scale and speed that I have been if I didn't have AI to code it with. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, here's the deal. You get these people that see a clip like that and they're like, oh, people are getting hurt. I don't want to do it. Well, guess what? Look at your shoes. How many shoes you got in your closet? Like, you realize the majority of the shoes that Americans wear are literally made by slaves, like making like a couple cents an hour. What about your iPhone? Exactly. Like, you know, do you have any idea how many things the average America uses, consumes, and just straight up wastes that is literally made on the
plastic
slavery
water
of others?
bottles.
You know, up until last 20 years, diamonds.
Here's a great way to think of it, right? Is like vegans, right? Vegans, they get all about like their morals and what they do. And if you're vegan, I'm not shitting on you at all, but you need some perspective, right? Well, what happens to all the farming when all the mass farming happens, and that land, what happens to it? Tons of critters die. Tons and tons of from insects die, and then that's a food source for other animals in that area. All right, you're hurting that area to grow. And that's the same thing, right? It's just it doesn't matter if you're trying to do good or bad. The system is so stacked that it's gonna do its thing, and your participation or not participation is literally just an illusion. Somebody says here that web is useful. Asking to paint you a picture of what your dog and your baby would look like is ridiculous. What?
That's kind of what they're saying is, he's saying, or whoever this is saying, well, yeah, I guess I could see using AI in a way that is useful.
Oh, yeah.
I'm for it in a way that, as opposed to, oh, I'm just gonna like make memes about Trump with a tiny hat on his head. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, exactly.
That's what we're trying to say, is like, that's where we're coming from.
Well,
you know what I
that's
mean?
exactly
Like we
where
do,
we're coming from too, yeah.
fuck around with it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, we
do fuck around with it, but
it's because of AI that we were able to build BUYr and build Web. And those are things where we said, okay, how can we leverage this technology to provide value for people so that they can maybe get what they want out of this world, you know, whether it's a little bit more information or whatever. And so, yeah, it's, if every single person stopped using AI, that's not going to stop the machine that's happening. Like, it's just not. So you might as well leverage it if you have the mind and the capabilities to do so. Like, I think you should, because otherwise, like, they're going to force this onto society, because what they need is mass adoption for it to make sense fiscally in the long term, because it can't be a loss leader forever, right? And it's incredibly expensive for them to do all this infrastructure. That's why they need governments behind it. That's why China could actually win, because they have the resources, because they're a nation state that can put into this. So mass adoption is going to happen, and it's going to get pushed on you. And just like social media or the internet before, it doesn't matter if you're the last person who's forced to adopt these technologies in order to keep your job or for your industry to survive. At some point, you're still going to have to convert, even if you're the very last person, because everybody will convert. And if you don't utilize this stuff in the future world, there is no position for you in what's coming. And that's just a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, but it's the reality. And it's the reality, and you know it because that's what's happened before. And it's happened like twice in our lifetimes if you're over, say, the age of 35.
Just
right?
think about how long ago was it that people were having this same conversation about electricity? That people didn't want to have appliances in their house because they thought that, oh no, I do this, like then I'll have more things I have to pay for. I'll have, you know, like
they said that about every technological advancement. They said that about lights. They said that about
the internet.
They said that
social
about
media.
the internet. They said it about every single, and it's a lot of it goes to, oh, it's going to destroy the planet. It's going to, but in many ways, it all kind of, at the end of it, it's going to come to a head.
We're probably right about the microwave, though. That one you got to give them.
We are coming to a head where none of this stuff, at the end of the day, we're all people, and the government is full of people, right, that are flawed and that make bad decisions or are incapable of doing things without being selfish to many extent, right? Most people are that way, especially when they get into the political atmosphere and they realize that they can basically do anything and get rich and not be held accountable. So that's an issue, is there's not enough accountability. The transparency in the government is so opaque that it's absolutely none, in my opinion. I don't see any transparency whatsoever. and they lie to us, and they're spending our money to do all of the things that they're doing, which means lying to us while taking our money and giving to other countries and telling us that it's for our protection. And we don't even get a say in that. And then when they do it, people say, or they say, well, you voted for this. And like, it's like one lie recycled into taking our money and lying and recycled and lying and recycled. And I'm sick of it. You know what I mean? And to be honest, all we can do is, I don't think, like, people are like, we got to vote for Massey. Like, Massey's the guy, you know? And it's like, you really think that Massey is the one person in the entire country that's actually a good actor, when we've already seen Randy Fine and Fall in Line with the Ballroom and all of these people, they've all shown their true colors. I think Massey,
they like Massey for
Why you gotta think? Why you gotta?
they like Massey for two reasons.
It's not. I'm just saying. You know, real quick, you got balloons.
Oh, because I'm on a Mac and it's probably set up. But Massey, they like Massey for two reasons. One, he's one of the only people that's willing to talk about the debt crisis that this country is facing and have any sort of levity about that. And the second and the most important reason is exactly what I said is going to be the most important reason why somebody votes or not votes for somebody in the next election. He takes no money from AIPAC or any Jewish lobby whatsoever, or Israeli lobby whatsoever. That is the biggest determining factor of the next probably two major elections. Do
you think that if he were to get somehow, because I don't think Tucker's going to run. All right. I know I'm 1 degree separated from Tucker. Elizabeth Lane, I talk to every day. And she basically tells me that he says he's not going to run because they're killing me. And so
not only that, he lives a great life. He's a fucking YouTuber, basically.
Could you imagine the slander
and money on YouTube? He doesn't need to fucking be the president for 400 grand a year and all that.
Yeah, but it's not just that he doesn't need to be the president. It would be interesting to see. But then again, do we even know who Tucker is? I hope that he is what we see, but we only see these people on the internet. We don't know these people. We don't know any of these people. You know what I mean? So it's come time and time and time again that we've seen people that we trusted or that we hoped would do best for the United States or for us as Americans. And then at the end of the day, it turns out they're same or worse than the guy before them. So unfortunately, we're stuck in this predicament where early in the show, you said a revolution, and I keep coming back to that. But then we don't want to do that either because we live great lives too. I live a great life. You know what I mean? I don't want to get out there with my shotgun and a rifle and start doing what God knows what. You know what I mean? If I have to, I guess, but like, do we really want to go that direction? You know, and I don't think that we're not uncomfortable enough. You see what I'm saying? We're not uncomfortable enough to even get to that point. And it would take something incredibly massive to summon something like that. And we could literally see, it's kind of like putting a frog in a pot of water. We've all heard this analogy. You boil it slowly and you start at cool or room temperature and you turn the heat up and it won't jump out. But if you throw a frog in boiling water, it'll jump right out. Well, that's what they're doing to us, is they're slowly cooking us.
I like that analogy.
Room to hot water, boiling water. And eventually this place is going to be completely boiling and overflowing in the pot.
Yeah, they put us in the sauna first so that we get comfortable, relax, and then all of a sudden they just
a gay frog. I even mentioned maybe you planted the frogs, AWC. You planted the frog in my mind. All right, so I want to spend the last so I want to go about 2:30 or so. So maybe spend the next 10-15 minutes talking about web, where that's headed. BUYr, what is BUYr, and what is, like, how does, like, tell us about what's going on.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So let's start with BUYr, because BUYr was our first product. And so if you guys are not aware, BUYr is our first app. It came out in December. We worked on it for like 9 months. And we worked with Ian Carroll. He's my partner in that company. And we started it off the back of his work, which was the spreadsheet that he had created, where he was going and literally finding every brand aisle by aisle and then doing the research on everyone. And he had the spreadsheet of like what kind of company they are, who owns them, what their history was, all that sort of thing. So I had a friend who was developing another app, and I was like, hey, have you ever heard about like Ian Carroll? He has this spreadsheet. What if we had an app that could scan, and like, because he was talking about the scan app that he was making. And so they had like a working prototype off of that spreadsheet in like a day. And then I started reaching out to Ian. It's actually really funny. Like I would like Venmo him or PayPal. I'd PayPal him like $5 and then like send him an email and then be like, look at the email, like in the messages of the PayPal. And I did that like 3 times. And then he finally saw our email and we had a meeting with him. And then I was just like, come on and be an equal partner with us. So we built that out. And that is a grocery app. So you can scan any item. If it's got a barcode on it, you can scan it, particularly around grocery stores, but it actually does work on everything. And then it'll tell you like who the parent company is, any sort of information about them, who owns them, all that sort of stuff. So you can know what you're buying. So it's not like we're not going in there and telling you what's healthy for you, right? Because that is a fool's errand. Everybody's different. But if you want to understand who you're supporting, what kind of food system you're supporting every time, like what kind of companies you're actually buying from, what kind of shortcuts they take, or what kind of like links they do. Are they like a cooperative, or are they owned by their employees and therefore like use really great ingredients? Like all that sort of information, you have that in an app at a scan. It's a free app. There's also a premium version for some extra features if you want it, but it's a free app and it's called BUYr, BUY''R, just like over here. BUY''R, the BUYr app. And it's available everywhere for free. And then WEBB is our more recent product. And this is a web-based app at the web with 2 B's.io. We actually named it after Gary Webb, who is a very incredible journalist who has the most insane story. He uncovered tons of government corruption, particularly the story around Iran-Contra,
yeah.
And the CIA and Nicaragua, and all the weapons and the cocaine, and then bringing the cocaine to the United States, and then basically creating the crack epidemic and the cocaine problems of the 80s. And he blew this whole thing open into this like insane understanding that the American government was running drugs and guns to fund Contra wars in Nicaragua. It's a crazy fucking story. And this dude lost like his entire life until he somehow killed himself with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head.
You know that he wasn't even the first one to allegedly off himself after looking into the same scandal, right? Another famous journalist, Danny Castellaro.
Yeah. But yeah, the Gary Webb was a legend. And also part of the reason why we named it too is because he was one of the first to leverage like the internet and like actually do independent journalism after he lost his newspaper job. He started leveraging the early internet and writing his articles and putting those out. And that's all a book called Dark Alliance. And it's a fantastic story. Anyway, we named it after him because he's awesome. And we felt like we wanted to come into like the same kind of spirit. And so WEBB is an entire program. It's driven by AI where we have data sets. So we have like the Epstein files. We have every single DOJ file that they have released. So that's 3.5 million pages. It's a lot of data. And you can take this data set and put it on a canvas. And a canvas could be like where you're putting all those documents together in a visual way if you want. And then it also has a chat bar. So you put that data set in, and now you can start asking questions. What was Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Bill Gates? Boom, everything, all the key players, everything. And then every single thing that it says, it has to back up with the document that corresponds to where they got it. And if there's multiple documents, it has to give all of that. And then you can read the documents, verify the information yourself, and start keeping reports and dossiers and things of that nature. It is an incredible tool. I know the both of you guys have been using it. And we have tons of other data sets. We have all of the 9/11 files that we've gotten from Richard Gage and all the people that he's worked with, which was from architects and engineers. Incredible guy that I've gotten to meet over the last year on this project. We have all of the FBI files. We have all the UFO files that came out yesterday, and all religious texts for the 5 major religions. And you can also go in and actually upload your own data sets if you wanted and do your own investigations. But it is an investigation tool that leverages AI, and it has to tell you the truth by backing it up with sourced documents. So yeah, it's those are the 2 things that we work on the most. We have some other projects coming down the pike, but you know, if you guys have any questions or anything, you know, I'm an open book, so you can ask away.
Have you seen and thank you for sharing that, by the way. I'm going to share, this is like the dashboard of the web application, and you can come in here and you can choose one of these data sets, or you can upload your own, as he said. And then you can also investigate and use an AI chatbot that'll go through it. And then it's sourced probably all from the documents themselves or from the data sets that you upload.
Could you open up one of these canvases and show them what that's all about too?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see.
Maybe the Epstein one?
Yeah, let me make sure. Let me see. The last time I tried to do it, I don't know if let me see here.
You're like me, you don't really use the canvas much.
No, I've never used the canvas.
I'm a super visual guy, but like it's a lot of
Yeah.
it's a lot for me. Like I'm just trying to get the answers, you know?
Yeah, so let's see.
Pull up
Here.
a past
So-
conversation too, but yeah, if you already
yeah.
asked the question.
Yeah, let me see here. I don't have on my laptop. I have it. Let me see. So, tell me about. I had the membership. Will it still work if I don't have the membership right now?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Because I was gonna put it in and get the membership right now again, just so I could show it.
Thanks. Just share my.
Do you have yours? Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
I'm like, my boy Bayes has been up in there.
I was using
I'm
it. And I
not a
haven't
pro.
used it.
I'm not a pro. I'm only using the because you got different tiers. I haven't
Yeah,
invested in the higher tier yet, but I've been doing. You know what? That's one question I did want to have for you, but I didn't want to ask on stream. But yeah, fuck it, since I'm pulling up anyway. It's the same. It's one of the same issues. So okay, so when we first talked the first time, I don't know if you remember or not, but there were a couple of things that I wanted, you know, said that, oh, this can make it better. This can you do this? I wanted to upload files. I wanted to, which you did. I wanted to cross-reference with 9/11, which I can.
Okay.
But it's still you get capped out at like 5 prompts.
Yeah.
What does it take?
It's not, we're not trying to kneecap you. There's a reason for it. It's because the answers are so insanely robust, right? So the way it kind of works is with each corresponding question, it has to have the context of everything that came before it. So once you hit 5 questions, the weight of each question becomes so big that it starts to degrade the answer that it gives you, and then the cost for it exponentially grows. So you're kind of at this thing. So the way to hack it, it's like excuse me, it's not like we're intentionally doing anything like trying to kneecap anybody. It's just kind of the nature of the system, right? For like the model that we're using. There's other models where we could maybe get up to like 6 or 7 questions, but then you maybe aren't getting the same like depth of the answer. So there's always a give and take. There's a, you know, and so
what if you were doing it with a model that had less files? Like, what if instead of having like the hundreds of thousands or millions of files that it's going through, that if you were able to just create this bubble of the select files and select information that
I
you
don't think
wanted
it's
to
about
crunch.
the file size. I think it's about the weight of the answers. Right now, I'm not the technical guy, so like I may be butchering this, but to my understanding, it's about all of the information in each answer, right? So you ask a question and it gives you an entire report for each question, right? So every answer has like an insane amount of weight. And then there's a lot of context when it comes to 3, 4 of those. Those are like 4 book reports at once that it has to cycle through and then get the context from everything else and give it.
Hold on, we're gonna start fresh.
At least that's to my understanding. If my developers are watching this, I'm sure if I'm wrong, my developers watching this and going, "Fuck it, Kevin, you're." But
you guys want to have some fun? Oh, actually, wait. How do I get to the 9/11 stuff? Is it all already in there, or do I have to like go into a separate thing?
No, you have to go and to the dashboard and add it to a canvas.
Oh,
start a new canvas.
It won't be with the Epstein stuff to cross-reference.
You
though,
can
or?
No, you can put both. No. So don't do that. Go up.
Do that.
Yeah, go up and start a new canvas, a new investigation.
New investigation. Oh,
Yep.
Here we go.
And then you
oh,
can
and
choose,
I check the boxes. This is how
you
I do it.
you can check up to 5. So you could.
Oh,
So
see, when
you
I
could
when I came back
say-
on, I just went right to Epstein because I was just doing what I wanted to do with it. You know.
So what you could do, which is a fun little rabbit hole, is take the Jeffrey Epstein, the 9/11, and the Jewish entire text of all.
I
Jewish
believe me. That's the first thing I
of
thought of when I
Judaism,
saw this. But I'm
and then-
not. I'm not.
and then
even
start
gonna do it.
asking questions.
I'm not even gonna do it. I'm gonna go cold cases. I'm not about that life right now. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, you can put up to 5 data sets.
All right. So what do I do
in
now?
one canvas.
I got the 4 checked. What do I do next?
You got to give it a name.
I got to give it a name.
Yep.
All right. Let's go. Bayes, Danks, and Kevin.
Boom, and create.
Let's see. Can I just drop a file in there or no? Would I have to upload it into web first?
No, just start asking questions.
Oh man, hold on. I'm gonna do something else. Hold on. Just give me one second. 1 second. It'll be worth it, I promise. Because we're in. Yo, I can't believe I didn't even do the 9/11 stuff yet on
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that 9/11. Like I said, a lot of that information came from like architects and engineers and like some of the people that like left that. I mean, you're looking at 24 years of data, and there's more coming to go in there as well. But like those people, they're fucking awesome. They're awesome.
I do want to. We do have a bunch of super chats to get through.
All right, yeah, do that.
So
while
I do want to get through some of these. There was a question. I think if I can catch it real quick, somebody said it was a good question. I wish I could find it now. Maybe it didn't come through just yet. It was something about. If I can, it's all right. I'm gonna get to the super chats, you guys. Thanks for waiting. By the way, Kevin, thanks for joining. Great conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Dude, you're awesome. You're more than welcome to stick around while we go through this. And
Sure,
some people
yeah.
might have questions for you. So,
yeah,
go
Kevin,
ahead and start rolling some of
don't
these
leave.
up.
Web is cranking. Don't even take it off the screen.
He might. We might create a revolution tonight right here with Web. So
there you go.
And you know what? This is the thing is these are the things that are possible with not only building it, but being able to use it. Like, and for example, same with my AmericansForTransparency.org. Americans for Transparency has an AI agent. It's trained on all of the FARA documents, on FEC data. I have an FEC API key, bro, into the FEC website.
That's
so
crazy.
I can get all the donor data, all of the information that you would get, and I have it parsed with an AI agency, and it's something I've been working on lately. So
not only that, we haven't even touched this subject yet, and we could leave it. We could do a whole other podcast if you guys want. But I also used AI to create a website called whokilledthescientist.com, where I'm trying to figure out what the hell is happening to all these missing and dead scientists and all these alien technologies that they were working on. And so whokilledthescientist.com is a place that you can go.
Oh, you create? Is it running right now?
Absolutely. It is 100% running, and it's if you can't keep track of all of it because there's so much information, just go to my website and it will give you everything you could want in multiple different formats for you to ingest that information, whether you're a journalist or you're just somebody who wants to learn about this.
Bays, let me share this real quick. Take your
I made this with AI. And I have my Claude code every day. I go in, okay, what are the updates? Okay, put this here, do that, da 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 da.
This is it, right?
Yeah, and so you can look into it, and you can click any one of those scientists, and it comes up with a complete dossier with
Very
links
nice.
to all of their works and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, but this is like AI. I mean, I build websites and stuff. I could have built this website. It probably would have taken me 3 weeks on the side and would take me 2 hours a day to do what I do. Or I can have it run research for me and get everything under certain principles, like understanding exactly how to do research into primary sourcing and things of that nature. Put the sourcing all in. There's mind maps. There's, tons of stuff, even going down into, these are people that I think should be on the list that are not even that I believe. It's just like all the data says that these people, if there's a conspiracy, are definitely a part of it. Coincidences I really like how the alleged shooter of the White House Correspondents' Dinner actually worked at NASA JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab. Matthew Leibelsberger, the Cybertruck explosion, where he was talking about the very technologies that these people were doing, and China, and how China was all those drones that were seen over Jersey. Those were like a threat from China, essentially, to be like, yo, we got you. Like, we can get you guys anywhere on the coast.
Oh, is that really what that was?
That's what Matthew Leibelsberger, the guy who blew up the Cybertruck in front of the Trump Tower in Las Vegas on January 1st, 2025. In his letter, he talked about that stuff. He also talked about some other stuff that did anything to do with it, like how he he killed all these like innocent people under demand of like certain military groups and all this random stuff. But there's tons of like also coincidences, like all these things that you can't directly tie to it, but like it's a little too coincidental to just be a coincidence, right? So anyway, whokilledthescientist.com, that is another great use of AI that I do to not only do the research, but to also give it to people in a way that isn't just like a podcast. Like, you can get in there and really get into it. And to be honest with you, as more stories kind of come out, I was inspired by whokilledcharliekirk.com, right? Like, they did this essentially the same thing, right? As new stories come out, I may do this for all of them, because I think, why not? I can have blood codes.
Absolutely.
I have a research bot that can do all the research for me. It has a format that I could be like, okay, give me these formats, and then all I got to do is buy a domain and put it up. It's not that difficult. Like, people are like, holy shit, but it's like, honestly, like, this is AI, and like, I've went and verified all the information that's on there, and that's what took me the longest time, was to verify the information more than it was to build the site and deploy it.
It's really cool to see somebody else. Like, I don't meet many people that are doing this stuff, you know what I mean? I'm kind of in my own world a lot of times. A lot of people ask me to talk about it or learn about it, but it's really cool to talk to someone else, like when we're what's good is that we're doing good things with it, like I'm going to show 2 sites that I'm working on or that I have under that are live right now this stuff is always under active development, especially these research sites, right? Like, for example, I'll put up Americans for Transparency. There's a lot of new subscribers here in the last week. I think I've gained 6,000 followers just from recently. And so it's a pleasure to have all of you. So a lot of you might not know about americansfortransparency.org. And originally I built this site because I started doing investigations into Turning Point USA and their financials. And basically I started going down the rabbit hole of where all of this money is going, where it's coming from. And this is all coming from a perspective of fully sourced directly from government documented websites or Form 990s, or pretty much that's it. It's not, there's no guesstimations here. There's no perspective. There's no opinion except for example, like here, I'll just read this. So in September of 2025, 3 companies quietly filed sworn documents with the U.S. Department of Justice disclosing a coordinated influence operation funded by a foreign government and targeting American citizens. The filings revealed $14.1 million in contracts designed to geofence churches during Sunday worship, manipulate AI chatbot answers about the Bible, and pay Christian influencers to spread undisclosed foreign-funded content and integrate foreign agent operations directly into a major American broadcast network. These are sworn public filings from the DOJ. And like literally, you can go in. Well, first, I'll show you
that's a crazy story. Like Ian actually did a video on that. And I just remember it because I edited up clips from it and stuff. But he did a whole piece on this geofencing stuff. And it's very, very, very interesting and quite dark, and goes into like something that I talk about all the time, which is part of the weaponization of the lie that is the Christian or Judeo-Christian thing, whatever you want to call that. It's an absolute lie, and it's been weaponized to weaponize Christians to do the biddings of Israel. Not for Jews, because Orthodox Jews are highly against this, right? So it has nothing to do with the Jews. It has everything to do with the supremacist ideology of Zionism and this state apparatus that is Israel, and how they literally manufacture consent in the United States by using Christianity to do the bidding of them through this thing called Judeo-Christian values, which is a complete fabrication. And this is part of how they're doing it digitally, because Israel is very savvy with the digital end of things. And this geofencing of, and this is like a lot of like Arizona, Southwest, right? But they're doing this all over the country.
They're doing it they're trying to do it all
this
over
is just
the world.
What
That's why they made the
filing.
Schofield Bible in the early 1800s.
Yeah,
I want to
finance that.
I want to share this. I don't know if you've ever seen this video I made. This is about geofencing, Wi-Fi, all of the fingerprinting, how the geofencing stuff actually works. And if you take a look here, I'm going to just play how geofencing works. This is very interesting, actually. So
while you're playing this, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You're good. Do your thing. Do your thing. All over California and other states as well. So this diagram right here shows the way a geofence works, right? It'll sit around an entire parcel, a parking lot, for example, the lawn, everything, and another around just the buildings, sanctuaries, classrooms, the bathrooms, everything. So what I'm talking about in this video is directly documented on this website, all of it. All right. And these churches, there's 500 plus mega churches. You can come and search on these states, and you can see if your church is being geofenced per a federal FARA filing. And there's actually 2.5 million people geofenced and targeted and tracked every single Sunday. All right.
I'm back. Did you play your video?
Oh yeah, I'm doing a bear right now. I got a cramp in my foot. I'm playing the video.
It's the worst.
I'm trying to like, killing me. It's playing in my head. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. Hopefully not. But
It's not playing over here now.
all right, here. Let me fix it real quick. There we go. Sorry about that. And then we're gonna end up going to super chats here in just a second.
Yeah, totally.
All right. This has been happening for data and track this, and it'll sit around an entire parcel, a parking lot, for example, the lawn, everything, and another around.
Did you make that graphic?
Yeah.
I fucking dig it. With Claude?
Yeah.
That's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah, hell yeah. Sanctuaries, classrooms, the bathrooms, everything within this location. Every person who walks through that invisible wall has their phone literally tracked without their knowledge or their consent. Now, this has been happening for data and the ability to sell advertisers data, but now they're using this to manipulate the way you think about the world around you. The technology, I need you to understand, is not about any particular church. This is just a way for them to get to millions of people. This is actually about the technology they're using to deploy this. This methodology, this right here, people need to understand generative engine optimization. It is new as AI has been more prevalent. They're building websites to manipulate the authoritative figures on the internet about information, right? And they're specifically building websites. And when AI wants to go and retrieve information, it prefers fully thought out and explanatory documentation. So if you go and you type in something, it's going to look for something that it can consistently pull data from. And what they do is they actually put propaganda on the website, but some of it is somewhat true. And then they'll cite on the website a bunch of actual, like, watch. I'll give you an example, actually. Justorium.org is one that Clock Tower X LLC runs. If you scroll down here at the bottom, it says, am I sharing it? Yeah, okay. It says this material is distributed by Clock Tower X LLC on behalf of the state of Israel. They have a bunch of these sites. And what they do is they create, what is my dog doing? They create fake news articles. They look real, but in reality, they're not news articles. They're just information they created to look like news.
That's blogs.
It's complete. Yeah, they're blogs, exactly. But then they cite government websites, Congress. And so the AI will actually believe it's an authoritative figure on these topics, but it's pro-Israel information, Reuters. And because of these footnotes, it helps reinforce the authority on the topic. So that's what I'm about to discuss right here as well.
Yeah.
Being deployed nationwide against mostly religious communities. Once you understand the full scope of this surveillance system itself, you'll realize that there's really nobody that's safe. Even me, I don't go very many places, and I am concerned about being geo-tracked, geo-fenced, hopped, whatever you want to call it. This isn't just geofencing, okay? It's not just that. Everyone says, oh, I know what geofencing is. I've heard of that. No, you don't understand how serious this actually is, because they're doing something way more invasive, and it's called GEO technology, and it combines geofencing with Bluetooth proximity tracking and Wi-Fi to create the most sophisticated civilian surveillance system that's ever been deployed in the history of technology. So here's how they track everyone. They draw an invisible digital fence around perhaps a church or a location that they want to target, and they use GPS coordinates of that location. When your phone crosses that boundary, they capture your unique device ID, your exact GPS location, your Wi-Fi MAC address, your Bluetooth identifier, and the timestamp of every single moment you're within that location. You think you're just going to church, but they're logging you into a surveillance database while you're there. And this is where it gets truly insidious, is that while you're sitting there in that pew praying, for example, your phone is constantly pinging to every other phone around you via Bluetooth. It's an invisible, automatic, can't stop it system until your phone is completely shut off. And basically, it's your phone pinging out to other phones around it saying, hi, I'm device number 12345. Who else is here? I'm here. Every other phone in that sanctuary responds with, I'm device number 67890. I'm 6 feet away from you. They capture all of that information. Every Bluetooth has a handshake with every one of them having a proximity ping. So they're building a map, who sits near you, who talks to who after service, who's friends with who's in the same family, who's having conversations in the parking lot. All of that information is being tracked. They're mapping your entire social network. You leave church, you grab lunch, you stop at the grocery store, you go home. Your ID from your device is now flagged. So you're in their system. But here's where the technology becomes more of a weapon of mass surveillance than anything else. Everyone whose phone pinged your phone via that Bluetooth I just told you about is now also tracked. So you sat next to someone in church, your phone did an automatic Bluetooth handshake. Now, when somebody leaves to go somewhere, the system will literally follow them too. So it's not just you, it's every single person that your phone has pinged. Let me show you exactly how this spreads like a virus, all right? So you go to church at 10 a.m., there's hundreds of people at church, every phone pings, maybe 8 to 10 nearby devices through that Bluetooth, and then those phones are pinging other phones and they gain distance that way. That's how the Bluetooth device ID pinging hops from person to person and gains ground, so they know how many connections that they can log through that pinging. Then say after church, 2 p.m., those people, say it's 500, go to 500 different locations, grocery stores, restaurants, homes, parks. Each location has an average of maybe 10 people with a home. I know I have 10 devices in my house. So from there, those phones ping. They literally just, I don't want to play the whole clip. I mean, they literally just follow you around. You know what I mean? And it starts with just going to church. You know, you've got your church, then you go to your office, and then they're literally using Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and GPS coordination in order to identify who you're around, who you're spending time with, what your social media experience is like. And then they actually profile you. Is this a Christian?
And if you think that that isn't happening outside of churches, then
oh yeah, of course it's happening.
You're delusional, right? Because like this is everywhere now.
Yeah, it is everywhere. It's been everywhere for a while.
Fucking everywhere. Dude.
And this goes back to what I was saying before about like the whole DARPA 10-15 year gap. Like, how long was this going on before we found out about it?
Yeah, I mean, but this isn't AI. It's like you feed this information into
No,
AI. Then it becomes
talking
the
about
problem.
technology in general.
AI is the problem. But yeah, I mean, this.
No, AI isn't necessarily the problem. They're using it though in order to. I mean, it can be good or bad, right?
Yeah.
But when you have bad actors, they're going to use it for malicious intent, and that's the problem that we're seeing. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate. Yeah. All right, I do want to get to super chats. I thought I really, every time I get a chance, I try to share that because people need to know. I'm trying to figure out, like, I honestly was thinking about building an application that can detect and alert you when your phone is being targeted, but
I'm sure you like being alive more than building that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it. I was going to do it, and then I got busy. But honestly, I started doing it actually, but I haven't really done it. I mean, it's been...
Here's the thing, though. If it can detect it, it's already too late. You're already fenced.
We're all already fenced anyway.
And that's also the thing too. So I don't get really. That's why people like doom and gloom about like your computers and this, that, and the other. And it's just like, dog. Like, look at John McAfee. He said that end-to-end encryption was literally there just to prevent a man in the middle attack. But you don't need the man in the middle because the man is here. They're in the end, so it doesn't fucking matter, right? They're in every end.
Encryption was bullshit.
And so that's why like yesterday's whole thing about Meta is now canceling the end-to-end encryption of as if
they didn't already see it. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
Because again, the game isn't getting in the middle. The game is being here. And that's why Apple is like one of the most powerful companies in the world, and I'm not just talking in money.
Right. Since you guys are good with computers, I'm having an issue right now. It's not letting me open my files or my notepad, even if I run it as administrator, and I don't know why.
I'm not the guy for that answer.
We'll take care of it after. We're not going to do. I don't want to do tech support. I could help you though after. Is it urgent? You want me to show what's going on? Why don't you do Control-Alt-Delete, hit your task manager, and then delete your running applications.
Oh, you guys are all fucking PC, huh?
Yeah, I'm PC.
You're on Mac?
I don't do Mac.
I'm on. I have both, but my PC is mostly just for gaming. But Yeah, I run.
He froze up. Oh, there you go. He's back. People do
Oh,
mention
I froze
Faraday
up when I
bags.
went- Oh, sorry.
I think we all kind of did for some reason. No, you're good. Faraday bags do help. I saw a few comments here, but you know, the thing is, at the end of the day, your car has Bluetooth, your car has Wi-Fi, your car has GPS. You basically need to take a bus or, yeah, I mean, even someone said order a Lyft or an Uber, but if you're ordering it from your phone and you're going somewhere, that defeats the purpose. So, all right, KH,
that entire transaction,
yeah,
is
it's all
in the system.
Yeah, it's all in the system. Exactly. You'd have
You
to literally
gotta
get out and walk.
You gotta walk.
I just got geo-fenced when I got my DoorDash.
Even if you go on a bus, there's cameras and like they stop. You know, I don't know. It's we're at that point now where it is already a surveillance state. It's just not. People don't think about it like that. Anne Marie, OMG, the new EK. I'm dying. Yeah, I said Blake Bednarz is hated as much as the new AK. I mean, you know, I just noticed that the internet is going that direction. Thanks for the super chat. Oh, these are from a minute ago.
He was on X before.
The eyes, Chico.
Big Chaps, the eyes. Thanks for the super chat, Anne Marie and Big Chap. Zero. Shout out to our boys, Danks, Bayes, and Kevin. Thanks for the $20 banger, bro. Thanks to all of you for spending your valuable time with us. It does not go unnoticed. For the record, F Blake. Why does Blake refer to himself in the third person? I was thinking that today, the third person thing.
Wait, Blake does that too?
Yeah, he did it today. Or I mean, he did it on the live.
That shit.
By the way, this is the best use of our time, not just talking to each other, but talking with you guys and having you guys, you know, get into the court of opinions with us, because that's all this really is, right? Is the court of opinions, and let's kind of gain some more perspectives together. So this is the best use of our time, and I'm so excited to be here and talk to 752 of you right now. This is fucking great, and so thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. We actually have 2,500 people watching right now.
Oh,
and
shit.
across X, on X, between me, Bayes, X. How many do we have on Rumble? I wish it showed Rumble. And let me make sure we don't have any Rumble. I don't know if Rumble's super.
Well, that's what's up. Well, I've been talking to 20 people on Twitch for the last week, so this is a lot of people for me right now anyway, so it's awesome.
I know.
Well,
when I saw you were online last night, I was doing a members only. Like I said, I was trolling Danks's. Well, not Danks's. There was a Spaces going on that.
Yeah, I was there for like
me,
10 minutes.
Yeah, someone
bro.
told me
You could
Danks
see
was
his
on,
face.
so we started trolling it, and then he left. We didn't know what to do, and then I'm like, all right, let me go online. Let me see what's going on. And then I saw that you were on Twitch, so I told everyone. I put in the link. I'm like, go to Twitch right now. Search for yeah. And then I couldn't log on to my account. I'm still locked out. I don't know what the hell happened.
Thanks for the super chat, Zero. But yes, you're right. This is my favorite part of the show, where we get to talk to people and see their perspective, and they see us throughout the week. And a lot of times when they see us together, they get to say some things that typically maybe they wouldn't get to see us on a Saturdays, where a lot of people are off, you know. So this is one of the best days of the week to vibe with the audience. So thank you for being here. And by the way, if you please, you know, go follow Kevin at Kevin is a human, all underscores in between, at X, YouTube, and Twitch. And yeah, man, let's share some of the love.
Thank you.
Kara Copeland, $10. Please talk about the moment in the X Space last night when he was laying out his timeline and he said he has a picture of his wife naked in bed from that night. Anyone else like WTF LOL? I don't remember. I wasn't there that long. I showed up, and then when I found out he was there, I listened to him respond to me for a minute, like yelling over the speakerphone, and I left. I'm just not interested in being I'm just not interested in that type of conversation. I think that if you can talk to me as a human being, where it's not like always on the attack or on the defensive, and just have a conversation, that's one thing. But it's always so aggressive and like you gotta blah, blah. It's like, bro, like nobody has to do anything that you say, you know what I mean? I think it is interesting stuff that you find, and we've talked about it, and I've showed it on my channel multiple times, and I thought it was interesting. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I think that you're 100% right, or even right at all. I can't do that, because I haven't said anybody's right, and why would I go with that theory at all? Only because it looks suspicious. There's a lot of things that look suspicious, you know what I mean? So anyways, that's my rant on that. Thank you, Kara. Cindy Yates, what's up with the $25? Blake has always came off so aggressive to me. Odd behavior. Loving the show, Danks. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate you. Kara Copeland became a member. Welcome. What up? Trigger Daddy in the house. $5. What up, Bayes and Danks? What is Bayes sipping on in a wine glass?
The wine. I'm drinking wine. Yeah. Get a little Cabernet.
Use the tools for what they're used for, right?
You know what? I would like to know what kind of I'm a sommelier. You know that, right?
Huh?
I'm a sommelier. Do you know what that is?
You're a som?
I'm a level 2 sommelier. I'm a certified
No
sommelier.
shit. I was like this close because I was a chef for many years.
Oh yeah, okay.
And some of those years was at like a very high level, and I used to work with sommeliers and do like 5-7 course meals and shit, and like they were like this one som was like back in Boston was trying to get me to go in. I thought about it. I was like,
bro, it was so shit. I got my som when I was in Miami and I worked at Iron Chef Morimoto.
Yeah, Morimoto's sick.
Yeah, Morimoto was dope. And then we actually won a best wine list of the year in South Florida for some. I don't think it was James Beard. Was it? I don't think it was James Beard. But the next year after that, in 2016, we won a James Beard next best new restaurant at what's called the Altar in Miami. It was a very high-end experience called Wynwood in Miami. It's like the art district.
I know Wynwood. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, so it's like
it's art district, bro.
Yeah, arts. Yeah,
only part of Miami I like.
Yeah, it's dope, bro. And then yeah, bro, I miss those days. And then out here, I worked for Chef John George in Miami Beach as well at the Matador Room. I was a assistant general manager at the fine dining restaurant at the Waldorf Astoria out here. So I loved it, bro. I went to culinary school. I didn't finish, but I went to the school and then I got out and I just trained. As you know, you don't need to go to school for that if you start.
No, I just fell face first into awesome jobs with great chefs, and I did corporate too. I did all sorts of shit, man. And I did that for like a decade and it was fun. I tried out for Top Chef season 2. I got kind of far along into the process of that. Wound up meeting the guy who wound up winning that, Marcel Vigneron. He's like a weed guy here in LA, and like got to befriend him and stuff. And yeah, he's a cool dude. But yeah, I love that world. But this is
my chef, he won. Did he win or he got second place on Top Chef? Jeremy Ford. Do you know him?
Oh, that name definitely sounds familiar.
Yeah,
was that like a later season? Like
I think it was season 4
7 or something. Oh, it was 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I've for sure seen him. Yeah.
So I worked for him while I was at the Matador Room, and then this was, he was on Top Chef. So that was a cool experience. That's cool, bro. I got a digital twin over here, dog. What's going on, bro? Thanks, super chat, Trigger. And Marie, go follow Trigger, man. He does great work. Trigger Smart is a great content creator.
I was actually watching him today.
He's a great dude, man. I'm glad to have him.
We got to get him on again
in the space. Yeah, we'd love to have him on. So I'll reach out.
Following right now, bro. I'm subbing right now.
Trigger Smart is a good dude, man. He does good work. Real chill, laid back, real good dude. Anne Marie again with the $4.99. You know how dumb ASS A* was trying to. It's all about base. I mean, Blake was trying to force you to say he was right. Reminded me of BS trying to get Megyn Kelly to say he was right and to say Candace Owens' name. Interesting. That's a very good point. I like that analogy. Thank you, Mer. $20. I appreciate you for the great content. Elena, what's up, Elena Laurent? Sending Bayes some love. Bayes is doing his thing right now, but I'll let him know. Mad, you didn't have to do because I called her out earlier. And,
Bayes getting mad love tonight.
Yeah, Bayes getting mad love, and then I said it earlier, and she was like, "Sorry, Danks, you know, I know you. I know you do. You know, I got love for you too, girl." Elena said, "What's up to you?" She wanted to send some love. Great new member, Blue Eyed Hillbilly. Hey, Bayes, had to come to your channel. Oh, by the way, go follow Real Bayes at Real Bayes. BAYES. Be co-host with the most.
Bayes is based.
Bayes is based. Blue-eyed hillbilly looking to upgrade, it looks like, or become a member on Bayes channel. Amber Baron brought me here. Your live with him was epic. It was epic. Thank you to Baron. I had a great time. It was. I think it was probably one of the best, if not the best. I feel it was. The conversation was. It was.
Dude, he's so awesome. I just love to see his trajectory. I remember when he had like 2,000 followers. Now he's just fucking killing it. And I talked to him recently for a very short, but he's such a nice guy. He's a very, very nice guy, an incredibly smart dude, and nobody deserves the success that he's seeing more than him, man.
Yeah, bro. I agree 100%. He treated me very well. You know, he's a great broadcaster on his own, and then as a duo, I mean, the flow was just, it was awesome. I had a great time.
Yeah.
If you're not a member, yeah, it's a members show. But if you, it's worth being a member just to watch the episode, because
I'm coming through, bro. Don't sweat it.
Deep. We went all the way, and it was fucking fire. Thank you, Baron. Thank you, Amber, as well. Butterfly. Oh, this is from Baron. I remember last night. Baron said, support the ones we connect with, others will be stuck with Ben Shapiro. Go Max. 100%. Samantha Sanders became a YouTube member. Blue-eyed Hilly-Billy, 2-to-1 ratio on the likes. Hit free 99 cents. Hit the like.
3.99.
That's right. Free 99. It's only 99 cents to become a Dankster. You can join and get a weekly session with the Danksters.
I like Dank, bro. I like Dank.
Yeah, you know, I know you. I saw on your old profile your thing. It was like just a dude smoking hash and
yeah. So for those that don't know, I spent like 15 years in the cannabis industry working with some of the biggest brands. I worked with Raw Rolling Papers. If you guys smoke weed, probably know that brand. I used to do all that stuff.
I used to,
yeah. That's my jam.
Yeah, I quit smoking weed back in September. I said August, September, like September, and it was long overdue. I'd been smoking for 25 years, bro, since I was 14. You know, I got stuck in that loop, and I never stopped. But I loved weed, you know. But it was time to move on for me. At least.
I'm with you.
Carrie Bigler, $49.99. Danks and Bays, love keeping Max. Found you both from watching. Baron, thanks for coming through, and thanks for the massive super chat. That is super appreciated and super kind. Yeah, Baron and Ian. Shout out to Baron and Ian, really blessing the homies. This is what it's all about. And the previous
absolutely.
chat said it. You know, we don't want to be stuck with the Daily Wire and Graham, whatever these guys are. You know, I don't even know anymore. I'm so tired of the same.
Yeah, man. And you know, as somebody who's, you know, I've gotten to become like very good friends with Ian over the last year, you know, working on these projects with him and stuff. And that is who he is in real life. How he portrays himself is 1,000%. I've been on the phone with him for 10, 12 hours in a single day. That is him for sure. Right. And he always gives good content creators who are doing good work. He will give them a leg up and use his platform. I mean, just how he was the other day live streaming, and half the live stream was your video. I was like, yeah, motherfucker. Like, that's what's up. You know, I heard about Bayes through him, like from Bayes, like super chatting and stuff. And he would like look into his stuff and like play his shit on there. Like that song that Bayes did. Right. So it's like, been really awesome to see that. And like you guys having me on, like, I'm a very new creator in this space. I mean, I've always been here, you know what I mean? I work with like a lot of people, and, you know, I have a lot of friends in this space, but I haven't been like throwing my hat in the ring, so to speak. But now I am, and like you guys bringing me on, helping me get some exposure, Ian bringing your son and getting exposure to you guys. It's like that's how it should be, man. We should
Absolutely.
all be rising. You know, rising tide should lift all ships, right? And that,
that's what Bayes always says, and I've been saying it too.
And it's so true. And so yeah.
Yeah, man, we're super fortunate to have such an awesome group of people. So thank you, Carrie, and thank you to Baron and Ian again, of course. Blue-eyed hillbilly throwing some love. Let's get Bayes to 100,000. Don't be a Joe. Don't be a Joe. We got to get Bayes to 100,000. Let's get Bayes and Danks and Kevin all to 100,000.
Let's go.
That would be incredible.
Yo, I'm here. I'm in it for the long haul. Like, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be putting out content. I'm gonna be talking my shit. So
I look forward to it,
Let's
bro.
go.
We all do. We all do. Subscribe. Yeah, this for who's Blue-eyed hillbilly. They've been hitting the chats up.
Yo,
what's up?
Bayes.
Thank you. Subscribe. You know he's worth it. All right, Jessa Elfan. Does Kevin have a YouTube channel or post content anywhere? Yeah,
Yes.
we've said multiple times, but if you haven't caught it, you can go and check him out. YouTube, X, Twitch. Kevin is a human. All of his links are in my description, so you can scroll down, check out the description, and hook up with your boy and go check him out.
Yeah,
and share the love. How many followers did you have on YouTube before the stream? Do you know?
Oh, like nothing. Like
right. We're gonna
like
I think I
200 or
checked
something.
Okay,
or 20.
I, wanna,
I don't even remember.
I think I looked. I think it was like in the 60s or 80s or something like that.
147. That's what's up. And so, you know, it's a little sparse right now. I just started live streaming, and I'm going to be clipping out live streams. You know, that's the name of the game. So I'll be clipping out my live streams, putting those up on YouTube here. So there's a lot more YouTube content coming. I'm also not just going to be live streaming and doing talking head stuff. Like, I actually have a goal of like once a month putting out like an actually produced piece of content about a subject. Hopefully this summer I'm going to start doing that once a month. And if you just like the conversations that we were having here, it's basically just that, but me talking to the camera, going on all sorts of different things and hanging out with people. It's a super vibe over in my live stream. So come through. It's not stuffy. It's like we're having fun. So
yeah, no, it was dope. Last night I texted Bayes while I was watching. I was like, bro, this guy reminds me of Seth Rogen for some reason.
Dude,
you ever get that?
Getting that? Why? I don't know, but I dig it.
Your demeanor, your look a little bit, like the voice cadence, all of it, bro. You got it. I don't know. I know that when people say I look like someone, I never do, but I think you do for sure.
Thank you.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the $10. Saw we deserve better psyops recently, and I literally laughed out loud, then realized how sad that is. They really do think we are stupid, though. Can't believe shit anymore coming from the government. Release the Epstein files. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, we do deserve better. It's true. We kind of do deserve better psyops.
We do.
I mean, that's like that's kind of good. I like that, bro. Blue-eyed hillbilly with another baller, $2. I'm spamming both you and Braze right now in a good way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Braze.
For spamming Braze. We appreciate that. Joey Hender with the Australian $5. I think DJ T Dan and Cash were genuine about releasing files, but once in had info that they just couldn't release. First time viewer for Alive and loving it. Thank you. Welcome.
I don't think that I think that maybe they thought and had the intentions of it, but they were explicitly put there because they were going to be forced to say there's nothing in the files and we're not releasing the files. And how credible does it seem that the two guys that made their entire living, their entire life about releasing the files, and they said, oh, I got to look at them and there's nothing there. Oh, well, then the normal person is going to go, oh, okay, well, I guess that there's nothing there then, because these guys that said that there was something there and it needs to be released now say it not. It's all bullshit. In the same way that we were talking about Pam Bondi was there to serve a role, they were there to just serve that role.
Yeah, I believe the same. I think that, to me, it really, if you think about it, they could have been useful idiots because they were so rah-rah about like releasing all this shit. So they might have just been dumb enough to just go in and think they're going to make a change, and then they just couldn't. Or they if you think about Pam Bondi, she did her job for like a year and then they got fired. Well, if you think about it, maybe Dan Bongino was there just to redact the Epstein files, and then he left. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they all do this detrimental shit, and then they leave, and they lie, and then they leave. So it's like,
yeah.
I mean, I just imagine him for like 8 months straight, just like with a Sharpie and shit, fucking in the back office of like, bro.
It makes me wonder what role. Like, why is Kash Patel still around? What is he serving? Like, what is his role there? Because he's still serving a role. He's still playing a role to some degree, and I can't figure out for the life of me what it is.
They got one more trick up their sleeve. They need him to be the bad guy before they show him the door.
Dude, that's what I'm wondering, man. Because that dude is insanely inept.
Yeah.
Insanely inept.
I mean, I do want to jump to, this is the most recent super. They said, you guys still talking about the files? And absolutely. And
Absolutely.
And I think that it needs to continue. Yeah, I don't think this one's going away, to be honest. I think that
if you don't think that a conspiracy that involves most of the rich and powerful people on the planet potentially raping and eating fucking children and then taking over every country on the planet, and you really look at Jeffrey Epstein and all of his connections everywhere, you look at Zorro Ranch, you look at it's just one of his conspiracies that's being proven around him is enough to fucking topple like most countries. And then you see that it's stacked on with tens of them. And then you sit back and say, you're still talking about Epstein? Dog, I'm not trying to talk shit on you, but that is crazy talk to me.
And
if you don't think this is real and it needs to be talked about and discovered, like, I don't know what to tell you.
And
Like,
his web is so wide, it connects everywhere. I started doing a deep dive on Ben Shapiro. And like the first day of me actually digging in, it's like, oh, we got some Epstein connections. Not direct Epstein connections, but like very, very strong indirect corrections. So I'll get into this real quick because it also kind of connects to the Zorro Ranch thing, because people don't people see names on the Epstein list and in the files, and they don't really understand who the people are. Like a lot of the times, like I'm sure even you guys have seen a couple of names in there that like it doesn't really stand out, and then all of a sudden, maybe a month later, a couple weeks later, whenever it is, you look and you're like, oh wait, that guy, like, he was on there. And one of those names for me was Lawrence Summers. So Lawrence Summers, under the Clinton administration, he was working the Treasury. All right. He was working for U.S. Treasury. Under the Obama administration, he was the director of the NEC. What is it? National Economic Council, whatever. So basically the head of Treasury and the head of Commerce both answered to this guy in 2009, 2010. This was one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends. He was the executor of his will. And not only that, but he was president of Harvard from 2001 to, I think, 2006. During the same period, Ben Shapiro went to Harvard from 2004 to 2007. And one of his professors was Alan Dershowitz, one of Epstein's other best friends, who also was his lawyer, who him and Ken Starr were two of the lawyers that helped get him that sweetheart deal between 2005, 2007. So that means that around the same time that Alan Dershowitz, who was a professor at Harvard for 49 years, by the way, it's not like he was a part-time guy. He was there for about 50 years. So during the same period that he's getting Epstein this sweetheart deal, where instead of this big sex trafficking case that they could have prosecuted him on, they got a non-prosecution agreement saying that it was for prostitution. And instead of going to jail for a long time, nobody else went to jail except Epstein. And it was 18 months with a 12-hour-a-day work release. So he basically just had to sleep there. And during the same time that Dershowitz was working his case and that Lawrence Summers was his best friend, Dershowitz was teaching Ben Shapiro and Lawrence Summers was president of the university. And Lawrence Summers was one of the people that gave access to Epstein for all these scientists and these donors and this whole network of people that allowed him to operate and do a lot of these deals that he did that connects him to JPL and to NASA and all this other shit that he was getting into.
All right. Yep, I agree. Don't get space started on the files. Hey man, new to the show, Matt, super Fortnite kid, bro. When are we gonna play Fortnite? We gotta play. My butt hurts. I've been sitting in this chair all day, bro. You play Fortnite, Kevin?
Was that?
Do you play Fortnite at all?
No, not Fortnite. I was on Arc Raiders, really tough for a while. Now I'm playing Crimson Desert, but no, I'm not. I've never played Fortnite. It's
never goated.
It's never done it for me.
Me and Bayes, we get down, we smash and dash. All right, so we build. Hey man, well, new to the show, massive Candace fan, but I feel you're being a bit disingenuous towards Blake. He brought up a serious question, and I do think we need answers. I don't know the truth. Hey, I appreciate the super chat. Welcome to the show. I want to address that for sure. I don't want you to feel that I was disingenuous, but I've heard that maybe this is the second time someone's told me that directly. Hear me out though. 2 days ago, Blake came on my stream and sat in his chair, and I sat in mine. He came in voluntarily, and I asked him to come in. He had the floor every single time that he wanted it. I let him talk. I didn't speak over him. I asked him questions that the public wanted to ask, the audience needed to hear. His peers, my audience, the internet, the whole internet saw it, and the recording and all of the stuff. I showed everything. All right. He answered all the questions that, to the best of his ability. It seemed like he was being honest. I don't know if he was or not, but it looked like he was. I didn't call him a liar. I wasn't rude or disrespectful towards him at all. In fact, in multiple instances, I was very fair. In fact, I took his side on certain things. I said, if this is to be what you say it is, and it appears to be, I think that this is very interesting. And I think it is interesting that I think it's like, I thought that why wouldn't she at least show it? And I said it on the stream. It doesn't serve her with an indictment, or not an indictment, but like paperwork to go to court or get litigated just for showing the thing. But also, I can't say for sure what he's saying because I don't necessarily believe what he believes. You know what I mean? He left the stream on his own terms. Nobody pushed him out the door. Then yesterday, he posted that he is done for good. Basically attacked me on a live stream, like yelling at me, forcing me to do it, wanting to force me to do another live stream. After 6 hours earlier, he named Candace, Baron, Ian, all these people as people that destroyed his life, and that he's retiring, and that he's waving the white flag and saying Candace wins in this sob story in his bio description. All right, brother, if asking a man fair questions destroys his life, the questions were not the problem.
Nope.
Okay, they were not. Watch the stream back. Watch if I ever cut him off. Watch if I ever disrespected him. Watch if I was disingenuous at all. Watch it again. Watch it 5 times if you need to, and then run the whole thing through AI. Watch if I ever refuse to let him answer.
Not even that. And I could say this from experience. Like, yeah, I understand that people want answers. People have questions. And listen, I've had questions. I've been critical of everybody at one point or another. But I can tell you from my own personal experience, Candace does not owe Blake a fucking thing. She doesn't have to answer anything to him. Like, I've dealt with the guy myself, and listen, I don't even dislike Blake. I have like a weird non-relationship with him because I haven't even spoke. Like, the last time I actually spoke with him, actually no, the last time I spoke with him was when I was like trying to like bury the hatchet with him, and then we just never really reconnected again. But like the last time I actually like had a back and forth conversation with him, it didn't really go too well. But I didn't have hard feelings from him. I was just trying to call him out on his bullshit and hold him accountable and be like, listen, I don't know if you realize how you're coming off. I don't know if you're in the mind state and mental state to like know what you're doing right now, but you're on some bullshit and I don't want you anywhere fucking near me. And I think that just from my own experience and the way that he rubbed me the wrong way and my spider senses went up, and I've used that term before with Blake, just like Candace did, I could totally understand why she would say that when my spider senses started tingling, I had to get away from this guy. I 1000% relate to that. It has nothing to do with questions in the case and questions. Like I said the same thing when it came to Candace. Like, why did it take you so long to release that video? I was critical about that. I had no problem speaking up about that, you know. And if I ever got to have a conversation with her, I would ask her that. But you know what I wouldn't do? You know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't like call favors or whatever to get her on the phone and try to record the fucking thing and then like blackmail her with it when I didn't get my way. Or not that I shouldn't say that, not that he blackmailed her, but like I said earlier tonight, the guy literally told me when he was telling me the story that he was in his backyard talking on the phone and his security camera accidentally recorded it. And that's bullshit. Because if you watch the video that he posted on YouTube, which is like 15 minutes long, it looks like he recorded it with a tripod. Like his camera on a tripod.
Yeah, it was
like,
serendipitously
so,
recorded.
So his whole foundation for his argument is bullshit. It's bullshit. So Candace did the right thing by distancing herself from him, just like I did the right thing when I distanced myself from him and Danks when we said, yo, we can't do Saturdays with this guy anymore. He's toxic. And you know why? Because I knew something like this was going to happen, and I wasn't going to be known as the guy who does the show with the crazy guy that did whatever the fuck he ended up doing. So I got out of that right away.
Yep, me too. We appreciate you, bro. And it's nothing against you, Super Fortnite Kid. It sounds like you're just asking questions. And I appreciate it. And I'm being 100% with you. And I think you can see by the chat's reaction that they feel the same way. We're all here looking for the truth. Thank you, though.
That's it.
Big chat. What's up, bro? So how do we, as a whole, fix the mess we created? Well, I don't know if we created it necessarily.
We didn't.
It just goes back to what Kevin was saying earlier. We didn't ask for this stuff that we've got.
No.
We didn't ask for cell phones. We didn't ask for AI. We didn't ask for data centers. We didn't ask for politicians. We didn't ask for any of this shit.
No. You know what you do? This is what
we
you
didn't
do.
ask for. We didn't ask for cash and money. They gave it to us. They took our gold, confiscated our gold, and gave us I think it was a felony to even harvest your gold from people or keep it.
That's true.
If I'm not mistaken, it was I'm not 100% on the felony part, but it was a crime to not give your gold over to the government. And then the next day, I think it was the next day, they literally tripled the cost of gold back in like 1970 something.
Yeah.
After stealing it from everybody or taking it or whatever.
That's a whole other rabbit hole. Here's what I would say though. This is what you do.
And not to attack you, big chap. You're cool with me. I'm just saying. I get worked up now. You know what I mean?
I think like an actual actionable thing that you can actually do is live well. That's all. That's it, right? Meaning,
that's a good
like keep your health up. Like take care of your health. If you have people you love, a family, love them, be with them. Like if you have children, help them grow to be the strong next generation, right? Because it's not going to blow up. The world's not going to end. None of this is an event, right? This is a marathon, not a sprint. And you just got to take care of yourself, find happiness, find love, and just kind of go in. And it sounds fucking sappy and cheesy, but if you do that, then you become impenetrable. You become something that can't be moved by a bunch of psyop bullshit, by a bunch of if anything happens, it doesn't matter. You can roll with it because the mental clarity is there because you're keeping everything else in alignment and you have your family and the people you love and the things that you care about to give you the purpose to fight back. And I think that that's what we should all do personally. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat, big chat. Danny VRN, good to see you again. $5 will gladly accept a green alien in Congress in exchange for the files. LOL.
I say I put out this comment on James Lee's video yesterday, and it got so many so many likes, and I said, we don't care about the aliens. We want to know about the fucking predators. And that's the truth, man.
Yo, I did a poll earlier. It got 171 votes. I said UFOs, another distraction or legit. We got 93% saying another distraction. Only 7% think it's legit.
Well, yeah, when you roll out 1950s articles as disclosure, it's a little ridiculous. I mean, come on. They're rolling out freaking news articles from around the world or whatever from the fucking 60s. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, to be honest. We'll gladly accept that. JE sentence in Florida was a disgrace. Accountability for many as long overdue. I agree. Thank you for the super chat, Danny. It's a shame. Oh, Super Fortnite Kid back with another super chat. $20. I'm certainly no Blake simp, but from what I know, his video is one of the most important pieces of evidence in this case. He's probably under an immense amount of pressure. I agree. He's probably under an immense amount of pressure. He is. But he's also putting it on himself, right?
It's what you do under pressure.
Yeah, he could have
That's literally the only thing that matters is how you handle pressure. And if you handle it fucking incorrectly, then you handled it incorrectly and you deserve whatever backlash you get for that.
He used that video to try to make a name for himself and get a bunch of attention. He went around on X telling everybody about how he had it for months, criticizing everybody else, and never actually releasing it. He could have passed off that video to multiple podcasters and content creators that are doing the investigation on both sides of the aisle and let them both do what they could with it to get it out there. He didn't do that. If he really just wanted to find the truth, he could have just, all right, let me give it to Candace, let me give it to Baron, let me give it to Paramount Tactical, let me give it to Valhalla, let me give it to this one, that one, and just see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys saw the live. I'm not gonna. Yeah. The thing is, when we're first of all, thank you for the super chat. I can tell that you're being genuine. You're not, being rude or anything like that. So I appreciate it. The video he's published is important. Like I never said that it wasn't. And nobody's taking that from him. The footage matters. I think all of the work that we all do matters. That's full stop. But you do not just like gatekeep footage from one creator or send it in pieces or whatever it is, record her on FaceTime without telling her, then put that private recording on the internet when she doesn't play it on your timeline. I bet if you didn't do any of that and you didn't pressure her so hard, she probably would have. But that is not an investigation. That's leverage. All right. That is leverage. And then naming Brian Harpo as a trigger man every single day, frame by frame, for months. For 7 months with arrows pointing at his armpits and in his pocket. Anybody would feel like, why is this guy want me to play this and say this so badly? You know what I mean? So I'm not necessarily defending her, but I also understand from a creator's perspective. Anybody who even asked to come on my show, I get offensive, not offensive, but you send me your first email. It's like, bro, you want to come on my show? You don't even try to chop it up first, or you want me to play this? And it's like, I understand. And we've played it. We've looked at it multiple times, me, Bayes, and Blake. So we've given the airtime. You know what I mean? I never said it wasn't anything that we weren't willing to do because we've done it. It's not up to me. I'm not Candace. If the footage, is not what she wants to play, then unfortunately I can't do anything about it. It's like, you guys got to take that up with her, bro, not me. I'm just the one I'm the one that actually gave him a voice. I gave him a voice. Thank you for the super chat, Fortnite. Welcome, Brew. Welcome, Kayla. Danny, welcome. Thanks for the $5. Think vibes voting is over. Trump got over on way too many of us. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. But what's the alternative? And that's where I'm always conflicted. I agree with that. I said it, right? But the alternative is lifelong politicians. How is that any better?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it ever since Trump, with how he's handled the files and the Charlie Kirk case, and now the war with Iran. It's like, how the hell could I ever trust anybody again that I don't actually know personally? You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Like, I supported the guy for 10 years. 10 years.
Power corrupts. Power corrupts. It's almost like we need a different system. Democracy, yes. Presidents, I'm not sold on it anymore. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know. I don't know about any of it, to be honest. Destroy the blob, $5. Bayes, first question was either or. Oh, they were.
I redid the poll.
Okay, all right.
They were saying to redo.
So you did have a few that. Okay, so all right. Thanks, Blob. Mad World, $2. Love this trifecta. You all have great synergy. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure having Kevin on. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I've been having a blast. I've been sitting here for like
we're going
3.5 hours with you guys. I'm having a blast. Let's go.
Yeah, no, we got another hour and a half going. No, I'm kidding.
I thought I was gonna do another live. Like after this, I thought I'd be on with you guys for like a couple hours, and I was gonna do a live tonight. Now I'm fucking rolling with you boys. Let's go.
Hey, we're chilling, man.
Let's go. You guys got it. You guys got any other fucking crazy supers you want to ask? Like, let's get weird shit.
Yeah, bro. We have like 50 more supers to go through.
Let's get into some weird shit. Let's go.
Thanks to all the love, you guys. Like, for real, this keeps us going. You know how I feel when I've told you many times. This is not only some of the best part of the show, if not the best, but also it supports the channel. It supports the work because we're not sponsored. Like, I get emails every day asking to pay me hundreds of dollars, sometimes in the $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 range. I was offered $2,000 one time to read an ad for some for a toothpaste, some shitty toothpaste. I'm not gonna do that. Maybe it was $1,200. It wasn't $2,000, but it was something like that. But then they were like trying to.
What are you trying to say, Dex? For $2,000, you would have read the shitty toothpaste ad?
No, either way, I'm not gonna read the ad. I don't want to lie, not lie, but I don't want to mistakenly say how much it was because there's no point in doing that. I just don't remember if it was that. It was between $1,000 and $2,000.
So
it was a lot.
We're
I
never
remember.
going to see a Danks episode brought to you by ExpressVPN.
No, you're not. But you know where you will see what kind of advert you will see is Club Vatra. You will see clubvatra.com because that is my company that I built for creators by creators. If you want to go join a creators community, or if you are a creator and you want to monetize your community to get support for your journalism or to have a place to hang out so you don't have trolls joining your community, you could charge a couple bucks, $1, $5. The audience pays the Stripe processing fees. It's monetized by Stripe, and it's just a small platform fee. We build the Discord. We build you a website. We help like get everything set up for you and everything. It's free up front. All we do is we take a platform fee. That's what AI can do for you. You see what I'm saying? If I didn't have AI agents like helping me with the ins and outs and the monetization and like the dashboard out, I mean, I don't want to keep pulling stuff up and showing you. I'd love to show you next. I'll show you guys some other time. You can. I've showed it plenty of times. Jesse on Fire is on there. Lots of other creators.
I feel like you and I could do like we were saying earlier, like a vibe code, like a whole vibe code, like for information space, like stream. I would do that with you for sure.
I would be down, bro.
I'm building mad tools for this type of stuff, man.
Yeah, man, I'm down, bro. I build skill set files all the time. Like I'm really all about AI. I love Claude. I love vibe coding. I love building shit. Like just today I was looking at that map, the data center map, and I built an HTML file. I'll show you what I whipped up. I whipped it up in like a few minutes. And I'm still working on it. Here, I'll just pull this up at least real quick. This is how cool this stuff is. Here, check this out. So I started building this little data file. It's called an HTML file. And HTML files, you can just pretty much take your research and throw it into a browser, right? So if you look here, let me.
That's how I did whokilledthescientist.com.
Yeah,
HTML file. I had Claude Code attach it to a domain that I bought, and
that's it, man. I mean, I don't have like 1,100 things on here yet, but this was like a couple of prompts because I'm doing some research, and I was like, well, let's see, like, are they AWS? Are they Alibaba? Are they Brookfield? Are they China Telecom? Are they O'Leary? This is the one being built in Utah. You can pull this up. I mean, this was done in like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? So I definitely think it would be fun. And then open full dossier. You know, it's got all the information and all the players. You know what I mean? Like this is the type of stuff that that we do, bro. You know what I mean? So I would love to get down with you on that for sure. But yeah, man, I get asked all the time, would you do a show like talking about AI and teaching us? And we've done it in the members only. It's a hit too.
Yeah.
So for sure. All right, let me see where we at. Love the trifecta. Okay, Bayes, do the poll. Thanks, Gruffmaster. Thanks, Meshel. You got a few supers about the poll. Crystal Lee, 499, 925. Semi-analysis merged with. Hey, they know they were. Are you a member? Let me see. Are you a member, Crystal Lee? Because we were literally looking at semi-analysis today. Check this out. I was literally looking here. Let me show you this. This is wild. If you look at how do I look at this? Let me go to semi-analysis, and I'll show you my history on this little AI thing right here. Look, check this out. Like that is crazy. Were you in the lot? Can you? I wish I could even see the thing, but where I was at was here. Top data analysis. This was during my live stream today, and I was literally talking about semi-analysis today. What is semianalysis.com at 12:54 this afternoon? And then I was trying to figure out if they were owned or in business with the Israelis. So this says merged with Israeli chips and wafers semiconductor firm Chaim Eisenberg, former IDF liaison. Bro, the reason why I was looking is because semianalysis.com does research data outputs for the tech industry, and it's like skewed towards this same narrative of China and the AI race and the data race. So this is something that is useful to me, and this is very, very useful. Thank you very much. Let me store this right here in this file. If you're in the show today, you know. If you know, you know. Let me put this in this data file set right here. Boom. And then send. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. What is this? Liaison of the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet Intelligence New Head. That's great. I'm going to look into that. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal Lee. Meshel Malbel, member for 2 months. So grateful to have found you, Bayes and Danks. Member to both. First time hearing Kevin. Great show. Love this community. Purple Heart. God bless you all. God bless you all as well. Thank you, Meshel. Yeah, member for 2 months. Member for 2 months. Become a member on Bayes or Danks for $5 or $10 on Bayes. 99 cents all the way up to $20 on mine if you want to support more. Mom Ranger, $20. Good to see you. I'm wondering if the data centers, computing power, cloud resources could replace oil as the world's dominant economic commodity in lieu of the petrodollar. Just a sleep-deprived thought. Crisis King. That's a really good question. I think I've seen this question before. Data centers, I don't think data centers would replace as a economic commodity, because anybody can make one. Anyway, like if you know how to engineer a GPU, you can make a shitload of them and then build a house and put them in your house. You see what I'm saying? You can't make oil. Normal people can't go and drill oil. So for me, that's a no. Does anybody have an opinion on that?
Well, I think that what you just said, the theoretics of somebody being able to do that, I think we're in a short window of that being the case. I think there will be. I think there's going to be not just a shortage of compute, but everything is going to be. They're going to try to get us to stop using computers and to rent compute directly from Amazon Web Services. I mean, this is the stated goal of Amazon Web Services, right? And then we're seeing the rise in GPU costs and RAM costs across the board because of the data centers, and there's just literally not enough to handle the demand. It's no different than like the superconductor shortage that we were facing. So I think compute becomes a very somewhat scarce commodity in this weird world that we're about to be in. So I think people being able to build their own mini data centers, I think those times are fast approaching an end. But I could be wrong, you know.
That's a good point. I like it. All right, let's keep it moving. Thanks for the $20, Mom Ranger. Good to see you again. Danny Tobia, they are saying it out loud. They sure are. Thank you, Danny. Hayes Griffith, $5. I'm 54 and I vote on policy. When I was younger, I didn't. We just have no one with good policy. I might vote for Tucker. I'd hear him out. Yeah. I don't think policy can be good anymore. We are infiltrated. We're infiltrated from multiple different angles. It's not just AIPAC. It's not just PACs. It's also just money. Like, you can't have money be a voice in politics. That is the worst decision that they ever made.
Yeah. Get rid of Citizens United. That's the only way to take this country back. Because that is the back door that gives Israel the access to control us monetarily, to control our government monetarily. Because that's the only way that they can. Without Citizens United, Israel can't control us. So overturn that. That sounds like fucking Bernie Sanders.
I think it would be interesting to have a conversation. Not right now. I'm scared to even mention it because I don't want it to get. I think that there's an interesting relationship with the U.S. and Israel that people aren't seeing clearly, and I think that. We'll talk about it on next week's Members Only Live. And Kevin, if you want to join,
sure,
I'd like to have you on the Members Live, and I would like to have a discussion about America and the United States of America and Israel.
I'd love to talk about
next
that.
week. I think it'd be a great Members Live. That's what we should do. So let's plan for that next Saturday morning, usually around 10 a.m.
Sounds good to me.
Thanks for the and also I don't think Tucker's going to run. I'd be very surprised.
I don't think so either.
Daniel Valle-Duarte, $5. Disabled veteran here. Do you teach classes on how to vibe code to build or use it to find funding for a helpful community business model? No, not necessarily. But if you allow me, I basically built like a vibe coding app that shows you how to vibe code. And it's got like so it's vibed here. I'll send it in the chat if you're still here. I haven't really worked on it in a while, so I don't know how good it works, but learn how to build anything with AI. Master the art of prompting AI coding assistants like Windsurf, Interact. You don't have to have Windsurf. I used to use it a lot, but I don't anymore. But it's basically like Claude Code or anything you could. Interactive tutorials, real-time feedback, and it basically tells you like you can go in. It's free, and then you just like learn about it. Imagine you have a really smart friend who knows everything. Like, what is it? What is actually happening? How do you actually prompt it? You know, and ask you questions, and it tells you if you get it right or wrong. There's lessons. So definitely go, and if you want to go to vibed.netlify.app, feel free to check it out. But yeah, with Kevin around, we might get more involved in something like that.
Yeah, you know, it's also too what I love about the vibe coding aspect is that it takes away the need to have the technical background, and it leaves you to being able to think more about like, what do I want, and then use it to help you reverse engineer what you want. I think AI has taught us one thing. I think the greatest lesson of AI is in learning the skill of how to craft and ask powerful questions. because everything you get out of AI is directly in response to how great your question is, right? And so, and I also think that to be a journalist, which I am not one, but I'm just a curious person. But if you're a journalist or you're anything, I think there's an art to asking questions. And I think AI is something that is very good for people who can ask good questions, right? The other great thing about vibe coding is now be a dreamer, a thinker. Start really thinking out, you're not thinking about in the confines of what's possible in front of you. Start thinking beyond that and start conversing with this AI and ask it, how do we achieve that? Can it be achieved? And then you're just iterating until you get something that works, but you gotta learn how to like steer the ship, ask really great questions, and dream big. And if you can do that, you can vibe code. That's my belief,
You couldn't have said it better. I think it's like one of the best things you could have said. Look, once you start dreaming, you'll just fully load up with pages of websites. This is just one of my deployment apps. I've got Club Watcher, I've got Show Americans for Transparency. I mean, you could come in here and deploy it, and you could see like what's going on and do all of your stuff in here. You know what I mean? But first you have to learn what is actually going on and how this stuff operates.
For sure.
And really, you just ask AI. Like, I have so many different sites, like my development site for building independent models for private companies is here. You know what I mean? So I've done this. These are high quality builds and with forms, and there's an email attached to this. You know what I mean? These are real companies.
Yeah.
So once you start feeling it out, and then you realize, like X Algo Exposed, I took the algorithm, and because they made it open source, and I learned exactly how to make posts go viral. And now if you look at my X account, I grew up from 50 followers to almost 27,000 in 4 months. You know what I mean? And it's because I cracked the code. You know what I mean? And I have a chat bot on the back
I'll
here
have to
that I'm
check
working
this
on.
out. I'm gonna have to check this out.
I gotta finish it up. I would love to work with somebody on something, bro. I've got tons of great ideas that I've been building. So, it'd be cool to partner up and just fuck around.
Yeah. Let's talk, man.
And I got another homie, Zero. He built something for researchers that he's working on. I don't know how much he wants me to say about it, but that should be coming soon. I did some consulting for him as well, and he's in the chat. I'm sure you've seen him. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, Daniel. This is for Duke, $1.99. Thanks. Who's Duke? Bayes, is that for you?
Yeah, it was somebody that was saying they were having trouble sending supers.
Oh,
I've had a couple people tell me that in the past 2 weeks. That's weird.
Interesting.
What a great community you guys got here.
Oh man, we have an incredible community, bro. Incredible community. Gifted 1 Real Bayes membership. Thank you to the gifter. Thank you for joining, Jobo. Absolutely. Courts, Legionnaires. That's right. God, I was drawing a blank on that.
Oh yeah, a lot of people were saying Legionnaire's disease.
Oh my gosh, I was like, why is L? And I said it so many times today too. Thank you. Became a YouTube member. Thank you, Tubator. Tubator says, new here. Quick question: how vulnerable are satellites? How vulnerable are satellites? Oh, they're very vulnerable. In what way though? They're vulnerable physically. They're vulnerable security wise, cyber wise. I mean, that we lose like, I think that we lose like 1,000 a year or something like that. They just fall out of the sky. Yeah, something like that.
That's wild.
But they deploy like 10 times more than that every year. So it's just, a lot of times like what we think we're seeing in the sky is actually just satellites. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Tubitor. Courtsy, subscribed after watching you on my Humble Host podcast. Thank you for sharing your story. Love from Australia. Thank you for coming by and being here. Yeah, Baron is, that was dope. I mean, it was so good. I just can't even believe the conversation that was expanded upon with that. Like, that was incredible, bro. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Kathy Friends, $9.99. The IRS sent a letter. We needs your bank account number for your refund. BS. I paid you $56,000 in federal. Somebody trying to
Oh,
get
it's not
you,
even
big
funny.
dog. Kathy, I mean, Mrs. Dankster, they're trying to get you. Don't give your bank account number. Chucky, welcome. My ex's ex, new member. Ooh, sexy. I like the logo. It's kind of cool. All right. Tubator, where's Erin Brockovich when you need her?
Yo, it's funny. I thought the same thing. That when we
That's
were
a
talking,
deep cut.
when we were talking about she probably said that around the time that I was talking about it, when we were talking about the Elon Musk thing with the data center, and then I brought up the slaughterhouses, how they were spraying shit into the air and people were getting sick. I was actually thinking about that. You guys ever seen that movie?
Yeah, like
yeah, it's starring
haven't.
Julia Roberts. It was based on a true story about an independent journalist that was going around doing an
Environmental
investigation.
activism.
Yeah, it was people getting cancer because they were poisoning the water.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be a good watch again, bro. Nowadays. Oh man, did you see this? I posted a clip on X. I just don't know if I can play it on here, but it was from the X-Files.
Yeah.
You
that
can't play
file?
it.
Did you
You
see?
can't play it.
I can't play it.
Yo, did you see the
it's
one that I
wild.
sent you?
It's wild.
I watched. I didn't
It's
watch so
probably
much
the
'cause I was
same
prepared
one.
for the live stream.
No. So the hantavirus one, or hantavirus, I don't know how you pronounce it. That one's pretty crazy, but also not really, because there's actually like a history of hantavirus, like small outbreaks that have happened in the US in the past. So it's like really not that crazy actually that they did that in that show. But the clip that I sent you is from the
I'm gonna watch it.
It's the when they rebooted the X-Files in like 2010. It was like the first opening minutes of the first episode, and
I gotta watch it.
it's such a banger. I posted it on my X. My best friend Rory had posted it 10 years ago on his YouTube channel, and he sent it to me yesterday. I was like, bro, and I made that my intro into my live stream. It's like 3 minutes, and it's so good. And so much of the stuff they're talking about is like kind of happening. Dude, I fucking love X-Files though. That's
yeah. I did watch the beginning, but today was so crazy for me, bro. Like
same.
I'm getting so crazy busy, and I know you. I mean, it's just so much, bro. Like I just want to sit down and watch, like lay down and watch freaking Netflix or just watch YouTube. I spend 100 times more time doing YouTube than actually watching it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm losing time. I'm losing my content time. Thanks for the super chat. Duke Nuke 699 Canada. What up, my G? Finally, someone talking about stable coins, Google Project, Agora trying to switch everything to blockchain. They just did stocks. Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Look, I think blockchain technology would be great, in certain aspects.
Sure.
Especially like if you're talking about zero knowledge and like privacy and stuff like that. But I just, for like data and like, there's a lot of great things it could be used for. But at the same time, we've got quantum computing coming. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what fucking coin they say is quantum resistant. You know what I mean? Like, I can resist the cops. You're gonna still get my ass in the back of a cop car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dog.
Like, I don't know, man. I wish that we had something better. But
I think people need to wake up to the fact that everything in the world that we know as being the foundation of our world is antiquated, and changes are happening. And they're gonna fucking happen. And every one of those changes on one end could be a utopian change, or the other end, it could be a dystopian change. Same with fucking cryptocurrency. But you gotta always remember, Bitcoin was the first crypto. And Bitcoin was made by a mysterious person named Satoshi Nakamoto. I don't believe it was that English dude that they're trying to say it was him. We know for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein was funding some of those scientists that were in the original group of people that created Bitcoin. Satoshi created Bitcoin. And we know for a fact that the CIA was involved. So take all of that information with what you will,
Absolutely. Daniel, absolutely. Can I clip your live show with that AI answer? I think it was helpful. Yes, you're more than anybody can clip any of my shows. As long as you're not talking shit about me, I'd appreciate it. You can even talk shit. I don't care. Just say whatever you want, but I just would appreciate if you didn't. Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. Please, by all means. Come by the stream. Yeah, or join the Discord. If you go to Club Vatra and you join the Discord, it's $5. Go to Club Vatra. Here, I'll put the link up again. You can donate there as well. Actually, YouTube takes they took 40% of my super chats the other day.
Yeah, that's
so
what they take.
I get all of them. I get everything except for the platform fee on clubvatra.com. So you can donate there in tips, or you can join the Discord for $5 or a different tier if you want. This is where you can do all the action.
We should be streaming on Kick. They give you 95% of everything, Doug.
Damn. Okay.
Kick's the move. Yeah.
Yeah, but YouTube's ads though, man. I mean, even if you have Prime,
you don't need to tell me, bro. You don't need to tell me.
It's a tough one,
I live on
when
YouTube.
you're doing this for a living, it's like but I'm streaming on Rumble right now.
If you are not locked into an exclusive platform contract, you should always multi-stream, and Kick should be a part of the multi-stream thing that you do, because Kick.
Why is that? Why is Kick?
Because Kick pays the best out of any platform, hands down, not even close. And they're doing that intentionally to bring in more. It's like, you got to think of it like Live Golf, if you're into golf at all. Like, Live Golf went and gave impossible contracts to some of the biggest golfers in the world so that they would go over to their platform, right? And that's what happened. And so they're giving, not impossible, but they're giving next to impossible contracts. They're making enough to keep the light on. They're probably a loss leader in a lot of ways, but that's what you do to get the biggest creators onto your platform. You take care of them, and then everybody else will come. Kick was a joke to me 2 years ago. Kick is a very serious thing, and I'm going to start streaming on Kick too. I've just been having some technical issues with streaming over there, but all my streams will be going over there too, for sure.
That's what Club Vatra is about. Some of the lowest fees in the game, but not only that, we build the Discords however you want. We build and manage your website however you want up front. Now, we do invite only. All right, so you have to send an application. Obviously, since we're doing the building up front, we prefer if you're monetized so we can start collecting platform fees. We don't want to just have you sitting there with one subscriber paying $3 a month. Right now it's early, so if I know you and I'll whatever, it's different. But as we grow, as Jesse and some other larger creators that we're hoping to bring on through the connections we have. Anyways, clubvoucher.com, that's where you want to be for sure.
And for all the people in the chat, it's KICK, the not the messaging platform, KIK. It's Kick with a C, and that is a live streaming platform. It is basically a Twitch clone.
Yeah, Kick is dope.
Yeah.
Base is on Twitch. I don't know why he's not streaming there right now, but
I can only do two. I did YouTube and X.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get my X going a little bit.
What I need to do is add we should just I'll talk to you about it later. I know what to do. All right. Here we go. What an amazing show with Baron. Thanks, Janie. $5. Your story is incredible. You are now on my must watch list. Caught your members show late today. Great content. Thank you, Janie.
Hey.
That means a lot. Shout out. I appreciate you. And it's so cool to have so many new audience members and fans. If you haven't liked this show, excuse me, my goodness. If you haven't liked the show or subscribed already, please do, to all three of us. Kevin is a Human, Real Bayes, and Dankster Intel on X, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. We'd love that. Thank you. Kays Griffith, $10. My son is graduating this year. How does he get educated in the area of AI so he'd be a good hire in the workforce? He's great with computers and gaming. Help. How should I steer him? Tell him to join Club Vatra. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So he needs to just use AI.
Sit
him down with the ChatGPT, or I prefer Claude. I wouldn't even use ChatGPT. Go to Claude, let him use the free one, or pay $20 and literally just use it. If he's like, hey, I need to learn this for school, like, use it. Whatever. Like, use it, but make sure you read. It's very easy to get caught in this situation where you're only reading the first sentence and then you're starting to send more prompts. Read through so you learn and understand like what's going on, and then start learning how to build stuff. This is like when I say build stuff, like literally start with build me a video game that has like whatever, like airplanes, planes flying, and I can move my ball in between it, like two-dimensional, whatever. And then, or build me a calculator that has like Fortnite characters as the buttons, like whatever, you can do that. But you have to learn step by step. You take your time. You have to download the file of the image of the logo that you want, or the branding, and like all of these little things. But once you put it together, and if he's young, sounds like maybe he is, this is 100% where you need to be. Like a lot of people ask me like, can you teach? Like, I don't have enough time to teach somebody, and I'm not going to benefit you as much as you sitting down and doing it yourself. Right. So I highly encourage that. That's my recommendation.
Quite literally, the only way you can teach somebody AI, you can teach somebody about like the principles of coding and things of that nature, so you have a better understanding of like the ins and outs of the things that it's doing for you, which is totally a great move to do. But when it comes down to teaching somebody, I've taught a lot of people how to do AI. I basically show them how to log in and ask a question. Right. It's like, or like with Claude Code, I'm going to show you how to open up a terminal at folder, press Claude, and then maybe npm run dev. And then you're off to the races, right? Like, it's just, you got to do it. It's one of those things that once you do it and you start to understand how it works, and you can even have it teach you how to make it work, you'll learn.
There's a learning curve, but I'll tell you what, we all watched Ian go through his learning curve. Yeah. It's as addicting as he made it look. I promise you. All right.
I'm actually afraid of that.
Ian started like one of the first things I ever saw him, the first thing I ever saw him do with AI was ask a question to Grok. And I was like, Grok? You fucking kidding me? I saw somebody in here saying like they don't like Claude, they prefer Grok. It's like Grok is not going to build you an app.
No, Grok sucks.
Grok is not going to build you anything, and it can barely even tell you the truth. Which is the one thing it's supposed.
Yeah, I don't trust Grok. Everybody, well, no, Danks, you would tell me to use it for like thumbnails and stuff. But other people, when they would tell me, "Oh, try Grok," I tried it a couple times. I still like ChatGPT better
for information and stuff like that. Like, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to overstep.
No, I was done anyway. I was just saying that I like ChatGPT better than Grok.
It's just faster at creating images, and I use them for sometimes backgrounds or text overlays. But I don't make my thumbnails with AI. Like, I don't encourage people to just make thumbnails with AI. You definitely want to like stack it and layer it.
Help make the thumbnails. Yeah. Sometimes you'll like even with the text, like there's little tricks. Doesn't matter if any content creators out there want to add. That's what the Discord's for.
Yeah, for sure.
Thumbnails are an art.
Yeah, you mix and match with them. It's not like you just put in a prompt and it makes it for you. It's like, you take an image from here and you take something from there. And
it's sad to see a lot of people they're doing that though. I mean, you don't get better at stuff by just having shit do it for you. You know what I mean? Thanks Kim, for joining.
That's definitely it.
Yeah. Miss Cato, $4.99. At this point, we should all consider the name Blake a red flag. Name a Blake who's normal right now.
Balake. That's a deep cut for all you Key and Peele fans out there.
Thank you for the super chat, Miss Cato. Janie Bakes, $1.99. Ooh, you like to bake. Ordered oregano oil you showed. Do you take 4 droplets? Me, I'm bigger, and so I will actually take I'll just put like a quarter of the thing, and I'll just do the drop. Like I'll just do one. And then if I want it on my skin or something like that, I'll take one and I'll do it on the
Now,
local.
do you swallow it right away, or do you let it sit under your tongue a little bit?
I just let it sit in my mouth.
Yeah, a lot of people say that it's better
It
just
is.
let it sit under the tongue.
The only time I swallow it is actually when I have indigestion or something in my stomach that I'm like, I feel nauseous or something like that. It helps right away. I mean, within 5 minutes, you can hear your stomach like doing whatever. I mean, it's wild. Oregano. Good. I'm glad to hear that it's oil of oregano, actually. It's not oregano oil.
It's oil of oregano, yeah.
But I'm glad that but she saw the branding, so hopefully she got the right one. Thank you. Pinky's out, Bayes and Marie, $10.
Marie. Every time you lift your wine glass, I've been saying Pinky's out, Bayes.
I love the energy, Anne Marie. Thank you. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome, Scott. My ex's ex. You guys still talking about? Oh, did I really not go through all these already, or did they say this again? Am I tripping?
You went forward and pulled that one up earlier.
Yeah, you pulled that specific one up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, that's right. Reality with Krista. Hey, what's up? Good to see you. She's got a YouTube account, by the way. $10. Quit weed. People who don't smoke weed scare me. Kidding. Not kidding. Jersey sober since 2012. I think they call it California sober out here. Is that the same thing? I don't know if it's
yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, 2012. Deuces to Kevin.
Sober.
Yeah, nice.
15 years alcohol free, but I smoke all day.
Nice. Yeah, man. I used to love smoking, bro. I was literally taking dabs, and I would be in the middle of doing a live stream, and I'd go rip a dab, and I'd come back. And I used to love it, man.
I absconded off to do a dab in the middle of this live stream. I'll be honest.
You got up pretty urgently earlier. Maybe is that what you? Let's just keep that private. Thanks for these great lives. You're welcome. Love Kevin, and Bayes is cool. Hey, Bayes is base.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Reality.
Come give me a follow.
Give him a follow. Alex got mittens. What's up? Good to see you again. Release the files. No effing UFO files. Not UFO files. We already have Brigitte Macron and Loomer's ET.
Oh, shit.
Brigitte. Got him. I was just mocking DJ. She never stopped talking about. Hey, shout out.
Yeah.
Yates back again with the $25 super. I was geofenced from the Dream City Church in AZ. Can someone finish reading that while I pull up the site?
I was geofenced from the Dream City Church in AZ when Trump came to speak for TPUSA. Erika Kirk was at Hillsdale. My phone is getting propaganda from Hillsdale. I flew there for a week to look into stuff. Ended up in a protest. Ian is amazing. Yes.
Wow. Great to hear it. So if you want to go and find out if your church is being geofenced, you go to americansfortransparency.org. All right, let me remove the super chat. And then you just scroll down. It's one of my top investigations. Was your church targeted? And then you can click this, check if your church was geofenced, and then you can come in here and you can actually scroll through, or you could type it in. Was it Dream City Church? Yeah, 20,000. They're being targeted. Phoenix, Arizona. I'm sorry to hear that. You can filter by state as well. So make sure you check. And if you do find out, this actually tells you what to do and share it on X. All right. So if you click share, it'll share and then you can type your message. It'll tag our account and then it'll lead people to the site, and people need to know about the site. All right. But it'll say how it works, and you can go learn about the technology of geofencing. You can look at all of the FARA documents. It tells you literally everything you need to know about what it is. So then you can, and then it even tells you how to approach your pastor in here as well. All right. So please go to americansfortransparency.org and find out if your church is geofenced. Hyper important. And I'm sorry to hear that, Cindy. Thanks for the super chat. Christ is King, $2. Thank you, Charles. Christ is King indeed. Nas Newman, $5. Five francs. Is that 5 pounds or francs? I don't even know anymore.
Pounds.
Yeah. A
I'm
new
pretty
fan. Sure. Yeah, I think you're right. A new fan from England, UK, found you via Ian Carroll. Shout out to Ian. Appreciate the great content from all
He's
of
the
you guys
best.
and Baron and Candace Tucker dropping truth bombs. You're right. It is the best. Thank you, Nas, and thank you to Ian and Baron and Candace and everybody doing great work out in the space. We need it. And don't let people you want to talk about a distraction? Look at how distracted everybody was this week. All right. All this Blake stuff, all the talk, all the memes, all the shit talking, all the division. It's not what we're here for, man. Let's just stay focused and let's keep it moving. And thank you, Nas. I appreciate you. Welcome, Miss Cato. Welcome to you as well, Bays. Miss Cato, new member. Steven Dixon, peace. $2.99. Peace is right. Reality, another $5 banger here. Why does Bays sound like he's from up here? Jersey, or somewhere near me. He sounds like me, not yelling. It sounds like me yelling, but
You think? You think he's from up there?
You think he's from up there?
Yeah, I'm not from New Jersey, but I am from New York.
New York.
You should be able to tell from his accent exactly what part of New York he's from. All right.
Long Island. I don't know my accent's.
Yeah, it's a Long Island motherfucker right there. I'm from Boston, but I don't sound like I'm from Boston.
Boston. You don't want to be from Boston around here, bro. we call Israel Boston.
That's the code name.
That's the code name. Yeah.
Damn, it's because of the Celtics? It's because of the Celtics. Be honest.
No, because this is what happened is
That's
everyone was like, use what Coach Collins uses Philadelphia. And my logic is like, no, why would I use the same word as somebody else when they could just target that word? We need to all use different words. You know what I mean? So I just, off the cuff, I put a poll in the chat. The reason why I say we should all use different words is because then they would have to ban the whole dictionary. And if they want us to stop speaking, that's the only way they would be able to stop us from saying the word, right? Even though we shouldn't have to censor ourselves. But I put a poll in the chat and I gave the chat a decision. It was either Boston or Detroit. And they chose Boston. It wasn't me. So you can blame the chat.
Fucking chat.
Fucking chat. Yeah. Ginger Nans, $10. Always love watching you, Danks and Bays. So nice to meet you, Kevin.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome. I love the dog and I love the picture. Looking good. Thanks for always bringing the great content. You are welcome. It's a privilege to be able to do this. I'll tell you that much. Thanks for the $10. We appreciate that. Amber Apple Day. Apple Day? Amber AP all day. What is AP? Amber AP. Thanks winning the gold in the Go Off Olympics. Hey, shout out. Woman after my own heart. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Coco Leaks, $2, $8. I got the feeling of Zen Black Mirror with him. I don't know. I feel like the whole.
I never watched that show. People reference it all the time.
You gotta, bro.
Never watched it. Not a fucking episode.
I've watched all of it twice.
Every episode, dude.
The only thing I'm not gonna lie, I have not watched any shows or any movies in quite some time. Probably around the time I started making content. The only things that I really want to watch right now, though, that have just come out or are coming out, is the last season of The Boys and the new Mortal Kombat movie. Everything else I could totally.
I fucks with that. I fucks
care
with
less
that.
About.
Bro, I still remember
Black Mirror is where it's at, though.
Yeah, Black Mirror, bro.
Yeah, man, you got to watch.
You got to
two SS Callisters. Those will fucking fry your brain, dude.
Bro, everything about Black Mirror. They're all different every episode, and they're just.
How many episodes are there? I don't want to get wrapped
6
up
seasons.
Yeah, but they only do like
God.
No. They only do 3 or 4 episodes a season. And
how long are the episodes? What
like
are we
an
talking
hour?
Here?
Yeah, like 40.
Like an hour.
Right, so like if I binge watch it, it would take a full 24 hours.
No, no. There's no binge watching. You can't watch more than 2 before you're like, yo, I got to give my brain a break because each one
You'd
will
be
twist
surprised.
Your brain.
I am from New York.
It will twist your brain inside out. 2 episodes is about the max you can do before you're like, I need something else, dude.
Remember that gaming episode where he went to go meet with the Japanese gamer developer?
dude.
Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, he got stuck in the haunted house and he ended up fucking. Oh my!
Dude, you can't say it, bro. It's so.
I'm not
good.
gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
So it's kind of like this. It's like the modern take on like a Twilight Zone, that's like every episode is a different way that like you're like fucked by technology or society, and it's fucking weird, dude.
It's futuristic, or it's in the past, or it's in today. I mean,
there's a social credits. There's a social credits score episode that'll fucking flip your fucking mind inside out, bro. It's crazy. It's such a good show.
Yeah. Oh, someone just said it. You have to watch because social credit is due.
Man,
Yeah.
I've been fighting off people trying to get me to watch new shows for like 6
Bro,
months.
you'll play Fortnite with me, but you won't spend an hour to watch Black Mirror. Come on, dog.
Bro, there's 24
Well,
episodes.
watch it. You want me to
24
watch it
hours.
with you? We can watch it together. You want to watch?
No, something like that. I would probably be better off watching by myself. Really lock in.
Yeah, you getting in. Yeah. You want to watch it on your TV, bro. Thanks.
I watch
Coco.
mad shit with my girlfriend. Other than that, when she's not here, I'm watching YouTube or making content now.
What, you trying to make us look gay, bro? What's going on over here? He's like, I watch with my girlfriend, bro. I don't know.
No. It's just otherwise I just sit at my computer. But when she's home, I gotta carve out
Dex
some time
did
for
send
my
me
lady.
something somebody posted on X yesterday. There was a conspiracy theory going around that me and him are gay lovers that live together.
Yeah. No, here, I'll pull up the.
Yo, but you guys have you guys ever been in the same room together?
We've never been in the same side of the country. Never been on the same coast together.
Exactly, bro. No. I've become extremely good friends with Ian Carroll, and I've known him for over a year now, and we have still never met in person. You know what I mean? And I helped him with all sorts of stuff. We've done all sorts of stuff together. He's become a pivotal person in my life, and I've still never met him. That's the beauty of internet, bro. That's the beauty of all this shit, bro.
100%, bro. Here, let me share this. Let me put this up. Let me take this down. Where are we at, Miss Cato? Yeah, it's oh shit, I forgot. I posted this. Dude, hold
on. I gotta call you out now because I bit my tongue before. Fucking Dex sitting there saying, like, look at this week. We can't afford the distractions and the drama. You look at the memes. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? You were the first one to get Blake on the show, and you were fucking flooding X with the memes. Jumping on his face. Stirring the pot. Like, bro.
After he jumped in and went all wild on the space.
I wasn't even gonna say it, but then you pull up your screen, the first thing we see.
Bro, Grok did it, bro. Grok found the file, bro. Chill, bro. Grok found the file. Relax, dog.
Hysterical.
All right, it's pretty hilarious. If you're not on X, do not go. Like, listen to Ian, please. No, Danks is in a secret love affair with. This is from the doctor with Real Bayes. That's why you see them in so many videos and lives together. Danky plus Real Baysy love at first sight. They get together to enhance views of each other. And I said, yes, we are. He's upset. My eggplant is bigger than his. He gets wrecked.
Yo!
You got to troll the trolls back, bro. Fuck them.
You got it, man. You got to have fun in this world, bro. Can't
Got
take
you,
shit
man.
seriously. Hey, my one piece of advice is don't take shit too seriously, man. Have fun.
Oh, shit.
Have fun. Make fun of shit.
All right, Miss Cato, UFO files. I'm more inclined to believe that EK is the Virgin Mary Charlie Kirk is rising in, and Trump is the time traveling god. Bro, he might be the time traveling god. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you guys know about that conspiracy theory, right?
I do, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the Baron Trump time traveling conspiracy is compelling. I'll tell you that much.
It is. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I actually listened to the audiobook of the Baron Trump or whatever. Yeah.
And you guys do know that Biff from Back to the Future was based on Trump when the second movie.
It's a fact.
Oh yeah. I forgot. I saw Keats saying it. It is his. He's in the chat here. Let me pull him up because I was making other picks and I had one that was a tiny hat that said 33 hours on it, but I didn't want to go that crazy, so I posted Keats. So shout out to Keats for the
You know what was
finding
really
the
funny?
file.
Hold on, let me tell Kevin the story real quick about what happened with Blake the other month. So somebody posted a picture of a guy that wasn't Blake, but it kind of resembled Blake.
Yeah.
On X, accusing Blake of being at UVU the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Oh,
and
shit.
He went nuts about it. And then he got in a fight with someone else over something else, and he deactivated everything. So I took that picture that people were posting, and I posted it. I tagged Barron, Danks, Ryan Matta, all these people, and I'm like, "See, guys, I told you that Blake couldn't be trusted." And then I went on AI, and I turned the picture into a wanted poster, and and then sort of put it on like milk cartons and started like posting it all over. Like, have you seen this man? He got so mad. He got so mad he reactivated his account just to argue with me.
I dig it, man. How many more of these supers we got to go through? Because
We've
might
got
have to
like
hop off here.
Yeah, if you want to bounce, you can. I think we got like 10.
Yeah, dude,
you're
you're a trooper. You've been on for over 4 hours.
Yeah, bro.
I'll jabber jaw all day, bro.
Yeah, if you got to bounce, it's all good. You can bounce.
Yeah, I gotta walk. I gotta go take my dog out. But because I only thought I was gonna be on with you guys a couple hours. So
I told you you're gonna be out here for another hour and a half. Bro. I wasn't fucking around.
Yeah. I'd stay too. My dog just got to go out. But thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you for everything you do.
Hell yeah, let's do this again. Anytime you guys want to hop on streams together, mine, yours, whatever. Let's do it, man. I love talking to you guys, and your community is fucking awesome. So great to meet all of you.
It's your community too, buddy.
Hell yeah, yeah. So a
lot of the people watching are always in Ian's chat.
Yeah, if you want to come through, and I do live streams, you want to come through a few times a week. We're hanging out, we're having fun, we're talking weird shit. So thank you guys so much, and have a great fucking weekend. And let's link up, and Bayes, let's do that. Let's do that podcast this week.
Absolutely.
Team Human.
We're gonna see you next Saturday too. So
yeah,
bro. Thanks for joining. Go and follow Kevin and go check out the BUYr.com app.theweb.io, YouTube, X, Twitch. Kevin is a human. Thanks, bro.
All right,
thank you guys.
Homie.
We'll see you later.
Peace.
All right, later, dog. Man, yeah, he's dope, huh?
Great guy.
Great guy. Glad to have him. All right, let's get through some of these and then bounce soon. Where was I at? Every time I lose my spot, I got to figure out how to not lose my spot.
I know at first when he said Bayes will do the podcast next week, I thought that I just mixed up our names. That's why I didn't say anything, because I know that you had invited him to do the members only. But now that I think about it, he might have been talking about the one that I had to cancel on him when I had to go to Connecticut the other day. So
that's right. Yeah.
We'll both end up having him on at one point or another this week.
So Tradman, $10. Blake got the video illegally. He was told to remove it by the UVU review editor-in-chief. I believe it was her. He told Candace he had the full video, but only sent an 11-minute clip. Yeah, I saw the post. I definitely saw the post where, and actually, I mean, if you guys want to see it, if nobody's seen it, it's probably worth showing, because this is probably important, and this might be why he hasn't shown the actual clip or sent the full clip. So let me send it over, or let me pull it up real quick. So
there's allegations that he got the footage illegally.
No, there's proof.
There's proof. What do you mean he got it illegally? How do you get footage illegally?
Let me here, I'm gonna stick right here. Oh, where am I at? Okay, we're at this one. Okay, so right here. So this is with information coming out to light about Blake, dubious claims of sending video to real Candace Owens. It seems like a good time to refresh people's memory about the potentially criminal steps he took to obtain it. So I have a reputable source to confirm it. You don't get to bullshit by calling the video fake to ask for the whatever. This is that. And then there's an email from the UVU review. Purchase of your video of the Charlie Kirk event. Thank you for reaching out to clarify. The UVU review has a strict policy regarding our journalism assets. We do not sell or license our news footage, photos, or any other editorial content to private individuals, political groups, or outside organizations. Our coverage is produced by a student newsroom and is published publicly and transparently on our own channels. No one from our organization has sold any video, original or otherwise, from the September 10th Charlie Kirk event. If individuals are publicly claiming they purchased such footage for thousands of dollars directly from the UVU review, that information is inaccurate. We cannot speak to the actions or claims of outside parties, but we can confirm that no such transaction has occurred with our newsroom. If you have specific concerns about misinformation being spread using our name, you are welcome to forward the statements in question and we will review them internally.
I didn't believe his story, how he got it anyway.
I didn't bust my ass off for over a week trying to find the person behind the tripod, then pay thousands of dollars for it to have a bitch ass Anon account come around and call it fake. All right. And then this is from Lizzie from the UV. So this is the same person in the email, Elizabeth Powell. Lizzie A. Powell. Hi, Blake. My name is Elizabeth Powell, and I am the executive director of the UVU Review, Utah University Students News Organization. I'm reaching out because unedited raw video recorded by our team has been shared on your account. This footage was not authorized for public release and is being distributed without permission. I need to request that you remove the video from all platforms where it has been posted. The unedited version is copyrighted, review material, and was shared only with select news outlets for editorial purposes. Please confirm removal as soon as possible. So
the video came from students there. There were 2 students that I was in contact with. They had absolutely no clue of my angle back when I was asking for the video, because they very, very bluntly said, why do you want it? Like, he was shot. Like, why do you, like, what's the big deal here? And of course I have all of this recorded.
Of course you do, bro.
Yeah, because he fucking records everybody.
Should I keep playing it, or I mean,
I could listen to this guy all day.
You could, you like it, huh?
And I said, look, there's just some weird.
Huh?
I said he's comedy gold.
What's the big deal? And it's all recorded.
His whole life
things that are happening. Can you just show me what
they're yelling at me to play it?
Y'all have? And they obliged. They showed that team's thing was how they all communicated and shared their review, that UVU review footage. That's how it was all. They were on that platform. From there, I put the video out because I was beside myself around the 24th. And within 3 or 4 days, they are being rounded up by people at the university and the director, and they said some other people. And they basically threatened the entire UVU review student staff, trying to shake them down, threatening they were going to be kicked out of school. They were going to be, basically their life was going to be a living hell.
Yeah, probably because he probably just lied. They probably gave him the footage and he probably just lied to everyone and said, I paid thousands of dollars for this footage. Like, he's not paying thousands of dollars for no fucking footage, bro. I highly doubt that.
But they couldn't do anything to these kids. It was basically a shakedown. And that's recorded. And
you've got that recorded.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean the
So every conversation anybody's ever had with Blake is definitely recorded. Just so you know.
I wonder if he has his own data center.
He's gonna need a freaking data center, bro.
I mean, the school and the director and people of authority came in.
I got them all recorded.
and scared and shook down all of the students, trying to find out who it was that leaked the video.
All right. How do you?
They were pissed, huh?
They recorded it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think we'd all,
because it was so far. It was wrong. Look, you know something's wrong if you've got your supervisors and administrators from the university coming in and shaking you down on video that has already been released to ABC and NBC. It's like something's up. Like it's not rocket science.
Hold on, pause it for a second.
And so that's why they ultimately were like,
why does he always sound like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's like, you know what I mean? Like he always sounds, wait, what happened here?
What?
Oh, nothing, never mind. No, but I don't know. Like he always sounds so like he just stubbed his toe or like he's got a bad case of hemorrhoids. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but he just always sounds on edge. Like he's like very, very agitated, and he's like just, you know what I mean? Chat, let me know what you guys think.
How do you spell agitated? Agitated.
But he does. He always sounds like, you know, he's got this like, you know, like I don't know what it is. I don't know how to explain it. Like he just found out he got the clap or something. I don't know.
Oh shit. That's terrible. My goodness. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. Do you think he's just agitated or is there substances involved? I don't know. A lot of people said that. I never said or made comment on that. I'm just curious on what the audio thinks or the audience thinks. All right, I guess I'll keep playing it for the audience. They love the drama. Everyone loves the drama.
It's not a big deal because this had already gone out to George Stephanopoulos on his Good Morning show. I mean,
that's why they didn't think it was a big deal to give it to you.
Right.
It was
yeah.
out there.
Right. But just I'm the one that put out the full video.
Oh, so these guys, George Stephanopoulos and others, didn't release the full video. They just released.
Right. Yes. It's like, I mean, look, this makes me question every freaking thing. I mean, I already did, but this right here, there's not any more rock solid proof that our media, there is no separation between that beast and the beast that is our government.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, if you want to take your screenshots, feel free. Just roll back, you know. I don't know. I thought it was interesting when I saw that come across my desk. Thanks for the super chat. I bet Chad's loving that right now. Butterbean, welcome. Ronica, $5. She has no obligation to platform him. Also, nobody is thinking about what she has in her back pocket. She has nobody is thinking about what she has in her back pocket.
Talking about Candace, I'm guessing.
Nobody's thinking about what she has in her back pocket. Oh, saying like she might have something and like there could be something. Okay.
I don't even think it's about having something in her back pocket. I think that it's the same. She had the same experience I did. She talks to him, and you know, the longer you talk to him, the more you realize that something's like a little off, and you're just like, okay, maybe I should take a step, you know. And you know, some people said that she could have felt that way, or that she should have felt that way with Mitch Snow. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, you know, she talks about a lot how she was criticized, and you know, maybe she let her guard down with Mitch Snow because she was used to dealing with Blake, and Blake's just so fucking crazy that Mitch Snow seemed more normal.
Well, I closed the vote. I didn't want it up too long. I don't want to harp on that. 70% think that Blake's on substances out of 50 votes. I don't know. No comment. She has, okay. Thanks, Veronica. Anna Kyra, $10. 2 mistakes Blake made, expecting another to do his bidding and outright accusing another of unaliving Charlie. Yeah. I mean, look, man, it's just, you said it. Thank you for the super chat. Amber Farrell, $5. Meanwhile, in healthcare, I'm charting the same thing in 5 different tubs because apparently the EHR and the note are in a toxic relationship. Tabs, I said tubs. Meanwhile, in healthcare, I'm charting the same thing. Oh, yeah. They, well, healthcare is definitely getting AI soon. Like my mom is director of a hospital. Yeah, it's coming. It'll help you out. Amber, y'all are building the future while I'm fighting an EHR that still acts like it was installed on a floppy disk in 1997. Well, you guys don't have I mean, even Epic is still kind of, yeah. I mean, all these hot, like, I was thinking about like building a new version of Epic because I have access, not access, but if I had, like, since my mom is a director of a hospital, I was thinking about building something that was like fully AI automated, but I don't want to get into all that shit. And she's like so weird about stuff. I'm like, if I build something, like, you think you could help me get a deal with the hospital? She's like, I don't know. You're my son. It's a conflict of interest. I'm like, oh my God, mom, bro. What are boss moms for if you can't hook a brother up, a son up? Britian Foster, welcome. Sam Savvy IQ, thoughts on 15-minute cities, fully automated cars. What % of jobs will be gone in the next year? 15-minute cities. Go ahead first. You go first.
I was going to say, I don't think a large percentage of jobs are going to be gone in the next year. The next 4 years is going to be a different story. I think that 4 or 5 years from now, we are going to be living in a totally different world. But don't be scared, because the same thing happened when, the internet became a thing. Think about how much the world, and that's the thing too. Like, we could sit here talking about all these doomsday scenarios and being afraid of this and being afraid of that, but at the end of the day, humans are adaptable. And as long as they're like not actively trying to off us, we'll find our way through. You want to give your take on the 15-minute cities part?
What, I can't give my take on the rest?
Oh, no, give it on the whole thing.
I'm just messing. 15-minute cities. I think they're going to be made in a way that people that it just depends on the lifestyle you want to live. I think that people that want to have everything right there, they'll go live there. I think that I think they're going to make certain versions that are super affordable, where if you can't afford to live regular lives, they'll probably make it that way to make it enticing, to collect data, to make it easy. You don't carry your wallet. Probably like you probably get the mark of the beast. Who knows? But I think that they're going to make a variety of different 15-minute cities, and I'm not going to be living in one. Fully automated cars.
I'm sorry, do the cars.
What were we going to say?
I was just going to say the harsh reality that a lot of people aren't realizing is that the people that this is going to be pushed on are going to be in a position where they don't really have a choice. We're seeing the cost of living constantly going up. People cannot afford rents. They cannot afford to buy homes. And they're getting put in positions where a 15-minute city, like what they're talking about building with these like smaller spaces and shared resources and shared cars and all that, might sound like a utopia, like what Kevin was saying before. How, like, with AI and all the changes that are coming, it could either be it could either be great or it could be really bad. Now, if you're somebody who grew up in like the 90s and you got to experience real freedom and got to own a home, like, it sounds like a nightmare. But if you're one of these young kids out there that is, when I say kids, I mean like in the early 20s, that you're like working 2 jobs, you could still barely afford an apartment, you got to rent with multiple people, your whole life is a nightmare, you're stressed out, you're literally living to work instead of working to live, this might seem like a way out. But the problem is it's a manufactured crisis that's making it a way out for you. And those are the types of people that it's going to benefit. And those are the ones that are going to be roped in first. You got a take on that?
I think you said it perfectly. Yeah, you were just kind of piggybacking on what I said. I think it's right. I think that life, like, dude, it's not going to get easier for people, man. Like, it's only going to get crazier. We're in for a hell of a next 2 years. And on top of it, I think that we're going to lose at least 10%, if not closer to 20% of the entire workforce in general by the end of 2027. That's what I think. I think by the end of...
You think that quick? That...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The entire...
I'm almost 100% confident. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. by the end of next year.
Why do you think?
I think that if AI is this good now, and if you look at the tech industry, if you look at all of the support jobs, all of the jobs that require people to be on a phone, all of the jobs that require, like, look at grocery stores. You almost already have no outlets to pay a person. Right? There's like one row to pay somebody, and the rest is cash out. Home Depot's the same shit. Lowe's is the same shit. Target's the same shit. Walmart's the same shit. They've already done that. Go to McDonald's. What are you rolling up? Not McDonald's, but like we have Carl's Jr. here. It's all AI. There's one person in there cooking, and there's one person taking your cash. All the fast food places, I think by the end of 2027, all of them will be fully automated. I think that when you go to, I think car dealerships, same thing. You're not going to even need to negotiate with a person or deal with any of that bullshit. You're going to buy your car on an app, or you're going to just go and look at cars, and then there might be a manager there that'll scan your whatever. I mean,
I understand all that though, but I'm not like disagreeing with the way that it's going to happen. It's just the timeline for you to say the end of next year. I think that that's very, very soon.
It is soon. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, they've already started doing it. You know, we've already lost. I think we've lost. I don't know. I could run a query real quick and say, like,
I was going to say, have you run these?
I have before.
Have you run the simulations to see that it would play out that fast? Now you got me curious.
What is the amount of people by percentage globally that have been estimated to lose their jobs to automation or AI and since the first day of Chat GPT release, or actually since COVID? How about that? Let's just see what we get, and then we'll read super chats while this thing pans out. All right, thanks for the super chat, Sammy. Oberweiss, $9.99. Candace is on the grift. The lawsuits. I'm getting my ears. It's been almost 5 hours, bro. The lawsuits and preservation. You guys, whoever's here for all that, we have 2,700 people watching.
Damn.
You guys are champions, bro. Champions. There's still 600 people almost watching in mine. Bayes, you've almost got 200 still on YouTube. I mean, this is like,
yeah,
you guys are
your
champions.
X is rocking right now.
Yeah, we're crushing it. We got almost over 1,700 people watching on X.
I'm surprised I have 200. I have more people watching me on X than I do on YouTube. I never even really stream on X.
Yeah, X is a lot of people watch on X, bro.
Thank you to everybody who's watching me on X.
Yeah.
And if you're not watching me on X, you could still follow me on X.
Absolutely.
I might have to start streaming on here more often.
Candace is on the grift. The lawsuits, preservation orders are all designed to make sure we are psychologically bonded to trust her. Candace Owens and others steer thought away from suspecting Charlie Kirk of anything. What do you think?
Huh?
What do you think about that?
What do I think about what Candace being in on the grift? I think Candace is just a very influential person. There's definitely like a cult-like aura that you know, with her following, but we see that a lot with a lot of people, and we don't just see that with content creators. We see that with musicians. I mean, even actors and actresses, like you know what I mean. So like, you can't always judge. You know, like I said, when and Danks, you know, he knows what I'm talking about, or he will when I start to say it. When I first got into this YouTube you know, creating space, where I start like interacting with different people, and you start talking to a couple people like behind the scenes and everything. Like, you talk to some people and you're like, oh wow, they're really chill. You talk to other people like, oh wow, that's not what I expected. So like, there is kind of a like, it's a different, you see it through a different lens than you do when you're just watching. Like, when I was just watching on YouTube, then yeah, you know, like, oh, that one's probably fed. I bet this one that. I bet. But then once you start talking to people, like, you realize that they're just people, you know?
100%. I think like lawsuits are federally filed documents. You know what I mean? Like the ones with Brian Harpole, like anybody can go pull it and look it up. Like it would be an obscene amount of resources to do anything like that, to fake it. You know, I'm not saying anything is impossible, but it just seems kind of outlandish. I mean, I've also there have been times where I thought similar to Blake, like to Bayes. It's like, but at the same time, like, why do we have to always think just because someone's super passionate about something and has a large following that it must be an operation? Because that's where you start to borderline or actually fall into and spill over into the unhealthy thinking category of mentality. I've been there, you know what I mean? And it's like, and Oberweiss, you know, I've seen you around before. Like you and I've seen you in the chat. I'm watching you in the chat and she's like, who cares what Blake says? And then he doesn't matter. And then this, it's like, you know, why so angry? You know what I mean? Like, it's all good. You know, I appreciate the super chat, you know, but it's also good to be, it's also good to be skeptical. So I understand, but you don't, like, you know, I don't know what else I can say on that, you know. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna say the other day when Ian was covering your interview of Blake, he was saying something about, although he was saying it more in terms of the creators, but I think it also goes for the people that watch the content too, that, you know, this is just information. Whether you're putting out content or you're watching it, like, it's just information. It shouldn't get personal. Like in some instances, it can get personal if you're actually personally interacting with the person. But like if you're just watching, and you know what? I'll be honest. I went through the same thing when the Epstein files came out. When the Epstein files came out, I was mad at the world. And if you look at some of the content that I was making around that time, you'll see. And if you were watching the content that I was making at that time, then you already know. But I was lashing out at everybody, content creators. I took a couple jabs at everybody at one point and another, from Candace to Tucker to even Barron. Like, you know, like I think the only two people I didn't say anything about was Ian and Danks, to be honest. And it wasn't even just content creators.
He even questioned me. I mean, we all at some point.
Well, that was mostly because of Blake. Are you sure he's not a Fed? Are you sure you could trust him? I don't know if I could trust Kelly. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know if you could trust Kelly? Kelly just introduced me to you yesterday, and you guys have known each other for 6 months. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know, so there was that. And that was right around the same time that I'm talking about too, which was crazy. But anyway, like, this wasn't just like in the space. Like, this is at home with friends, with family, with, you know, like in my personal life, you know. And I took a step back. I took some time to reflect, and I realized, like, that is crazy. Like, that is not the way. Like, if it's affecting you on that type of level where you're like at the point where you're going to lash out, that's when you need to unplug for a little bit. And that is what I was trying to say to Blake is, dude, you need to take a step back. You need to reflect, and you need to recalibrate. And the reason I was giving him that advice is because I had been there, and it didn't take me long to, okay, like, now I see what things are. I'm talking to other people, you know what I mean? But like, I don't think he ever did that. And I think that every time he should do that, he instead goes the other way and does things that just makes everything a lot worse.
Yeah, there was a comment up here. Let me see if I can find it. I saw it scrolling in the chat. I think it was really good, this comment. Oh, okay. I mean, sorry. This wasn't the one I was looking. She said, I'm not angry, sir. Okay. I just saw all caps a couple times, and then
I wasn't accusing you of being angry. I was just making a generalization.
I did. I just said, why so angry? In general, like, I felt like in the past and also today you were angry. But if you're not, I trust you. I believe you. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that if that's the case. All right.
Hold on. I see another one. Bayes, you need to stop calling people cult members. I never called anybody cult members. I said that there's kind of like a cult-like vibe. That's not the same thing.
Yeah,
that's
not at all.
That's not the same thing.
You got to admit that there is definitely a cult-like vibe. If somebody attacks Candace,
Dude, we have kind of a cult-like vibe to some extent with our inner base, but that's because like we're tight with that group, so it's but it's natural. It's gonna happen. But what's wrong is like when you see two other people, like someone that you like has a disagreement or says one thing that implying or indicating that they don't like someone else, and then all of a sudden other people that have nothing to do with the situation, doesn't know the first thing about the other person, is just coming out typing stuff saying like, yeah, fuck that person, Candace don't like him, he's got to be the worst. Like that's what I'm talking about. It's like know what you're talking about, know who you're talking about. Like don't just, no matter how much you like somebody and how much you want to have somebody's back, like don't automatically make up your mind about somebody that you know nothing about. That was all I was trying to say. And that wasn't a knock on Candace or any of her followers. I watch Candace. I'm one of her followers. You know what I mean? But it's like you got to be objective with people.
Man, where is this chat? Like I see it on my all right, well, I guess I'll just copy it and put it here. It's so wild that I see it underneath. It was from Mystic Mama. I'm going to copy it and put it on the screen here. And I think it's a really good way to think about things. This is 100. I wish I could find it. I would put it up, but I had to copy it from. Neutrality is underrated. 100%, dude. Neutrality is where it's at. Sometimes we find ourselves also like being like multi-side, like, it's important that we try to see objectively. Like that's why I had Blake on. Like everyone's acting like I had Blake on to like what? If you watched the episode, you saw that I actually probably favored him. You know what I mean? So, but I'm not going to agree that all the things and attacks on Candace because I don't see it that way. And it's my perspective. And if there's anybody that's been more fair throughout all of this, it's me. You know what I mean? And I think that people can see that. And I think that neutrality needs to be nurtured. You know what I mean? So take it for what it's worth. Would you consider, thank you, Oberweiss, and sorry, I didn't mean to call you angry if you're not. It's just my perception. Stacy Rodriguez, RARNP 999. Would you consider teaching vibe coding to members? Maybe a live course. I've been playing with Claude Code, Codex, Base 44, Lovable, want to learn OpenClaw, local models. Would be a fun members day. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it. I've done one before. I'm trying to remember if that was the one that for some reason YouTube like snipped it to down to 1:30. It was a 5-hour live stream. It wasn't a lesson. It was like me showing how I am operating a local model. It was kind of all over the place, but maybe something more structured with Kevin as well. I think it'd be really cool to do. I'd consider it. OpenClaw, you might want to be careful. OpenClaw is, I've seen people lose $500,000 using OpenClaw. You know what I mean? Their whole bank account was gone. So you just got to be careful with local models that are running freely on your computer, but I'm open to it. Thank you for the super chat. Cindy Lou, you guys are amazing. Dumb question. Would replacing phones every so often combat geofencing, or is it just with your cloud forever go max? Look up Google Wiz. Google Wiz is a Unit 8200 Israeli cyber security intelligence company that was bought by Google. And it's literally AI architecture, surveillance, and organization. It's like basically like a various version of Palantir that Google bought for $32 billion. And it's a cloud server, cloud architecture. When you switch your eSIM card or your SIM card or your eSIM or anything like that, all of that information gets transferred over to your old phone through your provider. If you don't have like a phone service that combats this type of stuff, you're just either wasting money or time or both, in my opinion. What do you think?
Well,
because the Wi-Fi fingerprinting and all that, and
yeah,
you're saying Wi-Fi, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm not sure if well, I might have read the question differently. My take on it is replacing the phones and all that. It doesn't really matter because you don't even have to have a phone. Any device. If your car has GPS in it, they're geofencing you by your car. If you're wearing an Apple Watch, like there's so many other ways. It's the GPS, it's the Wi-Fi. Any device that you have that has Bluetooth or catches a Wi-Fi signal is going to get geofenced. And that's the sad truth of it. And you have to realize now that
and it's not. They're not. Sorry to interrupt, real quick. And they're not just geofencing your phone. Once they tap into the Wi-Fi's that you access and the frequency, because they're using AI to map all of that.
Out. Yeah, it gets
then they'll just
out.
be able to identify the.
They already got you. Yeah, they already got
I know
you.
it sounds crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I dug into that and I learned all about that shit.
And now, if you guys remember, there was the U.S. soldier that got stranded in Iran, and they went and they had an operation to rescue him. And they actually leaked that part of the way that they got him was with tech that they had classified that could identify an individual by their heartbeat as if it was a fingerprint. And we also now know that using Wi-Fi, they're able to see see you, like maybe not see you in 4K, like how we see each other, but kind of like if you ever watched the show or the movie Daredevil, how like he's blind, but he's like sees in a different way. And when it rains, he's able to see people. Like they're able to see your motion just through Wi-Fi, which I know sounds insane. But there are satellites up there that even you got your ceiling, your roof, all that covering you, they'll still see you going back and forth and what you're doing if they want to.
I'm going to show you guys something. For the love of the game, I'm already tired of shit, but here, let me share something with you guys.
Oh, yeah, I was ready to go an hour ago.
Yeah, but I'm going to share. I think it's important. My goodness, my computer is like.
We got Allie Top Files in the chat.
God, bro, why is this thing doing this? All right, here. All right, let me go to this. I guess I'll just start from here. This is not. I was gonna say this is urgent. This is important. I covered this episode on one of my live streams recently. Let me fix my. How do I do this? Let me go over here like this, and then bring it centered. Save. Okay. Here, let me, okay, check this out. Have you seen this video, bro?
No.
Just the Wi-Fi signal bouncing off your body. All right, so here's how this works. Your Wi-Fi router is constantly sending out radio waves at about 5 gigahertz. These waves, of course, bounce off of everything. I'm talking your walls, your furniture, and of course your body. And when you move through your home, those reflections change in ways that are really, really specific to what moved and how it moved. Your router already tracks something called channel state information, or CSI. It's basically how the router optimizes the signal between itself and all your devices. But CSI also encodes the shape and movement of everything between the router and your devices. And of course, that includes you. Xfinity figured this out. They shipped this feature called Wi-Fi Motion to every customer with one of the newer gateways. This is at no extra cost. You don't need any extra hardware. Your existing network essentially becomes a motion sensor. And of course, they market it as a smart home feature. I've got this working where when I walk into a room, I can automatically turn the lights on. Now, if I pull apart the marketing branding, the real term for this in the industry is called presence detection. That's the original term. Your router is capable of detecting your presence. Of course, the companies are going to brand this as Wi-Fi motion, Wi-Fi sensing, links is aware, whatever sounds less creepy, basically. But the underlying capability is the same. Your router knows that you're there. Now, if what I'm saying is already evoking that scene from The Dark Knight where the Batman uses sonar from cell phones to catch the Joker, you would.
Oh, that was a better analogy.
His motion detection is just step 1. Researchers have already published steps 2 and 3. Let's get into it. So in 2023, Carnegie Mellon University published a paper called Dense Pose from Wi-Fi. Using just Wi-Fi signal from a standard router, an AI model is able to reconstruct your full body pose. This is where we step beyond just someone in a room to actually understanding the position of your arms, your legs, your overall posture. Multiple people in the room at once, through the walls with no camera, just radio waves. This is really wild tech. And then it gets even more sophisticated. So these Wi-Fi signals interact with your body in a very unique way, depending on your bone density, your body mass, your posture, etc. A 2025 paper called WHOFI showed that we could take advantage of these Wi-Fi signals to identify who the person actually is, essentially re-identification. So the way you walk, the way you shift your weight, even the way you sit, it creates this very unique biometric signature in the Wi-Fi signal. And they use a transformer neural network to match those signatures to specific individuals. Now, this is simultaneously creepy, but also super useful. In a sense, your AI systems can know who the person in the room is, so you can change the preferences accordingly. And you don't need to have like an invasive camera in every single room to do it. So if we take a step back, step one is Wi-Fi just detecting movement. This is already working in millions of homes. Step two is Wi-Fi reconstructing your precise body pose through the walls. This is published research. Step three is Wi-Fi being able to re-identify a specific person just based on their unique signature, also published. Suddenly, we've gone from a very coarse-grained motion sensor to essentially a surveillance system that works in the dark through walls on hardware that you already own. And the gap between detect motion and
they've had this for 12 years already.
Identify the person is a simple software update. The hardware is already installed. You know, a little bit of edge compute and you're already there.
All right, I don't want to go too long on this.
Yeah, no, that
definitely.
Was thank you for sharing.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put it in the chat if you want to catch it. I just put it in there. Go check it out. It's a really informative video. I did a whole live stream on it. Where is it? I don't give a dom. Hey, what's up? I don't give a dom. $5. Yeah, she was in. I think it's a she. I think it is. It was in Baron's live stream yesterday. Coming through, and I was introduced to this channel, I Don't Give a Dom by Baron. So I haven't checked it out yet. I haven't had any time, but you reminded me to come through and check it out. So thank you for dropping by. I used to say pounds as libs because of the abbreviation LBS, LMAO. Pounds make me think of that. That's a good one. I like it. I don't give a dom. $10. What's up? Thought of the night. We are made of water. Are we damp? And is there mold inside us? Is that what's wrong with people? Are we constantly becoming more moldy and that's why we die when the mold takes over? Bro, I had a thought about that. God, who was I talking to about it a long time ago? That like, why do, I don't even know if I should say it. Why like my grandpa, like he's like in his late 80s and like he smells kind of moldy.
You're gonna say why do old people smell?
Yeah, but I didn't want to say like, I don't know, you know. I mean, I don't want to be rude. So I just use like, but it is they don't smell. It's just like it's I don't know, how am I supposed to say? But no, I think that our body is regulated just fine. I hope. I hope we don't have mold growing. Thanks for dropping by though. Deanne Ochi became a YouTube member. $20 from Danny Freedom, 1999. Flip pen, no Bluetooth, flip phone, no phone, no Bluetooth off. Stop selling Mac Mini mobile MiFis. Thanks for sharing your story last night. I'm 8 years here by God's grace. Blake just young, starry-eyed. Glad for his video being first. Danny, Faith, Forgone, No, and Boston. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I tend to agree there. I think that sometimes we get things taken out of hand, you know what I mean? And like, I could see that. I've heard people say like, oh, he was just starstruck by Candace and wanted to record it and whatever. But as you can see, he records all of his conversations, so it's a little concerning, but you know.
Love to
I
check
pray
that
for
he's
him. I
database.
know like we mess around, and I honestly I do pray for Blake. I have and I do, you know. So I think we all should, just if you feel like it, if you think he needs it. If not, then don't, you know. Thank you for the super chat. Where we at? Why does this profile pic look like Rick Cutler? Who?
Blake.
Oh no. Have you thought that?
I did when she said it.
Oh, he changed it. But he still looks like him. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat. Does he look like Rick Cutler? Oh, I'll put it in the chat. Oh, I don't want to keep putting Blake in my poll. Does Blake look like Rick Cutler? I don't know. Should I do this for the engagement? Fuck it. Blake Bednarz.
Yeah, you're so bad.
Dude, honestly, I've said this multiple times. Like, I kind of like the guy, you know. He's also done weird shit. So it's really a weird relationship. You know what I mean? It's just,
it's comedy gold.
Yeah, he's funny.
He's just one of those people that just asks for it. He sets himself up. He makes it so hard not to.
Yeah, I know. And look, we have him and we'll talk shit about each other. We'll do it to each other's face. It's not like I do it behind his back. I'm doing it on fucking YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, I put the picture of a floppy disk on his forehead on X. Like, I'm doing it in public. You know what I mean? And then
I'm not gonna lie.
Will literally talk. You know, we will literally talk, and it'll be fine. So I mean, that's how you got to be sometimes. Like, you got to just let shit roll off. I just think that everybody going after Blake, it's getting a little much for him, and for anybody it would. You know what I mean?
I called him after your stream, after your interview, and I called him today. Neither time he picked up, and I called him to like let him know, like, hey, like, just want to let you know you're gonna be coming up tonight. Like, tune in if you want to hear what I have to say, unless you want me to say it right now.
I texted him after the show.
You know, I'm not one of these people that's gonna like, you know, talk to him and pretend that I'm his best friend and stream with him, and then like get him to open up to me, and then run to other content creators and try to like spill the, you know, give him the dirt, give him the goods. You know, that's some real scumbag crap. I would never do anything like that. I would rather just say, if I have something to say about somebody, I will say it to them directly.
I texted him and I said, hey, bro, just so you know, I never had anything against you. Whatever. I forgot what I said. I was going to look, but my wife was texting me. So, yeah, I mean, it's like whatever, you know. I mean, this is business, man. This is journalism, you know. Crystal became a member. Tradman, the director, says it was released specifically. Yeah, I think they said it was like released specifically for like show work or like work for the campus or something, maybe. Thanks for the super chat. We're going to try to get through these quickly. Can you imagine him being insurance agent? LOL. His day job. You're not going to buy the premium? The fuck is wrong with you?
Yo,
buy the premium. You don't know what's good for you. You're going to, if you die. Like, oh, God. Thank you, Stacy. Happy Mother's Day to Australian mothers. Happy Mother's Day to American mothers. It is Mother's Day right now. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Crystal Bing. So for kids that are getting ready to go into college, what do you suggest given that AI is taking over so much? Learn how to use AI, learn how to build stuff with AI, and become really good at it. That is my number one and most important suggestion. Become good at using AI and coding with it and building companies and websites and developing shit that is actually useful. Keats. Happy Mother's Day to all the amazing mothers here tuned in, and to Mrs. Danks and to Mr. Bayes Sauce. Thank you, Keats. Would you guys stream with Blake ever again? I probably wouldn't. Nah, not right now, at least. Ever again, I can't say that. But I probably wouldn't right now. But you never know. I can never say never. What do they say? Never say never. What about you?
I don't know. I think it depends. It depends what we're going to talk about. I don't listen. If I got to hear about Candace and Brian Harpole, then no, absolutely not. But if I was able to have any kind of control of the topic and just go back and forth with them, and you know what I mean, I think it could make for some. Like I said, I think the guy's comedy gold. I think he's very entertaining. I just don't want to be wrapped into all the other shit. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't platform him so he could sit there and accuse Brian Harpole of murder and trash Candace Owens and try to say this about her and call this one a demon and you know what I mean? Like show this recorded conversation with that one. You know, if there was something there, something to talk about, like what happened to him as a child, then maybe.
Oh, I just got tickets to go to a Padres game.
That's kind of random. Nice.
Yeah, sorry. I gotta my life is going on. It's been almost 6 hours. I gotta respond to my wife. Hold on. I wish you could control the super chats.
Oh yeah, I can't.
So I can't. I'm stuck here. All right. Thank you, Oberweiss. $5. Thanks. I'm not angry. The real question is: was TP nonprofit ever a legit organization serving humanity? Oh, okay. The real question is: okay. Was TP Turning Point nonprofit ever a legit organization serving humanity? That is what we must answer. F. Blake. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat, and also thank you for the question. They're a real organization as far as on paper, legit. No comment. Read between the lines. No comment is all I can say. How about that? I mean, if you just go back and watch all my videos in the Charlie Kirk investigation, all my TPUSA stuff is there. You'll get how I understand, like how I perceive it. If you just go through and watch them. If you haven't, I encourage you to go and just look through the TPUSA financial stuff, and you'll see what I think. How about that Blake Bednarz footage, huh? Am I right? Hey.
Yo, truth loves to troll, just like me.
Hey, get a YouTube channel and put it out, man. It's, Crystal Bing, left progressive here. I appreciate how CO brought left and right together. Hey, shout out to that. It's good to see, man. It's good to see, like we don't need to be separated by political stuff, man. It's ridiculous. Like, as you can see, it's a bunch of bullshit. Like, who wants to be identified with any side, to be honest? Don't even call yourself left progressive. You're just you, man. Fuck it. You might have ideals that are some of these, yeah, but whatever. You like some shit, I like some shit over there, you like some shit over here. Whatever. I'm pro-human, man. I'm pro-America. Full drinking, half thinking. Good to see you. What's up? It's been a minute. Love to both of y'all. Or big ups to both of you. Thank you, bro. E-Truth, Blake is a disinfo agent. He's been proven to be a liar. Truth evades. Ask him why his receipt in November had him downloading through Teams, not Google Drive, like he said in the space yesterday. Uh-oh. Bayes, I died at your response. Subscriber gained.
What about whether or not I would stream with Blake again?
Thank you, Kara. And the pic I'm referring to is in that clip that shows him talking to an X space. In an X space, that pic is a
I sent you a picture that you could also compare. You should get the picture of Blake, the picture I sent you on Discord, and the picture of Rick Cutler. And we should have one more poll before we go. A quick poll. I think it's a good idea. Chat, what do you guys think? Come on.
You got me. Oh, that was the last super chat. I was like, we're fucking done. We're done. We made it through.
You just got another one.
All right. So, okay. So the one on his profile.
The one on his profile. I sent you an X link on Discord.
I got it. It's up already.
Okay, and then we just need Rick Cutler. That's an easy one.
Okay. Hold
on. and ask the chat who looks more like Blake.
And then run a poll.
Yeah,
me, bro. I'm gonna have Blake in my polls 3 times, 4, 5 times a night. Jeez, he's gonna be like, "What is up, bro?"
Bro, you guys gonna be married in the algorithm.
Oh hell no, bro. All right, I'll just cut this up on Paint real quick. And Rick Cutler. Which one of Rick Cutler though?
Any first one you see. Don't be biased.
Rick Cutler, TPUSA. All right, I picked the first one I saw. All right.
And I want you guys to know that this was the story I was telling before about the picture of somebody that was not Blake that I posted pretending to not even pretending. I was trolling. And then a lot of the people that saw it on social media thought that I was like purposely trying to like deceive people. They didn't realize I was being sarcastic and being an asshole. They're like, that's not even Blake. You shouldn't do this. It's not nice. Yeah, well, you know what? Blake shouldn't be going around telling everyone Brian Harpo murdered Charlie Kirk. That's not nice either. Like we gotta,
All right. Save trio, Blake, Rick. Pictures, save. All right, here we go. Open. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Come on, bro. Here. Rick, Blake.
Come on, Danks.
Oh my gosh, bro. Trio.
Are you trying to use AI to clip it all together?
No, man. I'm literally typing to look for the file. All right, I got it. Bro, thank God I'm running the controls over here. We'd be here for 3 days trying to get Bayes.
Bro,
to go through
don't
this shit.
stop. That's not true.
Okay, here we go.
All right, guys. Moment of truth.
All right. Just put it in the chat. Should we?
Yeah, just put it in the chat.
Oh, I already had one of him looking like Rick Cutler, and I closed it. It already had 62 votes. Oh, what a dumbass. Yeah, just put it in the chat. 60% already thinks. I mean, I don't think this doesn't look like this is not. Hold on, you tricked me, bro. You're making me. Oh my god.
What do you mean I tricked you?
I'm like over here thinking that this is Blake and shit, and then I actually look at the. I'm so tired, bro.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, bro. Thanks for the super chat. My apologies. Didn't realize Mother's Day in America too. Happy Mother's Day to all. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day to you over there as well. Longtime stalker, first time approacher. Oh snap! Thought I could erase it like a we send receipt. That
is great.
Nice one. All right. What's the chat saying? They're saying no. I think Bayes picks is better. Oh. Should we put Bayes over there?
Yo, even Kelly got mad at me about that.
Oh man.
She's like, Bayes, how could you do that to Blake? That's so mean. I'm like, yo, like, what do you mean? Like,
bro, it's her internet husband.
It was a joke.
It's her internet husband. All right. I am beat. I gotta go do something besides sit down now. I did a 3-hour live stream this morning in members. I did a 5-hour and 30-minute almost live stream today.
Putting in work.
Tomorrow's Mother's Day. I gotta get some sleep, cook breakfast. I'm hungry. All right. Thank you, troopers. Really, I mean,
yeah. To all the moms out there, happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, really enjoy it. God bless you all. Thank you for being here.
Be kind. Be grateful. Do something nice for somebody. Pray. And we will see you guys soon. Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, we got one more super chat. I'll read this one. Unit 8200 is some crazy one off the at the end. Unit 8200 is IDF. Embedding students in the Texios strategy. 1825. PragerU. Backpacker doing the same. Ever see American in the Middle Doc and way back. Superstar Pro Archive is Flipophone. Okay. That's Flipphone. Okay. Flip phone is probably better if it doesn't have GPS or anything. Yeah, that's I know all this stuff. You're right. Look at all the Unit 8200 CEOs, CFOs, operators inside of the industry. Yeah, I agree 100%. So, thank you all. Thank you very much. And I appreciate everyone. Happy Mother's Day. God bless. And we'll see you guys Monday. I'll probably be back Monday. I can't do it tomorrow. I got to take the day off. All right. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Later.
Take care. Peace.